really been improving as time has been going by, and we have got some fights coming up tonight, man. We have got some really juicy encounters. What we'll do is we'll start by putting a poll up. Obviously, we need to talk about our main event, but we need to talk about the co-main event as well. Co-main event is going to be absolute fireworks. Kamaru Usman coming in on 11 days' notice. He is going to be taking on Khamzat Chimaev. This is going to be so much fun. We can run down the predictions, and I want to get into the chat and see what you lot are saying as well. We have started a few minutes early, about 20 minutes early, but that's because of the fact that we have just got so much to talk about, and I've got so many notes that we might as well get going and do a bit of a breakdown, a bit of a preview of the cards. You can vote in the chat right now. So you can start voting as to who you think wins out of Kamaru Usman or Chimaev. It's quite interesting watching the votes come in at the start, because I don't know if you guys can see it, but the percentages constantly are zooming around. And then it sort of settles down once we get to about 300 votes. Then it seems to settle down. At the moment, early doors, 62, 70%, 73%, 70%, 73%, 70%, 73% for Kamaru Usman. So lots of love coming in for Usman at the moment. I can tell you that that love is not reflected on Tapology. Tapology have got 77% of people on Tapology are leaning towards Khamzat Chimaev. 77% of people saying that Chimaev is going to pick up the victory over Kamaru Usman. Usman, you know, he's only had 11 days. You've got to take that into consideration. You've also got to take into consideration this is a higher weight class. This is not Kamaru Usman's weight class that he's used to competing in. So he is going to have a size disadvantage as well. So there are definitely some things that you have to take into consideration. But Kamaru Usman is still Kamaru Usman, and he is still one of the best MMA fighters in the whole of the UFC. And this is going to be a really, really interesting co-main. So much more interesting than when it was going to be Costa against Chimaev. So much more interesting. And our main event as well is, I don't know that I can say it's more interesting than Islam against Charles Oliveira, because that would have been amazing. But Islam against Alexander Volkanovski too is just as good. And for many people, better. And I got to tell you that that is really close on Tapology. 56% of people have gone with Islam Makhachev, whereas 44% on Tapology have gone with Alexander Volkanovski. So, Shelby, hello, shout out to you. The wolf is getting fed tonight, says Tony Khan's plug. Evangelist, shout out to you, my friend. Jonathan said, when is the first fight? First fight, little while away. We've got, I think it's about an hour and 45 minutes. So we always try to start at least an hour before, but we've started an hour and 45 before so that we can run down the whole cards, talk about the fighters' strengths, weaknesses, kind of really get our teeth into a preview, and then we can just go straight into the early prelims, into the prelims, into the main cards. So, yeah, it's going to be a bit of a long one this week, but I mean, what a card, man. If you're going to go long, UFC 294 is definitely the card you want to go long on. So might as well just run down the card for those that aren't aware as to what the card actually looks like. There's some really, really great fights all throughout this card. So we've got Magomedov taking on Bruno Silva. Magomedov making his UFC debut. This guy is scary. This guy is a monster. You look at him and he just looks like flipping something that you wouldn't want to bump into down a dark alley. He is going to be a problem in the UFC. He is undefeated. He's 11-0. He's taken on Bruno Silva, who's got plenty of experience. 4-3, 4 wins, 3 losses in the UFC, 7 UFC fights. But Magomedov is something that, I mean, you do not want to miss this first fight. Magomedov could be the real deal. So very much looking forward to seeing him. He is the number 1 ranked Russian middleweight. And you know what Russia's churning out at the moment. You know what Dagestan's like and everything. So you've got to take Russian MMA very, very seriously. So Magomedov making his debut. Definitely don't want to miss that. Second fight, we've got Dudakova taking on Jinyu Fry. Dudakova, we've seen once 1-0. She's a work in progress, only 24. She's being fed Jinyu Fry, who has lost her last 3. Jinyu Fry losing her last 3. She's 2-5. That is just there to get Dudakova over. Simple as that. But should still be an interesting fight, and be good to see if she can get a finish. Then we've got Nathaniel Woods, who I've got a lot of time for, taking on Naimov, who I haven't seen much of. I mean, he's got 1 UFC fight, but he looked decent. He came in on short notice on his debut. He's got power in his hands. He's going to be the bigger fighter as well. This is close. You know. Nathaniel Woods is 7-2 in the UFC. He's had 9 UFC fights. He's won 7, but he's taken on Naimov, who is 1-0, and that was short notice. And the guy looks good, and he's bigger. That is a close fight. So really looking forward to that one. Then we've got Mike Breeden taking on Jubli. Jubli is well-rounded, undefeated, 7-0, 1-0 in the UFC. Breeden, 0-3. You can see what this fight is all about. It's about giving Jubli a victory and like having him move forward. 93% of people on Tapology have gone with Jubli there. Mike Breeden, 0-3. This should be his last fight in the UFC. He's a former James Krause guy as well, so thanks for coming. See you later. Obviously massive opportunity for an upset there, but that just looks like a setup fight, to be honest. Then we've got Azaitar taking on Dumas. So Azaitar, 37 years old, is 1-1 in the UFC, 14-3 overall. Not a bad little fighter, throws bombs, can be a bit sloppy. He's taking on Dumas, who is just a freak athlete, man. He's got long kicks, he's got a tight squeeze, he can be a bit reckless. Should be a fun little fight, that one. Should be an interesting little fight. I think Dumas gets it, but it should be a fun little fight. Then we've got Basharat taking on Victor Henry. Basharat 3-0 in the UFC, taking on Henry 2-1. I think the age could be a problem here. Henry is 36. Basharat is 28. That could be a problem. Might not sound like a problem, but certainly in the bantamweight division, you know, if this was heavyweights, then it wouldn't be an issue. But bantamweight, 36 years old, they're going to rely a bit more on their pace. Although Henry still operates at a very impressive pace. It should be a fun fight, but yeah, if I had to lean towards one, I'd be leaning toward Basharat on that one. Then we've got, I don't think we've moved to the main card. I think this is the co-main of the prelims. Yahya taking on Trevor Peek. Yahya is making his UFC debut. Peek is 1-1 in the UFC. Came through contenders. It's a real close fight, this. 48 hours ago, this was a pick'em. 48 hours ago, Peek was -115. Mohamed Yahya was -105. So it was really close. I actually don't know where we are with that at the moment. We can have a look at the latest odds on that. But last time we checked, the co-main of the prelims was super close. It was either which way. Then we've got the main event of the prelims. This is good. Islam Makhachev, who is 23 years old, 4-0. He was in that absolutely horrific submission, and it looked like he was going to absolutely trash his knee, but he managed to get through that. Question marks as to whether the knee is okay, because it was flipping horrific, but he came through it. He's 4-0. He's taken on Tim Elliott, that's 8-10. Is this another layup? Is this another setup fight? There seems to be a few of those on the card tonight where it looks like the UFC have got a few people they're interested in pushing and promoting, and so they've thrown them in there with some talent that are coming towards the end of their run, shall we say, because Tim Elliott's 36. You know, Tim Elliott is 36. We've got Victor Henry, who's 36 as well. Like, they could just be used to put over some of this younger talent, and I think that might be what we're seeing some examples of. Then we've got Saeed Nurmagomedov taking on Gafarov. Gafarov is 0-1 in the UFC, coming through Dana White Contender Series. Saeed Nurmagomedov is 6-2 in the UFC. So Saeed has got loads of experience, big experience advantage. I think he is the better fighter as well. I expect Saeed to get the victory on that one. Should be a real fun fight, though, and it'll be a great way to open the card. Then we've got Aliskerov taking on Alves. Aliskerov is 1-0 in the UFC. He's taking on Alves 8-6. This is an interesting little fight, you know, because Aliskerov is deadly, well-rounded, but does lack that high-level experience. Alves coming in, I believe, late notice. He's coming in. He's 8-6. He's lost his last two. He should be beatable because he won't have had a full camp. But he does have that experience. He's been there. He's done it. If he knows any little tips and tricks and anything he's learnt along the way, he could prove to be a bit of a problem for Aliskerov, but I think Aliskerov is going to have way too much. Maybe if this was a lower level talent, I would be feeling a bit more comfortable for the upset, but Aliskerov, I just think is going to have way too much for him. But yeah, potential for an upset, maybe. Then we've got Ankalaev against Johnny Walker. Ankalaev 9-1, Johnny Walker 7-4. Both of them 31 years old. Very interesting little fight in the light heavyweight division, because you could make the argument that the winner of this is going to go on to get a title opportunity, because Johnny Walker has won his last three. And I don't know how many Ankalaev has won, but he's 9-1, so he's undoubtedly on a little run at the moment. Ankalaev is ranked number 2 in the light heavyweight division. Johnny Walker is ranked 7th. If Johnny Walker can beat Ankalaev, then he is going to shoot up the rankings. I think there's maybe a chance that the winner here gets a title shot. Certainly if Ankalaev wins. If Ankalaev wins, definitely. If Johnny Walker wins, will they get him to do one more fight? He'll be on a 4-fight win streak then, though. So that's going to be an interesting little Coco main event. And then, of course, we've done a lot of talking. We've done a lot of previewing. But now we finally get to the two big, juicy fights. The two fights that people are really here for. Kamaru Usman against Khamzat Chimaev. Chimaev has got such incredible support. Just absolutely off the chart support. People absolutely love him, and he is going to be 6-0. He is an absolute beast. I think he's going to have too much for Kamaru Usman. The reason why I say that is because I know that Usman is regarded as one of the best MMA fighters, but is there a decline that we're starting to see? Because that's 2 fights he's had against Leon Edwards, and that's 2 losses that he's suffered in a row. And that second loss was undeniable. The first one, he got caught with a head kick, but that second one is undeniable. So, you know, Usman, we don't quite know where he is at the moment in regards to his skills. It feels like they're declining. And then you've got the fact this is at a higher weight. You've got the fact that Usman's coming in on 11 days notice. You've got the fact that Chimaev is just a beast who's 6-0 and has got some big names on his records. And he's undefeated. He's 12-0. He's bubbling over with confidence. This is going to be such an incredible co-main. I mean, this is a fight people really wanted to see, but they weren't sure if they were ever going to get it. And here it is in a co-main. Just absolutely amazing. So fantastic. The only thing you would say is you wish that it was a proper fight in the sense of that they'd had more time to prepare, because Kamaru Usman's only had an 11-day camp. And so there is going to be a little bit of, I don't want to say an excuse, but there is going to be a little bit of a get out of jail card there by saying, you know, I came in last minute. I'm not afraid of anyone. You know, yeah, I picked up the loss, but if I had a full training camp, I know I'd get the win. blah, 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 blah. You know, there is a get out of jail card. So that's the only little, not criticism, but just, yeah, it'd be better if this, like, both guys knew and they had full training camps. But either way, listen, we're getting a fight we weren't sure we were ever going to see. You can't be down on that. And then our main event, Islam Makhachev taking on Alexander Volkanovski. This is for the Lightweight Championship. So, obviously, Volkanovski is champion down in the featherweight division. Islam Makhachev champion in the lightweight division. These two have faced each other before earlier this year. Super close fight. Really close. People debating as to which way it had gone. I think I had Makhachev winning it. I remember it being close, but I think I just had Makhachev up by 1, and Makhachev ended up just edging it. So, yeah, I wasn't like, I didn't have robbery. I mean, there was plenty of robbery chants in the chat at the time, as you can imagine. I didn't have robbery or anything, but yeah, it was super, super close. Super close. And Volka's gone away, studied the fight, and said he knows what he needs to do. And so he's going to come and do it, basically. And I think that means he's going to be more aggressive. I think he's going to take the fight to Islam, and I think he's going to be a lot more aggressive. So this could be fireworks, man. The only loss that Volkanovski has suffered in the UFC is the fight earlier this year against Islam Makhachev, and he is coming for revenge. He is coming for redemption. He is coming on 11 days' notice to, you know, try and get that win back. So both guys are going to be super hungry for this, because if Islam can get the win here, that's it, really. The Volkanovski problem goes away. They may face again in the very, like, far off future, but certainly I don't see them facing for a long, long time. Really, if ever again, because Volkanovski's 35, so this might be his last shot at this Cherry, because you know that Islam's got plenty of fights he needs to have in the lightweight division. He's going to be tied up for years, unless they're going to do Volk Islam when Volk's like 38 or something. But I just don't think that you can really do that. I mean, I can't imagine Volk's going to be at the peak of his powers when he's 38, 37, 38. He's 35 now. This could be now or never for this fight. It really could. Now or never. And so Volkanovski is going to come in. He's going to be aggressive. He knows Islam's strengths. He knows his weaknesses. He thinks he's identified what it is he needs to go in to do. If I'm Islam, I want to take this to the deep waters, because I've had a training camp, whereas Volkanovski, he's always in shape. He's always ready, but there is a difference between being ready and being like having a proper full camp, and Volkanovski has not had that full camp. So yeah, this is going to be a very, very interesting fight. Both guys are 13-1 in the UFC. Islam's loss came back in 2015. Volkanovski's loss earlier this year to Islam. It is, I think that I haven't seen the pound for pound rankings. It is number 2 against number 3 on the pound rankings. So John Jones is regarded as number 1 on the men's pound for pound list. So this is number 2 against number 3. I believe earlier this year it was number 1 against number 2. Both of these guys were on the pound for pound list. Volkanovski, I believe, was the number 1 pound for pound guy at that point. He's just slipped a place behind John Jones. So Volkanovski, Islam Makhachev. Do you imagine if we could get John Jones against Islam? How amazing that would be. Obviously, it would never happen, but that would be one hell of a fight. John Jones gets Volkanovski as well. But yeah, the fact that we're getting 2 out of the top 3 on the pound for pound list going up against each other, we were spoilt with it earlier this year, and it was an amazing fight. It was a fantastic fight, and we were really spoilt with it, and now we're getting it again. So yeah, lots to be excited for. We've got about an hour and a half until that first prelim, so we've got plenty that we can talk about and get our teeth into. I do want to jump into the chat. Sherry, shout out to you. Love listening. You do a great job. Love the sense of humor. Keep up the work. Sheriff, shout out, my friend. Appreciate the kind words. Islam told him no excuses. Volk and Islam will 100% not go the distance, said Francesco. Islam wants to go up in a class, says Tony Khan's plug. Makhachev should use leg kicks, says Zaid. Andy, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Says that he is going to Blackpool. Have a great time. Lula says the event has started. No, the event doesn't start for another hour and 29 minutes. So we're just going to take time to just kind of read people's thoughts, go through the chat, see what people are saying as we build towards the cards. As we said, a real mixed bag on this card. We've got some people that are really starting out. And we've like lots of UFC debuts, 1-0s. We've got lots of experience on the card as well. And actually, we've got people that are struggling, that are on their way out. We've got prospects that are heading towards the moon. We've got like lots of different styles on the card as well. We've got, wrestlers. We've got strikers. We've got brawlers. We've got loads of different styles. And at the top of the card, just monster names, man. And monsters in general. I mean, this card is a fantastic card. It's a great card from top to bottom. So, yeah, if you are not going to get a chance to watch the prelims, or if you can watch the prelims, I would recommend that you do, just because this really does look like they've gone big for this one. Because, of course, they always go big when we go over to the kind of Middle East, and they've stacked it accordingly. Makhachev should use his leg kicks. Thought Volk's 31. I've got Volker's 35. How old is? I'll double check it. Let's go Volkanovski, because if it is wrong, if I've jotted it down wrong, no, he's 35. 35, born in 1988. I was going to say, if I have jotted that down wrong, I definitely don't want to be saying that all night. But yeah, so, he definitely has got, I don't know how long he's got left, to be honest. I mean, he's sort of cleaned out his division. This is the kind of, I wonder even if he loves fighting. I was going to say, if he was to win today, would he call it quits? I wonder if he'd call it quits if he was to win today, or if he would then want to defend the lightweight championship. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, why not? Why not defend it? If you do win, I've got to think that would be one fight each, and the third match would be there. If you was to retire, then it might seem like you're a bit scared. So if he was to beat Islam and then retire, you're probably not going to get any higher than that. You've got 2 belts. You've just beaten the one person that beat you. You've just managed to beat them. You've got 2 championship belts. It ain't getting better than that. So from an achievement point of view, unless he's like, right, well, I'll tell you what, I'll clean out the lightweight division. Unless that's his mindset, I'll clean out the lightweight division now. That might, it might be the perfect time to call it quits. Like, I've got to think he's made a good amount of money. He will have been at the absolute peak of his accomplishments. I mean, he ain't going to go and win 3 titles. So, like, having 2 belts over you, one around your waist, one on your shoulder, I mean, I wonder if he would be tempted. I wonder if that thought has crossed his mind. Or I wonder if he'd be thinking to himself, nah, I've got to win that trilogy. If I do win, we need the 3rd fight, because I need everyone to know that I am the better fighter. He's got that champion mentality, doesn't he? He's got that mentality that I could only dream of. That kind of very much, I am the best, and I'm going to prove I'm the best, and I'm going to smash anyone that stands in my way. He is very much, you have to be that way, I think, to get to the top. You have to have that kind of a mentality. So it could be that if he wins, he does welcome the 3rd fight. But I don't know. Would he defend the title and go up against like Oliveira and Gaethje and all those kind of names? I'm not sure. Not sure that he would. Don't know. I haven't actually heard him talk about what his future plans would be. He's talking about fighting in January and keeping both divisions active, said KGB. Oh, has he? I haven't heard him. I haven't heard him talk about it. Hang on, let me read the rest of that. Where does it go? Oh, there. Talking about fighting in January and keeping both divisions active. That'd be good. I mean, that would be good. I know he said, I did hear him at the press conference talk about saying that he's got a fight lined up for January. And because they asked him as to what would be next, and he's like, well, I've got a fight lined up in January, and you know, that's definitely something I would be like looking at. But yeah, I just wonder if it did cross his mind, because he could still retire. He could still walk away at 35 years old, having 2 belts. Like, you could walk away. But yeah, maybe he's making noises that that's not something that he's looking to entertain then. But most likely to happen is Islam fights for a welterweight belt, says KGB. Tom said, I saw Islam win the title from Oliveira and he was really good, but I haven't watched Volk fight, so I don't know how good he is, says Tom. Well, he's incredible. I mean, he is fast. He is powerful. He starts quick as well. It was amazing because I think the appreciation for him has grown as time has gone by. I mean, I really thought that Max Holloway had his number. You know, their fights, Volkanovski against Holloway, their fights were so close. You know, it's even debatable that Volk did get, like, the wins, all the wins over Holloway. Some of those results definitely looked like Holloway was in the mix to pick up a victory there. But that third fight between them that was so one-sided was just like, wow, yeah, this guy is different. But yeah, he's quick. He's got good submission defense. He's a power wrestler. He has got great in the scramble. As we said, he's confident, just bubbling over with confidence. He's fast. He's powerful. He is very good fighting on the front foot, but he's really good when he's moving backwards as well. Excellent under pressure. Lots of leg kicks, great volume, mixes in takedowns. I mean, when you're talking about like an all-rounder and you're talking about someone that's like can wrestle and someone that can strike and someone that's, you know, has got good submission defense, good volume, looks for takedowns, like he really has got so much to his game. He is an incredible MMA fighter who just not that long ago was ranked number 1 on the pound for pound. So we're talking about Islam, who is regarded by many to be the pound for pound. And I think that opened a lot of eyes. I think going into that last fight, I think people thought Islam should win it, and it probably should have been a bit more comfortable than it was for him. I know that's a bit harsh because he was taking on Volkanovski, who's regarded as one of the best. But it was at his weight class. Like, Volk is having to move up into the lightweight division. This is Islam's division. This is the division that he is champion at. And Volk coming up into that division, it should be that Islam should be more experienced and more comfortable. I mean, Volk is used to fighting smaller guys. So him going in there against someone bigger and stronger, that should have been, you would think, a little bit of a difference. But it just didn't really show itself, to be honest. I mean, that fight was so close. There's lots of people that had Volk winning that first encounter. Lots of people thought that Volkanovski had done enough there. So, yeah, Islam Makhachev taking on Alexander Volkanovski. We're seeing the rematch. If you've never seen Volk, you're in for a treat. He's a hell of a fighter. The only thing I would say about this fight is that he has suggested that he needs to be more aggressive, and he has suggested that he wants to come out of the gates and not hold anything back. I think he also knows that because he hasn't had a training camp, he can't go 5 rounds at the pace and the intensity that I think he would like to. I think he would need to have had a proper training camp to have just got that sharpness. What might be missing is a little bit of that X factor, a little bit of that final 1%. He's always ready. He's always in great shape. But is he going to be at his absolute pinnacle? I've got to think probably not. I've got to think that he's probably not going to be at his pinnacle. He's not going to be at his absolute best because he is not at a training camp. Simple as that. And if you're going to fight the number 3 pound for pound best fighter in the UFC, you would definitely want to be training and be like ready for it. So I do think that that's going to be a factor here. I can tell you that the odds have got Islam at minus 230, Volkanovski at plus 185. So this isn't that close, in all fairness. It's not like it's a pick'em. Odds have got Islam quite comfortable. This could have been like a minus 180. It could have been a minus 120. Could have been something like that, which would have been a lot closer. Instead, it's minus 230 against Volkanovski at plus 185. So I can tell you that on Tapology, 56%. But I mean, you can't read much into that because obviously there's going to be bias and all that goes into effect. But it's worth knowing because Tapology obviously has a lot of users that know they're fighting. They're fight fans. Otherwise, they wouldn't be on Tapology. Tapology has got Islam at 56% winning against Volkanovski 44. I've got all the breakdowns for all the different fighters, but 56 to 44, that's what we're looking at for our main event tonight. And then, as we said, co-main event, Usman against Chimaev. 23% of people think that Usman's going to win. 77% think that it's going to be Khamzat Chimaev. So that's how we're looking for the main and the co-main. Andy said, I'm going to go with Magomedov to win. Great fighter. Islam Makhachev was amazing in IMMAF. It was great seeing him develop on the amateur scene, said Pierce. Definitely a big future. Just a little question mark around the knee for me. I think that he says it's fine. It took him, I think, 7 months, was it, to recover? So, I mean, it was horrific. And he said he could hear it cracking and all this stuff. I mean, it was horrific. So, yeah, this should be an easier fight. This should be a welcome back. Here's a win fight. He's taking on Tim Elliott, who can't be overlooked because Tim Elliott has actually won his last 2. So, we're not talking about someone here that's going to be just absolutely blown away. We're talking about someone that's got experience and someone that's got victories and is on a 2-fight win streak. He's a veteran grappler that works at a relentless pace and he throws constant volume. He's a risk taker. He relies on his durability because he's got great durability. But Makhachev should just have too much. He's 4-0 in the UFC. He's confident. He's got great heart. He's got great wrestling. He's got great chain grappling as well. The question mark is this a bit too much too soon? Could they have found him someone a little easier? Could they? I mean, as we said, Tim Elliott, 8 wins, 10 losses. He's 36 years old. He's definitely beatable. But I don't know. I'm just not a full, fit Makhachev wins this fight. But my worry is just the knee. He says it's fine. But what happens when pressure gets put on it? That would be the question, I hope that knee, that submission hold has not shortened his career or provided a weakness now that people can target. I can't remember if it was the right or the left knee, but I hope it's not something now that people can go after. Because it was horrific, man. It was horrific. His leg was being bent in completely the wrong direction. And he's just made from the same stuff as Stretch Armstrong. So 87% of people think Makhachev's going to pick up the victory. He's 23 and he's a monster prospect. Really exciting. 10-0 overall. He is on the prelims. So, looking forward to seeing him in action. But little bit of a concern over the knee, as we said. Wrestler Andy said, when does the first fight begin? First fight begins in 1 hour 15. Well, it might just be a little bit later than that. But the prelims start in 1 hour 15. And that's when we get underway with the prelims, work our way through those, and then head towards the main card. And as we said, it's a pretty good-looking card from top to bottom, to be honest. So, this is one of those where you really don't want to miss the early... the start either. You don't want to miss the first fight. Tom, shout out to you. Volk is patient, powerful, and he's got great IQ, says Lena. People's Wrestling Channel says acknowledge day 1147. Tom says, I saw Islam win the title from Oliveira. Oh, we read that one. Main card starts in 6 hours. Are you streaming the whole thing? Shout out from Australia, said Jacob. Yeah, we're here throughout the whole event. Yeah. We'll be, we're doing the little breakdown now, but we're going to go straight through into the early prelims, into the prelims, going to get all the way through to the main card. So, yeah, it's going to be non-stop. Right, if you are watching as well, I might as well just mention it. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. These are the streams where we try to get to 1,000 likes. We're definitely going to try and get there. Don't know if it's possible, but we're definitely going to try and get to that, because this is a monstrous card. And I know that as soon as we get to those big 2 fights, that's when we get loads of people jumping in. You know, we get loads of people coming in that don't tend to be too engaged with the rest of the card, but Chimaev's fan base, oh man, it's next level. And the same with Islam as well. Both of those are so loved. I don't know if you saw the press conference, but Volk was getting booed out the building. Even Usman and India was getting booed as well. At one point, Dana was like, what's wrong with India? Someone asked the question about, is UFC going to come to India? And the crowd just started booing. And he was like, what's wrong with India, guys? What's going on? So the crowd seemed quite fired up, certainly very vocal. And they're going to be behind their guys. I mean, this is a very Russian stacked card, a very Dagestan, Middle Eastern stacked cards. So there's going to be a lot for that crowd to get their teeth into and cheer. Nicholas, shout out to you. Shout out to Canada. Hope you are well, my friends. Eden said, when is the first fight? Should probably put that on screen, shouldn't I? First fight is in about an hour and 13 minutes, but it might just take a moment before we get to that first fight. But it actually starts the early prelims in an hour and 12. I don't know what time that is. Eastern, is it about 10 Eastern? 10 a.m. Eastern, something like that. I'd imagine a lot of people are probably still in bed as well, thinking about it over in America. This is an early one, isn't it? This is an early one, if you think about it. Saturday morning, 10 a.m., early prelims. That is pretty early. Good, though, as well, because you can get your day done, and then you've got your evening, really, to yourself, rather than just sitting in and watching, like, fights all night. You've got, like, you know what I mean? You can go to a park or something, do something nice, I don't know, whatever you want to do. Take the missus out. How lovely. Andy said, are you looking forward to Crown Jewel? Absolutely, Andy. I hope you are as well. Zakaria said, it's because of India and a Pakistan war. They don't like India over there. We're not in Pakistan, though, are we? Is there a lot of Pakistan support, is there? Is that what's... I mean, that part of the world is not something that I've got great knowledge on when it comes to allegiances. So it's a little bit tricky for me to know kind of who's siding with who. We're in the Etihad arena. We are over in Abu Dhabi. But so we're in the UAE, but I just don't know... I don't know who they're affiliated with, so I know that Pakistan and India don't like each other, but to be honest, I only knew that because of the cricket. So they played each other the other day, and they were talking about like how this is such a heated rivalry, and they don't play each other often, and there's a lot of like political stuff, which we're not going to get into, mainly because I don't know it. But yeah, it's interesting to know. For the record, I have no issue with India. Shout out to India. Hope you're doing well, my Indian friends. Zakaria said there is a lot of Pakistani people there. Okay. Thank you, Zakaria. Appreciate it. Ahmad says, how are you doing? I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah, just running down the card and just chatting away. People are voting as well as to who they think's going to win in our co-main event tonight. And so far, Chimaev, 62%. Kamaru Usman, 38%. That was interesting because when those votes were first coming in, it was like Usman at like 77%. So a lot of that early support came in for Kamaru. But as it's gone by, it seems like that percentage has dropped. And now it's gone down to around about 39%. We know when we get to around that kind of 300 vote range, that is when we are looking at like there being a good enough sample size where that kind of gives us the read. We don't tend to see too much movement. We've had polls that have gone up to like 50,000 votes, and they don't tend to be drastically different from when you've had, say, 300 or 400 votes. Just seems to be that that's a big enough sample size to give you an idea what the masses are thinking. So, yeah, we'll keep that poll going. But feel free to put in the chat if you've got any votes, any bets, if you've got anything on that you are leaning towards, if there's anything that you are rooting for, if there's anyone that you're supporting, or if you've got an accumulator or anything along those lines. Everyone is going to be kung fu fighting, says Fred. And Fred said he enjoys those early cards. Tom said, I think Pakistan, India, and China hate each other because of some land. Okay. China, I didn't realize that China and India, I've never really thought about Chinese-Indian relations. So if they've got an issue with each other, that's kind of interesting. Right. It's 7 a.m. for me, says Dat Boy. Dat Boy, shout out to you. Tommy said, this is too early for a stream, Tommy. Shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. It is early for you. It's all right for us. We're doing all right. I don't mind these times, to be honest. This works well for us over here in the UK because the first fight will be on at about 3 p.m. It means that the whole card should be done by about 10. I think main card starts at about 7, which means about like 2. I think that's about 2 Eastern. So about 2 p.m. Eastern for the main card should be done by about 5 p.m. Eastern. Over here, as we said, done by about 10 p.m. Eastern. Normally, these cards don't finish till about 6 a.m. for us. So this is a much better time for us over here. Probably not brilliant for our friends in Australia, I would imagine. But I don't know. I think they probably get it at a fairly decent time normally, though. I think they must get it on like a Sunday, in all fairness, because if it starts at like 3 a.m. normally for us and finishes at like 6, I've got to imagine in Australia they're even further ahead of us in the UK. It must be like lunchtime on a Sunday that they're watching UFC. It's kind of weird to think about that when in America it's on like a Saturday evening. Zakaria said, what are your predictions for Islam versus Volk? So I think that Volk's going to come out hot. I think Volk is going to bring the fire. I think he's going to bring the storm. I think that he's going to be aggressive. I think he's I think that he could catch Islam early. I think there is a definite chance of that because Islam is going to have to be alert from the very beginning, right? He's going to have to be switched on. He's going to have to bring his A game from the start. If he can weather that storm, then I think we've got something interesting because if he can weather that storm, then he is going to be in a better place in rounds like 4 and 5 because I would question Volk having not had a training camp. I would just question as to whether he is in a good place having not had a training camp. Because I just think that 1%, that final little bit of sharpness, it just might not be there for him because, 11 days notice, it's really not long. And not only that, is that to, don't forget we are in Abu Dhabi. Like, he's not based in Abu Dhabi. He's got to get on a plane and get over to Abu Dhabi, which is going to be a serious flight. So not only was this agreed on 11 days notice, but he's had to jump on a plane, get over there, get settled in. I mean, that alone could have took a day or two. So, you know, how much preparation is he going to have had? And then he's got to obviously adjust his body clock and everything. Like, I don't know, man. For me, he ain't going to be coming into this like the peak of his powers, Volk. I suppose there is something quite deadly and dangerous about knowing that you are not only the underdog, but you are in a very unfavorable situation. Like, you know, your back is up against the wall. You know, you've got to face one of the best fighters in all of UFC, the only person that has given you a loss, and you've got little to no time to prepare. Like, there comes a point where I think you just go to a bit of a different place mentally. You know that it's just like, okay, I might not have had the training camp that I would normally have had, but everything I've been through, everything I've learned, every bead of sweat, every drop of blood, every little bit of vomit that I've thrown up on this journey as I've been pushed beyond my limits, all of that has got me ready for this, even if the training camp hasn't. So I think he will go in with that mentality. I think he will be hot, hungry, aggressive, kill or be killed. I think he'll go in with that. I think he'll smash Islam with whatever he's got, knowing that it's ride or die, knowing that I ain't going to decision again, because we did that last time and it didn't work out in my favor, and I ain't had a camp, and I can't see him doing brilliant in round 5. So against Islam, who has had a full camp. So I see it going with Volk coming in, using all of that experience, all of that blood, all of that guts, all of his heart, smashing it early. Does he put Islam away? There is a chance that he does that. If he can't do that, then I think as the fight goes on, he gets more and more in trouble. And honestly, I think by the time we're getting towards, say, round 4, round 5, I think he's in big trouble, because Islam is someone that paces himself quite well anyway. He's someone that carries a threat in all 5 rounds. And I think that you don't want to find yourself gassing really at any point against Islam Makhachev. So the question is, can he get him finished within those first 2-3 rounds? That's going to be the question. And I think he can, to be honest. He's a great all-rounder. Makhachev, though, is going to be bigger. He is going to be stronger. He is dangerous on the feet with his kicks. He is dangerous on the ground. He's relentless. He's a southpaw as well, which can always be a little bit tricky, of course. There's not loads of southpaws in the game. Good speed, good pressure. He's got that Sambo background. Great top control. He's got excellent timing, excellent hip throws. He is excellent at redirecting pressure as well. This was something that showed itself as we were building towards that first fight. So as that pressure is being brought towards him, he is excellent at like taking it and moving it and focusing it away from him, so that it's not like just constantly like wearing him down, that forward pressure of his opponent. And that could be absolutely critical in this fight, because he is going to need to rely on that for the early stages as Volk comes forwards. Like, he is going to have to redirect that pressure and not allow it to like overwhelm him, because if he gets overwhelmed with the forward pressure of Volkanovski, that's when he's going to get backed up against the cage. That's when Volk's going to be unloading. That's when there's going to be more defensive work from Islam. Rather than him being productive and offensive, he's going to be reactionary and defensive, and he needs to make sure that doesn't happen. Otherwise, he'll get overwhelmed. So I think there's a lot here to read into this fight. I think that it's going to be an absolutely fascinating fight. Every fight has its own little story. Every fight benefits from its builds, and the players, the surrounding players, the mentality of the fighters, the fighting styles. And every match has got its own story. I think the story of this one is really interesting. The fact that they've had a fight before, it was super close. It's the only loss that Volk has suffered. He needs to get that win back. He desperately wants it. He wants it more than anything else to get that win over Islam. And he's got the opportunity, but it's only on 11 days' notice. And he's got to travel over to the other side of the world in order to take that opportunity. But he's took it. He's here. He's got more than a chance. But yeah, I agree with the odds. He can't come in as favourite. He can't come in as favourite because, well, he did technically lose that last fight. I know it was close, and I know there's a lot of people that had Volk winning, but there was plenty of people that had Islam winning as well. So he didn't outright win that last fight. They fought before. He had a full camp. He fell short. That's the truth. He fell short. It was close, but he fell short. And so now he's coming in and he hasn't had a full camp. It'd be hard for him to be favourite, wouldn't it? So I am, for that reason, leaning Islam. But if Volk was to win, I don't think anyone would be surprised. In regards to the co-main, Chimaev, Usman, I feel a bit more confident on that one. And I feel a bit more in favour of Chimaev because we are talking about quite a similar fight in the sense of it's a different weight class. For Usman, just the same as it is for Volk. This isn't Volk's weight class, going to lightweight. So not only is it a different weight class, but also there is going to be a size difference. Makhachev is the bigger fighter, just like Chimaev is the bigger fighter. And Volk and Usman are both coming in on short notice. So actually, there's a lot of similarity between the co-main and the main. And I think that's going to result, unfortunately, in Islam Makhachev and Khamzat Chimaev picking up the win. And the only reason why I say unfortunately, because I don't have anything against those fighters, is that in retrospect, we may look back on this event and say, I just wish that those two guys had had more time. We may look back on this event and say, of course they lost. They only had 11 days to prepare, and they had to travel over the other side of the world to take this opportunity. Of course they lost. In retrospect, we should have seen that they were going to lose. That's my only concern, is I hope we get two amazing, really close fights where it's just the best person wins, rather than looking at it as, yeah, of course, the last-minute replacements lost. They didn't get a chance to prepare properly. Fred said, I am impressed with 5-round endurance. You talk non-stop for hours, keeping us engaged. I would be exhausted, said Fred. Fred, shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, I mean, this isn't our first rodeo. We've done like Olympic streams as well that went for like 12 hours, and that was day after day after day after day, where we were just like starting in the morning. We were going from like first sport straight the way through to the end of the day for about 12 hours, jump into wherever the most watched, most biggest talking points were. So we were going over to obviously the 100 meters athletics. We were jumping over to the BMXing if people were engaged in that. Like, we were just going wherever. So we were doing that a few years ago. But I mean, we've been live streaming going back to 2018. And to be honest, the channel's been around since 2016. I would have done it before that had it have been possible. But I was juggling a job at the same time, so it wasn't possible, unfortunately. But this is, we've been doing this a long, long time now. So I kind of know what to say. I know we've been watching these events a long time. I don't ever find myself getting like lost or stuck for conversation because there's just so much to talk about, hence why we have already been live for over an hour, and we've still got 50 odd minutes to go until we actually get over to the start of the prelims. We've got loads of fights that we can break down. We can talk about Ankalaev and Walker. We can talk about Aliskerov and Alves, Saeed, if people want to have that conversation. We spoke a little bit on Islam Makhachev. I've got notes. I'm just surrounded in notes. The reason why I don't get a chance to do like prediction videos, because I've been asked for that a few times, But we don't get a chance to do it because I literally spend a lot of my week looking into and researching for this stream. So, like, actually getting my notes ready for a Thursday or whatever might not be possible. If I had my notes ready by Thursday, then we could do, like, a little prediction video on, say, a Thursday. But I'm still doing research. I'm still finding stuff out. I'm still watching tape. I'm still reading articles. I'm still getting stuff down. So that's the reason why we don't do it. But it does mean that we've got plenty to talk about when we get to the streams, because there's many hours of research that kind of goes into the conversations that we have. Is there statistics to see how many the guys come with short notices winning? Oh, I don't know about those kind of stats. I mean, there is a UFC website for stats called UFC Stats that give you, and obviously you can go on to a few other places like Tapology. I think even the UFC website has got stats on there as well for like takedown defense. Obviously, you can see on screen we've got ESPN. So this is ESPN that we just show on screen during the fights. What's great about them is that not only before the fight do you get this information. Here you can see, for example, Volka's got a bigger reach. You can see that Makhachev is a southpaw, Volk's an orthodox fighter. You can see that Volk's got incredible volume, 6.25, significant strikes landed per minute compared to Islam's 2.35. I mean, that is a big difference. But Islam is a lot more accurate. So he throws less, but will obviously land those shots compared to Volk. That's just, his work rate is amazing. And then you've got like takedown average, Islam 3.2, Volk 1.8, takedown accuracy, submission average, blah, blah, blah. So information on fighters, yes. Information on like wider UFC stats, like this is the percentage of last minute replacements that win, like, no, I'm not aware of that. That would be really good though if there was a place that, I know there are, like, you can go onto Wikipedia and you can see records like the most wins by a champion in a row, the most wins by someone that's never won a championship, and you know, those kinds of records. They're all listed on like Wikipedia, but yeah, I'm not aware of anywhere that's got those kind of stats, unfortunately. Because other things are like, for example, what is the win percentage when someone is facing a fighter 5 years older than them? Right. And then what's the win percentage of someone facing a fighter that's 7 years older than them? We do tend to see those get shown in the bottom during the fights. Like normally it said the younger fighter wins 60% of the time when facing an opponent that's 6 years older. So UFC do have access to them kinds of stats, but I'm not aware of a website that's got them all. Bad Karma said, do you have a Tapology group? We do have a Tapology group, yes. If you are joining us or just joining us and you're not a member of our Tapology group, that's a really good shout, actually. Jump over, because I think you'll enjoy it, and I think you can still sign up as well. So, yeah, we're here for all the big UFC shows. We tried to do the fight nights as well. Just gets a little bit tricky because there's a few things like the boxing. Obviously, we got Tyson Fury coming up. He's taking on Francis Ngannou. That's going to be an absolutely massive fight. There's Tyson Fury Usyk that's rumored for early next year. Apparently Deontay Wilder and Joshua, that's in the works. Obviously, we need to know what's next with Tank Davis. Big fan of Tank Davis. Really enjoy watching him compete. So definitely want to know what's next for him. But then you've got like Canelo, and you know what I mean? There's so many. I love boxing. I love combat. I love UFC. I love boxing. Obviously, we're primarily a professional wrestling channel as well, which I have always wondered if they sit well together. There is crossover, but I appreciate that they cater to different markets, but obviously we've just seen that takeover where TKO now owns WWE and UFC, both those companies owned under the same umbrella. I've got to tell you, this channel really is accommodating for that audience because we tick off both. So, I love doing UFC, and we will continue to do UFC. Hence why, if you are interested in joining the group, then head over to Tapology and you can jump in and you can join our group. If you've never been on Tapology, it's free. We're not sponsored by them, right? This isn't a boring sponsor spot because I'm only telling you because I think you might enjoy it. That's it. We're not sponsored by them in the slightest. But Tapology is a website. It's free to join. And you basically create an account and then you can select an event, make your predictions. Once again, it's free. There are no catches. Make your predictions and then you click on Pick'em Group on the right-hand side. It says Pick'em Groups, join group. Click on that, find Wrestling Days League. There may be other leagues in there for other online people that you know that you might want to join as well. But for ours, which we show on screen throughout the events, it's Wrestling Days League. You can go on there and you can join. Last time I checked, we had about 300 people, which is not bad at all. In fact, I thought it might list it somewhere, but it doesn't. But you can see these names here, look. So, and it does continue. But 300, in fact, I've got the number, 293. So actually 7 more people and we would get to 300 tonight. So that could be cool. So, if you are joining us, if you are thinking of sticking around this evening or you just want a little bit of extra fun this evening, see how you do against other people, you can join that and it's absolutely free. And as we said, not sponsored. Don't want people to think that it's sponsored because it's not sponsored. Because we haven't got sponsors. We could have sponsors. We don't have sponsors. A. Jobson said, good morning. Morning. Tom said, I remember my first stream was SummerSlam 2018. You went mental when Becky turned on Charlotte. I don't remember, but I could believe it. Was that when she became the man? I mean, if so, that's such a massive moment. I'd say that's the biggest moment in her career. Because that changed everything. That and where she got her nose broke by Nia. And, of course, main event in WrestleMania, right? Those would be the 3. The turn on Becky, breaking her nose against Nia because of the imagery of her standing in the crowd and her nose broken and the blood coming down and everyone going, oh, my God, she's so cool. That took her career to the next level. And then she went on to main event WrestleMania 35 and win it, of course. That is pretty significant as well. So, yeah, but I would say that it really started with that turn. A. Jobson said the prelims for this event will be streamed live on the ESPN MMA YouTube channel at 10 a.m. Eastern. I'll take the 2-1 dog as Zaitar. Dumas is very green, said A. Jobson. Andy, hello. Shout out to you. KGB said a short notice opponent loses 63% of the time. Where did you get that from, bud? Do you know a website? Have you got a website that you know of? Because I'd love those stats. As I said, those kind of stats I think are really interesting. The ones that are a bit more just overview of the UFC type thing, you know? Like percentage, what's the win percentage of fighters that are in their late 30s? Like, you know, when do you see that drop off? That'd be interesting as well. Because we always look at people that are like 36, 37, and we're like, here we go. And I just wonder if the numbers do back that up. I'd have to think they do. But I would also have to think that as time is going by and nutrition continues to be better understood and sports psychology and recovery and all of those things get understood, I've got to think that we are going to see athletes get later and later and later, you know, into their careers. I think she turned into the man with the promo with John Cena in early 2019, said Tom. Matt, shout out to you. I'll take the 2-1 dog. Zaitar Dumas is very green. What a card. Let's go, said Matt. Let's go, Matt. I completely agree. Let's flipping go. Yeah, it's an amazing card. And actually, now we're only 45 minutes. We keep talking about how we're not that far away from the show actually beginning. And it is getting seriously close now. Good morning, Andy. Let's scroll back up. We read that about the Tapology group. Yes. Zakaria, shout out to you. Yeah, I love that side of things. I mean, is it the Weasel on YouTube? He does such a fantastic job. Super popular, like big channel, but he's one of the real ones, man. He's one of the real ones. Like, I love his information. He's very, very knowledgeable, and I always check out his predictions. I think he does a great job. So yeah, there's some fantastic information that's out there, but you can't beat watching the fights yourself. So again, if you've got like UFC Fight Pass, that is such a fantastic tool, because you can kind of you can watch those types of videos, you can read loads of articles, you can have a rough idea as to what people are saying about fighters, but then you can actually go and watch the fights yourself on UFC Fight Pass and just see if what people have said is true. You know, if what they've said, is that what you're seeing with your eyes? And does anything else like show itself? And to be honest, that's kind of how I've been doing my research for years and years and years. Always go back and watch the older fights, because I think that's where you get the most information from. But always great to hear other perspectives and other opinions. And I love that real detailed, in-depth stuff. I just think like you can talk about the story of the fights, and it is worth doing that, because sometimes you can get a little bit too into the weeds. So it's definitely always worth talking about the story of the fights. But I think people also want to know like what they should be looking out for, and just giving a little bit as to what this person is bringing to the table and what that person is bringing to the table. I know certainly that's what I look for, and that's what I enjoy. Right, let's go down in the chat. NHL said, does Volk win? Well, we've touched on it, and we've kind of broken it down. My opinion is no. I don't think he does, for a couple of reasons, and the biggest being that he's a late notice replacement. He is going to be kill or be killed. I do think that Islam should be able to weather whatever storm Volk's going to bring. One of Islam's greatest skills is redirecting pressure. He's very, very good at absorbing and actually at times using that aggression. If someone is going to be aggressive towards him, he can actually use their forward momentum against them by like shifting, moving out the way, getting into a slightly different position, getting into counter-striking positions, and looking for like takedown opportunities that maybe wouldn't have presented themselves had the person have been a bit more conservative. So he's very, very good when people are bringing the fire. There is a difference between your average person bringing the smoke and Alexander Volkanovski bringing the smoke, because you are talking about a fantastic fighter that's not going to be reckless. He's not going to come in and just be absolutely reckless and absolutely throw it all away. He's going to have pressure, but it's still going to have a degree of awareness about it. So yeah, it's a very interesting fight. I think Islam's going to be able to weather that early storm. I think we go into those later rounds, and I think as we get into those later rounds, Islam becomes more and more the favorite. And I think that there is a chance that he could just catch Volk with something late on, or we do end up, Volk holds on and we do end up going to the judges once again, and Islam gets it on the judges once again. You would think that if we go to the judges in Abu Dhabi, it's probably a really good chance for Islam and Chimaev that they're going to get the nods. You know that you don't like favoritism in judges, but we know that it's something that can happen as well. So probably something worth just keeping into consideration. So for me, Islam in the main event, Chimaev in the co-main event. A. Jobson said, I think this will end up being one of those fights where each fighter is overly patient and cautious, puts the crowd to sleep, and Chimaev is going to win a boring decision by mixing in his wrestling and his top control. Are there any free streams for UFC tonight? Well, no would be the answer. Because this is actually a pay-per-view tonight. So this is one of those cards that you have to pay to watch. Here in the UK, it's just on BT Sport or TNT Sport. We've said that before, that if you've got a VPN and you can subscribe to BT Sport, I think it's like £30 a month. But we get all of the fight nights and we get 99.9% of the pay-per-views just for free on the card. So this is another one where it's just being shown. Whereas in the US, I think it's probably $60-$70, I would imagine, for this. But here in the UK, they only tend to charge for the fights where it's Conor or a British fighter is involved, like maybe a Leon Edwards or something like that. Other than that, they don't tend to charge. It just tends to be on the actual show. So I don't know why, to be honest. We've done pretty well kind of holding back the evil that is pay-per-view prices. We've done all right over here in the UK. Our average pay-per-view price is about £20-25, which is probably $25-30. So easily half what it is in America. Easily half. But then you do have to remember a lot of our pay-per-views are on in the middle of the night for us. So in America, when it's prime time in America, it's actually 2 a.m. here in the UK. So I think you've really got to specifically want to watch it. You're not gonna get any of that passing interest. So they probably looked at it and thought it's not really worth it, or we might be able to make a bit of money, but yeah, it's not going to be worth it. So it's you might find some streams. I don't know if Watch Wrestling will do it or anything like that. But normally they get ripped down by UFC. UFC really don't mess around, do they, when it comes to the illegal streaming side of things? Right, Days. Cena's last single match was him beating Triple H at Greatest Royal Rumble, says Adam. 5-event, yeah, 6-1. He'll go one-on-one with Solo. Tom said, do you think Ronda or Brock will be at UFC 300? They could be there, but I don't think they'll be fighting. Omar said, when is the first fight? First fight's in 38 minutes. Linux said, my opinion is Islam is going to win this fight because he is the best. Volk by knockout. Round 1 to continue where he left off, says Matt. Days, are you watching England against South Africa? No, I'm doing this stream. Fadzil said, when is the first fight? 37 minutes. In my opinion, Volk won and Usman. When is this fight going to start? 37 minutes. Volk and Usman will lose. Most of the card is on Super Late. That's true in the UK. That is true. John Cena beat Triple H at the Greatest Rumble. Cool. Good morning, Days. Chrome Cobra, shout out to you. Are the early prelims starting in 35? They are. So the early prelims start in 35 minutes. We've got a really good first fight. Really looking forward to this first one. So Magomedov taking on Bruno Silva. Magomedov making his UFC debut. He's physical. He sets traps. He's quick. He's athletic. He's got big in clinch knees, really drives them in. He's scary. Is the number 1 ranked middleweight in Russia. As we said, making his UFC debut. He's 11-0. He's undefeated. 84% of people on Tapology have gone with him. Bruno Silva, only 16% of people have gone with Bruno Silva. Silva, 4-3 in the UFC, so he definitely brings experience. 7 UFC fights in total. He moves well. He's got good calf kicks. He's got a few durability questions, right? He's got a karate-style striking. He's got a decent offense. He's got a Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belt. He's got big power. He can struggle sometimes with takedowns. He is on a decline, but he is still fun to watch. This is a very interesting fight because it feels like Bruno Silva is not necessarily being fed to Magomedov. I think it's more a question of how good is Magomedov. Magomedov looks to be the real deal. If he is the real deal, he wins this fight very comfortably. If he isn't the real deal, then he will struggle or at worst lose. So a lot of people think that Magomedov is going to be able to get the victory here. 84% to 16%. Magomedov minus 200 favorite. Bruno Silva plus 165. Magomedov 11-0 undefeated. Silva 23-9. I mean, you've got to respect that record. Obviously not against the biggest of names because he's had 7 UFC fights. That means the majority of his record has happened outside of the UFC. But even so, that is still a very impressive looking record. And he is someone with plenty of experience. So, dare I say, a little bit of a gatekeeper role for Bruno Silva? Could it be a case that we're going to need to see Magomedov really step up and show all of that promise, all of that potential to get past what is a very seasoned fighter and someone at the age of 34 that is certainly not done, but I think we can say on the decline. The decline has started to set in. So a very interesting first fight that I think is going to be a lot of fun. I think that is definitely a fight you don't want to miss. And that starts in about 34 minutes. And then, as we said, that's in the middleweight. After that, we've got a women's strawweight fight. Dudikova against Jinyu Fry. This one just feels completely different. This one feels like this is a setup fight. This one feels like Dudikova is 1-0. She is a good-looking prospect. She does lack experience. She's going to be taking on Jinyu Fry, who's lost her last 3. She's 38 years old as well. She is well-rounded. She is skilled, but her record of 11-9 is not very inspiring. Her UFC record of 2-5 is even less inspiring. And she's taken on Dudikova, who is 1-0 in the UFC, 7-0 in total, 24 years old. There's 14 years difference between those two fighters. And it really does feel like in that second fight on the early prelims, we are going to be seeing Dudikova getting a win, moving forward, building up that knowledge, building up that experience for the tougher challenges that are to come. So first fight, I think, will be close. I think Silva's a bit of a gatekeeper. Second fight, I think Dudikova is being fed Jinyu Fry as a way of picking up a victory. And to be honest, Jinyu Fry will have lost her last 4. That will probably be the end of her run at the age of 38. Probably done. We probably don't need to continue with the Jinyu Fry experience. So those are going to be our first 2 early prelims. Should be really good. And then, like, we start getting into some decent names. You know, we've got, like, Nathaniel Woods. We got Basharat coming up as well, who's 3-0 in the UFC. We know that Makhachev as well is going to be on the prelims. He didn't make it for some reason onto the main card, even though he's one of the biggest prospects in the UFC. He's taking on Tim Elliott, who is 18 fights in the UFC, an absolute veteran. He's going to be taking on Makhachev on the prelims as well. Yaya against Trevor Peake as well. We've got that. So there's lots, a real mixed bag of experience and newcomers and people that are on their way out and people that are on their way rising up prospects. It's a real mixed bag here, but it makes for a very interesting card. Mohammed said this early prelim show is actually good. I'm excited to see how Sharaputin performs. Where can I watch it? Is TNT Sports live streaming? No, they again. TNT Sports is going to be subscription. So if you are subscribed to their service, then you would be able to watch it online. But you'd have to pay that subscription fee to watch it. I think you might be able to find some of the early prelims out there. You might be able to find some of the other kind of early. I don't know if the early prelims will be shown on YouTube or not. I think the early prelims tend to live on Fight Pass, and that's another way of getting you to subscribe to Fight Pass. So that's like $9.99 a month. On there, you get all the old events, which is brilliant for research, and you get the early prelims. Then the prelims tend to get shown on whatever channel is showing the pay-per-view. So here in the UK, the prelims start on TNT Sports. They go into the main card straight after. I don't know quite how it works in the US. I know it's all ESPN Plus over there, I would imagine. But actually, like when it comes to prelims being shown on YouTube and all this kind of stuff, I don't know, that gets a bit messy, to be honest. I mean, I never go and watch them anywhere other than Fight Pass and then straight onto TNT Sports. So I don't really need to go looking for them, because that's how I watch it every week. Early prelims on Fight Pass, then TNT Sports. It's on TNT Sports 2 for anyone in the UK. In America, I think it's ESPN Plus. Hasbulla is going to be ringside. He is. Hasbulla was around during the press conference. He was in the crowd. He's been involved. So Hasbulla is involved in this, and he should be ringside. Tharuka, shout out to you. Millennial said, "Good afternoon. UFC 294 is going to be fire." What happened to England cricket? I'm not worried about the cricket. It's just not been our time, has it? So not worried about that. Right. Peacemaker said, "I'm going to unsubscribe." He's talking about pay-per-view, which we know there are a lot of channels. You are being dishonest. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? It's on pay-per-view. There are a lot of channels. You are being dishonest. What do you mean? It's a pay-per-view. So here in the UK, you can, as we said, you can watch it on TNT Sports, which is about £30 a month. That's how you get it in the UK. Other countries, I genuinely don't know. In America, I believe it's ESPN Plus. But it is a pay-per-view event. That means that you have to pay extra to watch it. In regards to, like, can you find it free online? Maybe, but they're going to be illegal streams that UFC are going to be trying to tear down. So you may find one on Twitch, but chances are it will get taken down after 5 minutes, 10 minutes, something along those lines. But as I just said, I never go looking for any of that stuff. Like, I don't need to, because for me, I watch the Fight Pass. I watch the early prelims on the Fight Pass, and then I watch the prelims and the main card on TNT Sports. I've done that for years and years and years. So for me, I don't have to go looking for it anywhere else. So I genuinely don't know what's out there. But if you're telling me that there are lots of illegal streams or something that's out there, cool. Peacemaker said, "We want to view free online." Okay, cool. Good luck finding it. That's what I'll say. I mean, I'm not aware of anywhere that's showing it free online other than illegal streamers, because, as we said, it's a pay-per-view event. But again, I don't know what country you're in, so I don't know of what what the different rules are in different countries. You know, maybe in somewhere like Indonesia, it's just shown on their normal TV stations. I don't know. Each to their own, innit? Adam said, "Does anyone know the rules of a Devil's Playground match?" We're gonna part wrestling talk for now, but for me, this is too big of a UFC stream to be. We'll park it for the Sunday stream tomorrow. I think people have woken up on the wrong side of bed, says Tom. How much time is left till the prelims? Well, we're 20 odd minutes away now. We're super close towards the start of the early prelims. And then we go to so 20 odd minutes till the early prelims. Then we go to, I think the prelims start at 5, which is about 12 midday Eastern time. So there's 5 hours difference between us here and the East Coast. So yeah, we're probably looking at a good 2 hours 20 till we get to the prelims. I think the main card starts at 7, so that's going to be 2 Eastern. So 2 Eastern for the main cards, 12 lunchtime for the prelims, and then 10 a.m. Eastern for the early prelims. So that's how it's looking. Should all be done by about 5 Eastern. So work off that. I think people find it easier working off Eastern time than working off like British time. Because here in Britain, in England, it's 3 o'clock early prelims, 5 o'clock prelims, 7 o'clock main card. No one tell free streaming websites. How much? Oh, we read that one. Time is left. Serbia, shout out to you. I honestly, Serbia, I don't know. If anyone knows of where people can find the event and be able to watch the event, it seems like the interest is really strong early. Like, seems like there's more people around. I thought we'd be talking more about the fights, but it just seems like loads of people are trying to find the event at the moment. So, I don't know where it would be in your countries. As we said, here in the UK, early prelims are on Fight Pass. Then the prelims are going to be on the TNT Sports, and so is the main cards. For those of you that are just joining us, the main card is Islam Makhachev against Alexander Volkanovski. Kamaru Usman against Khamzat Chimaev. A great little fight between Ankalaev and Johnny Walker, which we haven't got our teeth into. Aliskerov against Alves, and Saeed Nurmagomedov taking on Gamfurov. Gamfurov is 0-1 in the UFC. I really don't know loads about him. I know he came through Dana White Contender Series. I know he's got a lot of spin attacks and he's got some really great explosive hook shots. He's durable. He's never been finished. He is someone that's going to need to keep it standing, keep it at striking distance. And so he's an interesting fighter, but he's taken on Saeed Nurmagomedov, who has had 8 UFC fights, 6-2. Good judo throws, technical striker, great footwork. He's going to look to strike and control the pace. He's improving all the time. He's very dynamic. He's got good takedown defense. He's got good grinding wrestling, which he needs to try and use a little bit more. Because he is a very, very good fighter, but just feels like sometimes he can allow fights to slip away from him. His record, as we said, is 6-2. His overall record, that's in UFC, his overall record is 17-3. 96% of people believe that he should get the victory here against Gafarov. 4% think that Gafarov's going to get the victory. Looking at the rest of the cards, we've got Aliskerov against Alves. As we said, I think that should be Aliskerov. Alves coming in as a late notice replacement. The one fight that I think we should probably dial into that we haven't spoke about yet is Ankalaev against Johnny Walker. I agree this is going to be quite patient. I think that we are going to see, I think Ankalaev picks up the victory. Ankalaev definitely coming in as the firm favorite. 76% of people on Tapology think that Ankalaev's going to win. He's coming in with a odds of -345. Johnny Walker is +270. Ankalaev is 9-1 in the UFC. He's got a nasty head kick. He's got fast hands. He's got really quick reflexes. He's got great wrestling. He's got really good technique. He's a counter puncher. He's very physical, hits hard, good good cardio. He's hard to take down as well. Good fight IQ, but he can be a little bit boring at times to watch. Like, he's not the most inspiring of fighters, but he does get the job done. And he's going in there against Johnny Walker, 7-4, loads of experience in the UFC, 11 fights. He's actually won his last 3. He's a striker, big reach, very flashy, flying knees, can be dangerous early as well. Title shot potentially for the winner here. Title shot potentially for the winner because we are seeing 2 very top fighters in the light heavyweight division going at it, and that light heavyweight division, just constant turmoil. I mean, constant turmoil. You know, that belt keeps swapping hands so many times. There's a lot of turnover. There's a lot of injury. There's a lot of people relinquishing the belt. Ankalaev feels like he's there or thereabouts. If he gets the win here, no doubt he gets a title opportunity. Johnny Walker, maybe he would need one more. Maybe he would need to go and get another fight under his belt. But this is number 2 against number 7. It could mean quite a bit in the light heavyweight division. It's not a bad little fight, that. So we've got that fight, which has got something at stake for it. As we said, the winner could very much find themselves getting a title opportunity. So we go from that into Usman Chimaev, and then we go from that into Islam against Volkanovski. I mean, you really get a sense of just how big this show is. Top end of the card looks absolutely fantastic. A. Jobson said, Tapology picks are in. Let's go. It is a stat cards. Gufarov lost to Anhalega. He should apologize to every fight fan for that disgrace. Doubly, an Indian, will end the game by winning. Is a striker and wrestler. Ansul Doubly. Peacemaker, shout out to you. Vicky said, I was looking to see what time this started. Around 3:30, I decided, F it, I'm going to stay up now. Forgive me. No worries. If Johnny Walker gets knocked out, it can only be in a spectacular and a cartoonish way, says Chrome Cobra. Walker is a glass cannon, said Alexis. Morjan said, what do you think about Makhachev Elliott not being on the main card? It seems a little odd. It does seem a little odd. I completely agree with you. I completely agree. I actually don't know the reason as to why it's not on the main cards. I mean, the only thing I would say is, obviously, we know about the first 3 fights, right? So you're talking ranked fighters, you're talking light heavyweight, middleweight, lightweight, you're talking serious divisions. When it comes to the flyweight division, it's a lot of fun to watch. But it's not. They're not going to prioritize that over Ankalaev, Johnny Walker, right? So I think we're looking at a couple of fights that it could have replaced. So one of the fights it could have replaced was the Askalarov fight, but he wasn't originally going to be facing Alves. So that fight actually looked like it was going to be a juicy fight. Now it probably doesn't look as appealing, to be honest. So, you know, now it probably could replace that fight, but I think they'd kind of already put that into its slot. So, yeah, you probably could replace that Aliskerov fight, but I think they've got real high hopes for Aliskerov. And again, it's in the middleweight division. Flyweights are fun, they're exciting, but because they're so small, I think that their appeal is, you know, they're an attraction, they're fun, they're explosive, it's a great division, it's really enjoyable to watch. But I think what really does bring eyes is when you start getting towards those bigger divisions, and, you know, light heavyweight, middleweight in particular. Saeed, I just think, is a big star. I mean, he's 6-2. He's an Nurmagomedov as well. I don't think there's any way you're going to be able to move him to the prelims. So I suppose in a way you could look at it and say, well, do we move the Aliskerov fight now that it's had to change, which they definitely could have done. They definitely could have done that. Or I think your only alternative was to make it a 6-fight main card. I think that was your only alternative. For some reason, they've decided to not do that. So maybe part of it was because of the turmoil. Like, this card has obviously gone through a lot of change, and apparently for the co-main event in particular, when Costa dropped out, they reached out, I believe, to Sean Strickland and tried to get that deal over the line. When that didn't materialize, they turned to Cannonier. And then when that didn't materialize, they ended up going with Kamaru Usman. So, I mean, obviously the fight we've got is fantastic, but I think there's been a fair bit of drama to do with this card anyway, and so that may have had an effect as to like how we've ended up with what we've ended up with. So I would imagine they're just pleased that the card has come out the way it has. But I completely agree. Makhachev, 4-0, 23 years old. Seems like a monster prospect, 10-0, taking on a veteran like Tim Elliott. Like, you would imagine, flyweights as well, so much fun to watch. You would imagine that would be an excellent opener for the main cards. They always like to have a fun banger to start the card with, and that just looks like it could be that fight. But yeah, hard to know as to why they haven't gone in that direction. But as I said, maybe part of it was to do with what would you actually remove to replace it, and perhaps they just didn't fancy the 6-fight main card, you know. The first prelim fight should be fire. This card is stacked, says Roberto. But is Conor McGregor after Dudley or Khabib? Well, Conor is looking, I think, to come back next year, isn't he? But he's looking to come back next year, but it will likely be against, I think the Colby fight is still on. I think the Colby fight is what we're still looking at. But to be honest, he's calling out influencers now. I mean, he said that he wanted the winner of, was it KSI and Tommy Fury that he was? I mean, he could have just been trolling, of course, but Conor definitely feels like he's lost something, doesn't he? Definitely feels like that edge has gone. And even Dana has said, like, when you've made the kind of money that Conor's made, and you're sleeping in silk sheets, and you've got businesses and money coming in from other ventures, you lose some. You do lose some. It's hard to get up and hit the road and run the miles that are required and do the work that's necessary. It's, you know, it's hard to be hungry when you are so full and you are being so satisfied with how your life has turned out. A lot of fighters like have that dog in them because their lives are hard and they've got to fight. They've got to fight to make money. That's all they can do. They've got to win to like get the next payday. But when you get to Conor's level, which is a level that I don't think anyone else has even come remotely close to in the UFC, not talking about an in-ring fighting level, I'm talking about a business monetary level. You know, that's different gravy, man. That's different gravy. And I think he's really struggled with that. And I think he's probably looking at the influencer boxing scene now, thinking to himself, I can definitely take it a little easy and still beat these guys. And that's a big payday for me as well. So it's win, 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 win. So yeah, you know, and you know, he's had all these dramas outside, hasn't he? Outside of the octagon, he's had all of those dramas. So yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see him next and he goes up against Colby. I wouldn't be surprised. T995 said it's crazy to think that Usman hasn't won since 2021. If he loses this, he hasn't won a fight in 2 years. Who would have guessed this? He would have been in this position. Yeah, true. Very true. I feel a bit sorry for him because he, I think, was winning that fight against Leon Edwards. And had he have won that fight, it would have been interesting to have seen, you know, who would he have got next? I mean, he cleaned out that division. They're already trying to get Colby and Leon, of course. So it looks like, I don't know, would Colby have been next? I mean, he's dealt with Colby before. So had he have just survived against Leon, then he would have picked up that victory and could have moved forward. But yeah, it's kind of crazy to think that just because of that one moment, he lost his title, and then he came in as a challenger. And I mean, he got beat in that rematch. And I think that rematch opened people's eyes. There was plenty of people in our live stream that were saying that he will win the rematch because he only just lost with a fluke head kick. He only just lost to Leon Edwards in a fight that he was winning, which is it was an excellent point. I mean, they weren't wrong to say that, but I don't know. Was that just a bad night at the office, the rematch, or is it a case that he is now on the decline? Because you don't want to be on the decline and stepping in there against Khamzat Chimaev. you don't want to be doing that. Khamzat Chimaev gonna smash you. So and he was his confident best at the press conference as well. He was in really good spirits, Khamzat Chimaev. So he's licking his lips at this one. This is a challenge that he is relishing. I think he knows this would be a big statement victory for him. And all the cards are in his favor as well. Everything is in his favor because he is going up against Kamaru Usman at a different weight class, a bigger weight class, on 11 days' notice after Usman has just lost his last 2 fights, lost his championships, is a wounded animal, could make him more dangerous. But considering he's coming in on just 11 days' notice, and against someone the size of Chimaev, like Usman has got a lot of disadvantages here, a lot of disadvantages. It's funny because when you see Kamaru Usman, immediately you think, yeah, Usman's going to pick up the victory. But when you see it's at a different weight class, there's only 11 days notice. It's against Chimaev. All of a sudden, this stuff, he's lost his last 2. Granted, the first one was unlucky, but he still lost it. Still got caught, Wasn't like a dodgy ref decision. He got kicked in the head legitimately and spark knocked out. So, yeah, I mean, all of a sudden you start looking at the opponent and all these other things. And I think Chimaev has to go in as the favorite. T995 said, I don't think he's declining. It's just that Leon is that good. Tom said, come on, Volk. I'm not a fan of Islam. He's good, but I don't like him. He is old and he doesn't have knees, says Waf. Well, the knees are definitely a concern. Definitely a concern. I've got a lot of respect for Kamaru Usman. I think what he's achieved is fantastic. I mean, he was legitimately in a GOAT conversation for a while. Dana said, at what point are we going to have the conversation that Kamaru is the GOAT or is in the running to be the GOAT? Now, I don't think we ever quite got to that point. But, Dana was certainly making those noises. And Kamaru's record was incredibly impressive. I mean, he was 15-0 in the UFC. He'd cleaned out the division. He'd bored a load of people doing it, right? And that was the big criticism, was that he was boring and he wasn't very exciting to watch. He certainly wasn't the people's champion, but he was getting the job done. He was going in there and he was coming out with the dubs, legitimately coming out with the dubs. And you got to respect that. You got to respect that. He was going in there and he was doing the job. He was getting the job done. Well, he's lost his last 2 now. He finds himself in an absolutely incredible position, a position that he's never been in before, losing 2 on the bounce. His record is 20-3. So before these 2 recent losses, he'd only lost once before. So never had he lost 2 times in a row. So he really is probably asking the same sort of questions that I think we're asking, and that is he declining? Are his knees starting to deteriorate? And could this be the beginning of the end? I mean, honestly, if he gets knocked spark out or submitted or something here by Chimaev, I don't know what Kamaru Usman's going to do after this. I mean, he's 36 and that will be 3 losses in a row then. And they've all kind of come quite quickly as well. It's weird because Kamaru not that long ago was seen as in GOAT conversation. And now you fast forward, that's how quickly this game can turn around. You fast forward and now here we are with him looking at like being in 3 losses in a row in a real sticky situation. Speciality Automotive, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone that's joining us this evening as we get in closer towards the early prelims. Early prelims start in 5 minutes time. Early prelims in 5 minutes time. So if you are joining us, 5 minutes and we'll be going over to the early prelims and covering those fights. We've already broken down the first fight of the evening. Really, really fun fight coming up first. As we said, this is going to be a beast in Magomedov, who's going to be taking on Bruno Silva. Very much looking forward to seeing that fight. Looking forward to seeing Magomedov and what he can bring to the UFC. He is someone that I think is going to be making waves and someone that people are definitely going to want to keep an eye on. So he's taking on Bruno Silva. Should be a really fun fight. It's a great way to start the cards. And we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we got about 8 fights on the early prelims and prelims. So 8 fights on the early prelims and prelims, 5 fights on the main card means that we got a total fight card of 13 fights. 13 fights coming up this evening. If we have a look as well at our poll, and of course we will change this as we get closer towards that main event, but at the moment we are looking at 68% of people are saying that Chimaev is going to pick up the victory tonight. 32% of people are saying that Kamaru Usman is picking up the victory tonight. So 68 to 32, a lot of support coming in for Chimaev. A lot of support. I think people know this is a challenge for him tonight. Certainly when we're talking about who's going to win or who we think's going to win, we're just talking about who's going to get the job done at the end of the day. It doesn't mean that it's going to be an easy task. It doesn't mean that it's straightforward, set in stone, absolutely guaranteed. It's just super close, but we think it's going to go this way. Chimaev has got a big challenge in front of him. He has got experience. He has got a fantastic wrestler. He has got someone that may have better boxing. His striking, Kamaru Usman's striking, as we know, greatly has improved over the last 3 to 5 years. So this is going to be a challenge for Chimaev, but I just think he's going to be able to get it done. James said South Africa is spanking England in the cricket. Well, I'd kind of lost hope for us winning this World Cup after our results earlier. So if we are going to crash out, why not crash out early rather than having hope and having it dashed right at the end? So yeah, if we're going to get spanked, let's get spanked. That's my life's motto. I might even have that on my tombstone. If you're going to get spanked, get spanked. Usman held the belt for years, so at least that's long since a 3-rounder, says Chrome. That's true. 3 rounds. That's true. Or I believe it's 3 rounds. I haven't heard them say it's a special 5 round or anything. I mean, considering he's coming in as a late replacement, that'd be pretty moody, wouldn't it? I mean, Volks is going to be 5, but Volks is going to be for the title fight. It's a championship fight. The Lightweight Championship is on the line, so that's 5. But yeah, I believe Usman and Chimaev is going to be over 3. I think Islam wins. Volk's been more active, but what can he do to surprise Islam, said T995. Well, I think he can certainly turn up the aggression. I think that he can certainly go after Islam more. I think that there was a healthy respect in that first fight, which is maybe a little bit of a gamble if he is going to not show that respect. So, yeah, it's definitely a gamble, because if he is going to charge at Islam and take the fight to Islam, knowing that 5 rounds is going to be a bit too much of an ask for him, then, as we said, you know, Islam can use that aggression. He can redirect that aggression, and he can use it to his advantage with counter shots and looking for takedown opportunities that otherwise may not have presented themselves. So it is a high risk, high reward strategy if you are going to turn up the aggression. But equally, you know, he might think that that's, and he sort of implied even before this, that is the area that he wished that he'd committed to more, and that is like really being on the front foot, maybe not being as patient, not being quite as strategic, not waiting for the openings quite as much. That was something that he implied before this fight had even been made. So but to be honest, if he does that, I think that Islam will have an answer for it. I think Islam will be able to hang with it. And yeah, I don't think Volk's winning this, unfortunately. But you've got to say that he's got a chance. You've got to say that this is not no hope. He hasn't got a chance. He's going to get absolutely destroyed. Like, can't say that. I think he's definitely got a chance. I think there's definitely an opportunity for him. He came really close last time, but it's just if he's going to completely change the game plan, then the whole situation changes. I don't think it's going to be the same fight as last time. It's going to be a different fight this time. Right, we are just seconds away. Don't forget, if you want to join our Tapology group, you can join our Tapology group. You can go over to Tapology and join Wrestling Days League. We need 7 people. That's a shame. I thought someone may have joined. But we've got 293 people playing over on Tapology. If you are playing over there, then you can join up for free. It's we're not sponsored by them or anything. It's just a fun thing to play along with if you are interested. And I'm sure you'll be interested to hear that the coverage is starting very, very soon. So we have got the prelims up on screen. We're just waiting for these prelims to get going. They should be starting any second now. Right, if Volk wins, we will get a trilogy. It could hold up both divisions even longer than they have been, said Chrome Cobra. Honestly, the prelims aren't on Fight Pass anymore. I will be there now. You cannot watch it on ESPN, says James. The prelims aren't, but the early prelims are, aren't they? I believe the early prelims are being shown on here. I'm not aware that they've moved early prelims anywhere else. I've got a thing that says UFC prelims, and I've got them starting as well. So, but these will be the early prelims, not the prelims. You are correct. So, right, video package playing at the moment. Where is our stats? We need to change our stats over to the first fight that will be starting. It's going to be this one, as we said. Nurmagomedov 11-0 taking on Bruno Silva. This is going to be our first fight. Let's turn that down. What is Tapology, said Truca. It's just a website, but it's a really interesting website where they've got lots of information on forthcoming fighting events. So they list the card, they list the odds. They've got information where people are predicting, and it tells you how many people have predicted each fighter. So you can see what people are thinking in regards to who's going to win. You've got the odds, you've got information, you've got the whole previous records, who they fought, how they won, when it happened, where it happened. All that kind of information. There's loads of information on there. And they've got all the MMA events, different boxing events, misfits events, anything that's kind of like legit combat is on Tapology with all that kind of information attached to it. So it's a great website. I'd say if you're really into MMA, then that is definitely a place worth checking out. I use it all the time for my notes and research. What channel are the early prelims, said Billy. So Fight Pass is where we are. UFC 294 Fight Pass. That's where they're showing them. I don't know if they're showing them on YouTube. They don't tend to. We are on Yas Island. This is where we was doing Fight Island, wasn't it? Do you remember back in the pandemic? We went over here to Fight Island, Yas Island. Abu Dhabi is the safest city in the world. It's the 6th UFC event to be held at the Etihad Arena since 2021. So this is our 6th time in here. It's a new arena that was built. And yeah, this is fast becoming a home for UFC. They absolutely love it over in Abu Dhabi. The fight I want to see is Holland against Buckley 2, said T995. So commentators are John Anik, Paul Felder, and Daniel Cormier. That's our lineup. Those are the commentators for the evening. And as we said, we will be going over to this first fight very, very soon. We have already broken it down. I might be sounding a little bit like a broken record at times, but I'm sure you can appreciate there's people that are coming and going and joining us and leaving all the time. So we have got Magomedov making his UFC debut. He's very physical. He sets traps. He's quick. He's athletic. He's got big clinch knees. He's the #1 ranked middleweight in Russia. He's taking on Bruno Silva, who is 4-3. He moves well. He's got good calf kicks. He's some durability questions. He's got a karate style striking. He's got a decent offense. Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belt. He's got big power. He can struggle with takedowns though. And for me, he's very much a gatekeeper. Bruno Silva, very much a gatekeeper. He is someone that if Magomedov is going to be able to get past, then it shows that he can hang with decent names in the division. Like, they haven't given him the easiest of tasks in this opening fight. They have not given him someone that you would expect him to completely blow away. It's a little bit of a task. It's a bit of an ask, which I like actually, because it's definitely winnable. But he's only coming in as -200 favorite. You know, it's not like they've given him someone really far down the ladder where he's coming in as like -600 favorite or -700 favorite. He's coming in as -200 favorite. So Magomedov 11-0, Bruno Silva 23-9, but that is a slightly padded record. He's 4-3 in the UFC. So Bruno Silva 34, Magomedov 29. There's 5 years difference between them, and that's going to be our first fight in the middleweight division. Very much looking forwards to seeing how this plays out. So first fight should be fun, should be a banger. Definitely looking forward to that. And then we go into a little bit of a lull. Dudakova against Jinyu Fry. Don't think that's going to be quite as exciting. I think that is a fight that's just been set up for Dudakova to get a victory. She's 1-0, 24 years old. She really needs the experience. She's a work in progress. Jinyu Fry is like 2-5 in the UFC. 7 UFC fights. She's lost 5 of them. I believe she's lost her last 3. She brings raw strength, but she lacks volume. She's a former Invicta champion. She definitely brings some good pedigree to the octagon, but she's beatable. She's definitely there to give Dudakova a victory. So first 2 fights are definitely looking like they are quite contrasting. One is a setup, the other one's a bit of a challenge, but it should be a really good way to start this card off. 13 fights on this card. Those are the first 2. We know about the last 2. We've just spent ages talking about Islam, who's going to be in action later against Volkanovski. That fight, quite a few hours away. And of course, our co-main event tonight of Khamzat Chimaev. He's going to be in action against Kamaru Usman. You lot have been voting as well as to who you think's going to win. I don't think we've been seeing much in the way of movement. Although saying that, we are kind of getting close now to nearly 3,000 votes already. Nearly 3,000 votes already is amazing. So keep your votes coming in. 69% for Chimaev, 31% for Kamaru Usman. So we are seeing some big numbers for this show. We haven't even started our first fight of the evening, and the poll is already sneaking its way towards 3,000 votes. So we are just waiting for us to get going on this first fight. We are just waiting for the first first fight to get started. And as we said, you know, that main event tonight, you can see that a lot of people are leaning towards Chimaev. Super popular fighter, Chimaev. We always see whenever Chimaev fights, so in the background, I can always see like how things are going. I can always see like how many people are joining us. I never tend to look at it because, to be honest, I'm more engaged with you guys and what's happening rather than, you know, how the stream's doing. As long as it's live, that's all I care about. But one thing we do always notice is that when you get to the Chimaev fight, it'll go like this, and then all of a sudden it'll just shoot up. Like the amount of people that are joining us live at that moment when Chimaev comes out is like nothing that I ever see. No other fighter has that effect. Chimaev has got just staggering support. The amount of support that he brings is just next level. So yeah, really excited to see what he can do against Kamaru Usman. I do think he wins. And then, of course, we've got our main event, which is going to be Islam Makhachev taking on Volkanovski. It's going to be a rematch from their fight earlier this year. Both are bringing a lot of skill, but we know that Makhachev just had that edge in the first fight. I know a lot of people thought that Volk got the win. I thought it was Islam. Islam is 31. Volk's 35. Obviously, we're at a slightly bigger weight class for Volkanovski, and Volk's coming in on just 11 days' notice. So that means that he has not had an opportunity to have a full camp. That is going to not help him at all. It's only going to hurt him. It might also, though, refocus him, and it might mean that he is going to go a million miles an hour in those first few rounds and just try to overwhelm Islam Makhachev. But what I would say is good luck with that. Good luck trying to overwhelm Islam Makhachev, because I think he will be prepared for that. And I believe as well that Khabib is back in his corner. I believe that Khabib is back around again. So I've got to think that's going to be a boost. It's got to be a positive development for him. So yeah, co-main event, main event, looking like it should be a lot of fun and a big, big night if you are fans of Chimaev and Islam Makhachev. But don't rule out Usman and don't rule out Volkanovski. They are going to be serious challenges. And talking of serious challenges, we've got our next fight coming up, our first fight coming up. This is going to be Magomedov against Bruno Silva. Summit, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Vicky said, I love it when they thank Jesus after the fight in Abu Dhabi. Wow, look at this. Look at the international fans that are around. I mean, we are seeing some serious people about for this card. The support that Islam and Chimaev receive, I keep saying it, it's like nothing else that we see in the UFC. There's no other fighters that I see that get this level of international support, or just support in general. So many people turn out for these fighters. They're like worshipped. They're like, honestly, they're just so revered, but they're great. You know, they are fantastic fighters. And I do think that both of them, I've got both of them picking up the victory later on. I can't respond to these. I don't understand some of the language that's being used, but God bless people that are joining us. And I hope that you are enjoying the action as Magomedov is making his way out to the octagon. Magomedov, this guy, as we said, you would not want to bump into him in a dark alley. This guy is scary, man. He is scary. He is legit. Very much looking forward to seeing what this guy can bring to the UFC. This is going to be an exciting addition to the UFC roster. He's 29 years old, fights in the middleweight division, 11-0, making his UFC debut. Lots of support for Magomedov. Coming out of Dagestan, of course. And he has got powerful hands, big clinch knees, very quick, very fast, very athletic. Is it on Discovery Plus, says KY? Honestly, I don't know. Here in the UK, I can tell you that it is on UFC Fight Pass, these early prelims, and then the prelims and the main cards, they are going to be on TNT Sports. Magomedov then has made his way down. He's on the outside. He's a master of sport in Thai boxing and kickboxing as well. So Thai boxing and kickboxing. Magomedov to win by knockout or technical knockout is -120. Magomedov to win by submission is +800. Magomedov to win by decision is +350. So they're looking at Magomedov as a knockout, technical knockout. That's what they're leaning towards. They're thinking that that's the way that this could go. So Magomedov getting inside the octagon. And we should be getting underway with this very, very soon. Volk moving up in weight will be an advantage. He doesn't have to cut weight, and his small size is a bad matchup for a grappler, said Sheriff. Some good points there. 2 fights. What channel? Gio TV. Don't know Gio TV, my friends. The prelims will be on ESPN YouTube, says A. Jobson. Is that going to be the early prelims or just the normal prelims? Which prelims? How are you watching it? I'm watching it on UFC Fight Pass for this first one. So Magomedov is in the ring. Obviously, we got Bruce Buffer doing his announcing. If you are watching and you've not left a like as well, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We're trying to get to 1,000, and honestly, for us to be 15 minutes into the show and be nearly at 400 is unprecedented. So again, the level of excitement for this card is, I mean, it's bonkers. So yeah, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We're trying to smash 1,000, and honestly, that's looking pretty good right now. But yeah, big thank you to everyone that's joining us. Feel free to put in your thoughts as to which way you think this is going to go. I would put the poll up, but we're at nearly 4,500 votes already. So 69% of people have gone with Chimaev in our co-main event. 31% of people are with Usman at the moment, and that's at 4,500 votes. That's a really good sample size. That's a big sample size. So it gives you a good idea of really where people are leaning towards for that co-main. Right, here we go then. We're about to get underway with our first fight of the evening. So it's going to be Magomedov, Bruno Silva. Magomedov -200, Bruno Silva +165. 13 fights on this card, and our first one has just begun. And both fighters coming into the center. Magomedov in red, Silva in white shorts, as Magomedov bounces around in the center. Inside leg kicks there, and he goes for it. But as he throws it, Silva responds with a jab straight down the middle. Magomedov, again, just staying on the outside and switching stances. So switching over to a southpaw stance. Again, staying on the outside as there's an outside leg kick there by Magomedov. Silva moving forward, back in Magomedov, back against the cage, and a oblique kick comes in there by Magomedov. Magomedov circling rounds. Again, leg kick coming in by Magomedov. Magomedov going upstairs this time. Kick coming into the midsection by Magomedov. Magomedov again circling round. I'll see if we can get the stats showing on screen. I know people enjoy those. You can see that Magomedov is ahead. Super curious to see Magomedov in there with an established talent. Silva coming forward. Lovely little kick to the body there by Silva. Neither guy has been able to really stamp their authority on this. Oh, flurry of shots coming in there by Silva. A real flurry of shots. Magomedov in the center. Silva bouncing around. And Silva again standing in the middle as Magomedov edges forwards. Again, Silva in the center. Magomedov again, just struggling to get going. 7-6 to Silva at the moment. We knew this was going to be a test. We knew this was going to be an ask. We knew that this was going to be a challenge. And so it's proven at the moment for Magomedov. He's just trying to work this out. Knee strike coming in there by Magomedov. Oh, lovely. He's worked it out. Couple of shots coming in there by Magomedov. Unloads on Silva. Silva on the outsides. Magomedov putting the pressure on. Low kick coming in. Silva coming forward. Magomedov goes back against the cage. Some lovely damage there by Magomedov. That has definitely opened a gap. Definitely opened a gap. We've got outside leg kick there by Magomedov, who's circling round. It's 14-7 at the moment. Magomedov just waiting for those moments where he can really put some stuff together. And again, he went low. You can see the damage on the leg. He's had 8 leg kicks, 3 to the body, 3 upstairs, couple of overreaching jabs by Silva, overextending. He's got to be careful with overextending, because if you really do overextend, it takes you a while to pull it back. And as you're in the process of resetting, that's going to allow your opponent some inroads. So, kick coming in there by Magomedov again. Kick coming into the midsection. It's been a really fun first round. Really fun first rounds. Again, we've got some shots coming in by Silva. Magomedov circling rounds on the outsides. Shot coming in there by Silva. Silva up against the cage. Kick coming in there by Magomedov. And I think there's a complaint of a low blow. Low blow. So, crowds are booing. Crowds are booing. It looks like there's a low blow in there by Magomedov. Magomedov ahead 21-13. It's been a really fun first round. We said this was going to be a barn burner. We said don't miss this first fight. And so it has proved. This fight's so much fun. Magomedov showing that he belongs at this level. Definitely edging this first round at the moment. Just in a bit of a timeout, though, because there was a low blow by Magomedov. But obviously, Silva will have time to recover. He's taken 40-odd seconds so far, but it looks like we're about to get back underway. And we are. We've got 1 minute 20 left on the clock. 13 fights tonight as Silva comes forward, drives Magomedov back against the cage. Magomedov coming right back into the center. Silva bouncing around. You can see the damage on the thigh of Silva. And that's with, 13 leg kicks? If this fight's going to go all 3 rounds, that leg is going to be severely compromised. Magomedov edging forward. Silva getting backed up. And I think those legs are causing him trouble already. He has already changed his stances, and his movement doesn't look as good to me. That leg already looks like it's got bruising, not just red marks, but like bruising that's coming through. Shot coming in there by Magomedov. Silva stands his ground in the center. Magomedov staying on the outside. Kick coming into the body. Lovely work by Magomedov. He's ahead by 10 significant strikes at the moment. Continuing to circle rounds as Silva is stalking him. Magomedov again circling about, staying on the outsides as another inside leg kick coming in. He's just picking off these shots. He needs to make sure. Oh, a couple of shots coming in by Silva. Lovely work by Silva. We got a firefight at the moment. Kicks coming into the midsection by Magomedov. Oh, man, I tell you what, brilliant, 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 brilliant. Great stuff at the end there. These two exchanging shots. Really good stuff. So Silva had gotten Magomedov backed up against the side of the cage and started unloading, got these straights right down the middle. Magomedov had to try and get like a spin attack in there to try and disrupt the flow, but he didn't really disrupt anything, and the end result was an absolute firefight. Absolute barn burner right at the end of the round. A really great round. So, yeah, no complaints from me on that one. We thought this would be a great first fight, and so it has proved. Jay said Magomedov rocked, inbred rocked. 1-0 to Shara. Definitely Magomedov taking that first round. Magomedov taking that first round. It was a real fun first round, and I would expect the next 2 rounds to be more of the same. We know that there's going to be a couple of fights coming up that maybe won't be quite as thrilling as this one, but I'm thankful that this is living up to expectation. Here we go, though. Round number 2, outside leg kick, heavy from Nurmagomedov. Again, tries to go upstairs. Nurmagomedov edging forward as Silva backs up a little bit. Nurmagomedov standing his ground in the middle, bouncing around as Silva comes forward. Some kicks coming in. Lovely kick coming back there by Nurmagomedov. Kick to the midsection, goes upstairs as well. Silva is just really struggling to hang with the pace of Magomedov. Magomedov has just been throwing another leg kick. Look at that leg. It is all kinds of chewed up, man. 75 significant strikes have been thrown by Magomedov compared to 52 from Silva, which might not sound like a big difference, but it's an extra 50%. An extra 50% of shots being thrown by Magomedov. And he's landed 43 compared to 29. Again, that gap, it might not seem that wide, but we've only had 6 minutes. So, oh man, head kick. A head kick by Magomedov. Silva gets stunned momentarily, goes back against the cage. Magomedov didn't go for the kill, though. That might be a mistake by Magomedov. That might be a mistake. Silva edging forward. Jab coming in there by Silva. Magomedov on the outside, circling rounds. Magomedov tried to go over to the side, looking for check left. Couldn't quite land it, though. Knee coming in by Magomedov. He does present openings. Lovely spin attack there by Magomedov. Bit of blood coming down his nose. Oh, sounds like a gunshot when he goes for a leg kick. He's chewed up that leg, man. Silva's just not moving the way that he was in the first round. He seems compromised. His legs, I mean, honestly, on this ESPN thing, they should be glowing bright red because they are in real life. Certainly on the side of his right leg, kind of going up his thigh, it looks pretty brutal. Another leg kick coming in by Magomedov. And again, we've got Silva on the outside. Inside leg kick there by Magomedov. Magomedov continuing to bounce around. Outside leg kick by Magomedov. Silva trying to find a way forward. Magomedov looking to go upstairs. And again, outside takedown by Silva. Magomedov just got a little sloppy there. He went for a very sloppy leg kick. And whilst he was in the process of kicking, Silva took him down. Silva managed to grab him right in the center of the octagon. We got just over 2 minutes 10 on the clock. Magomedov finds himself on his back, and right now Silva on top. But what I really like about Magomedov is that he constantly works. He's on his back, and he is constantly throwing shots, elbows, kicks. He is not making this comfortable for Silva at all. He is not accepting this position at all. He's on his back, and he is just throwing and doing whatever he can to make this as uncomfortable as possible. Hammer fists and shots coming in there by Magomedov. Absolutely unloading on Silva. Silva has probably took as much, if not more, punishment since he got this takedown than when they were both on their feet. But right now, Silva, 1 minute 20, is in full guard at the moment. Magomedov is on his back, and again, he's not accepting the position. And he's well ahead as well. Don't even need to look at the numbers. 76 to 42. Magomedov throwing out some kicks. Silva standing over him. Magomedov done a really good job of making sure that Silva does not get any kind of advantage from that takedown, and he's made it so uncomfortable. Shot coming into the midsection. Magomedov has landed 15 significant ground strikes compared to Silva's 9 ground strikes. Shots coming into the side. There's some big blows that are coming down by Silva. We got just over 30 seconds left to go here. Magomedov on his back, blood coming down the side of his head. And shot coming into the side of the head there by Silva. Silva is still offering some offense, but the gap is wide between them, and that is being reflected in the numbers on screen. You can see 78-45 significant strikes. 12 seconds left to go. Magomedov still down on his back. Oh my God, what a kick! Beautiful kick by Magomedov, but Silva catches it. Again tries to do some groundwork, but the referee calling the end to another great round. Man, this crowd going banana. This crowd going banana. They're absolutely lapping this up. They are so enjoying the action right now, and so they should be, because this is the opening fight on the early prelims, and it is fire. It is so much fun. It is so much fun, but I've got it 2-0 Magomedov, 2-0 Magomedov. That's what we're looking at the moment. Magomedov is pretty fun to watch. Silva needs a knockout. Silva needed that, says A. Jobson. Right, okay, look at that kick, man. Look at that. It's actually, do you know what? He actually didn't catch that kick like I thought he had. The kick landed, but then he tried to kick him again, and it was the second one that he caught. I thought that he had kicked him and he caught it, but actually he does connect, and then he comes back with it, and it was the comeback that he had caught. I mean, the volume that he's throwing is so impressive. So impressive. Magomedov, 118 strikes. Significant strikes have been thrown. He's connected with 78. Here we go. Third and final round on our first fight of the early prelims. Magomedov against Bruno Silva. Inside leg kick again. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. Takedown by Silva. Silva needs a finish here. He's managed to get Magomedov down. So Magomedov on his back, Silva on top. Silva, shots coming into the side of the head here by Magomedov. Silva all over Magomedov at the moment. Silva has managed to get 2 of 4 takedowns. He's operating at 50%. Shots coming into the side of the head. Magomedov throwing in some shots back. Elbow coming in there by Silva. Again, I love Magomedov's work rate. Love his work rate. He's on his back, and all right, you can say that he's quite easy to take down, right? Definitely 2 takedowns out of 4 that have been attempted. You'd like to see a better takedown defense than that. So definitely something for him to work on. But I love the fact that when he gets taken down, he works. He is landing more shots than the person that's on top of him, and he is not accepting the position. Shot coming into the side of the head there by Silva. Again, Magomedov knows that Silva needs a finish. He's throwing up kicks, but it's fine because Silva's not on a knee. He's not a grounded opponent. He's on his feet, so he's having to take that punishment. Magomedov still on his back. Shots coming into the side of the head there by Silva. We got just over 3 minutes to go. Again, Silva needs that finish. He's got to find the finish. If he doesn't find the finish, elbows, shots raining down by Silva. Magomedov is all scrunched up against the side of the cage. The shots coming into the side of the head, side of the body. They look like token shots. They don't look like they've got much power to them, but they're just keeping the strike rate ticking over. They're just keeping Silva occupied. Silva right now trying to tie up the legs. He's got Magomedov up against the side of the cage. Lovely little uppercut coming in there by Silva. Knee strike coming back by Magomedov. Kick to the midsection by Magomedov. Silva charging forward, driving Magomedov up against the side of the cage. Lovely work by Magomedov. Couple of shots coming in. Knee strike. Another takedown. Magomedov's takedown defense is poor. Now, I think part of it is because he's so chasing a finish and he's so looking for strikes and a finish that he just so easily gets taken down. It's not something that he is really worrying about. He's not necessarily worrying about his takedown defense. He's just looking for the kill. And I think he knows that if he gets taken down, well, he'll deal with it. He'll deal with it. If he gets taken down, then he'll just work on the ground. So it is a poor takedown defense. He has been taken down 3 times out of 6 attempts. But, you know, he's so impressive with everything else that he's got. And we are 1 minute, 25 seconds away from him getting a well-deserved victory. A well-deserved victory. Doesn't look like it's going to be the finish that people were hoping for, though. But in the UK, when does the co-main start? Co-main will start in the UK roughly about 9 p.m. as a rough ballpark. It could be a little bit later, probably not earlier. Could be a little bit later, but it's going to be roughly around that time. Maybe a bit earlier. Could be, yeah, about 1:45, around that time. Right, 33-24 round 1, 45-21. All 3 rounds, Magomedov has outstruck Silva. All 3 rounds. And again, Magomedov on his back at the moment with Silva all over him, on top of him. Shots coming into the side of the head there by Magomedov. Hammer fists coming in by Magomedov. Silva trying to move over to side control. Magomedov right now, minus 620. I mean, I'm amazed that's not bigger. There's only 20 seconds left. I can't see Silva finding a finish within this time. But 10 seconds left to go, and it should be, as we said, a victory for Magomedov in a very, very entertaining fight. Kick coming in there by Magomedov, and there we go. End of the fight. That was fantastic. Imagine what Khamzat is going to do to Shara with grappling. What about Indian time? Don't know Indian time, to be honest. I think India are like 2 hours ahead. I think India are 2 hours ahead. So if that is true, then I would say that the main card will be starting at 9 p.m. Because I think India's 2 hours ahead. But India's a big place, so I think there's probably quite a few different time zones in India. I'd be surprised if India only has 1 time zone. Where to watch this free? Tell me, said Pranav. Well, I honestly don't know. I'm watching it on UFC Fight Pass, so I don't know where they're showing it for free, but I've got it on UFC Fight Pass. I mean, like, maybe they're showing it on YouTube, but again, there's going to be regional restrictions when it comes to that. Who won the previous 3 rounds? Oh, Magomedov won every round, man. Magomedov just dominated that fight. Magomedov, so impressive. So impressive. I don't think there's going to be any 10-8 rounds in there. I don't think there was any 10-8 rounds, but a really impressive performance by someone that we were really building up beforehand, and rightfully so. He's made his UFC debut. He had a tricky little challenge that was not an easy walk in the park, but he made it look easy. He definitely belongs in the UFC. A new star has arrived, but bit of a concern over his takedown defense. All 3 judges, 30-27. Still undefeated. Shara Magomedov picks up the victory, and that plays very well to the live crowds. Daniel Cormier coming in, having a word. Winner by unanimous decision. Magomedov gets the victory and gets his UFC career off to a good start. Roberto said, I told you, Shara won. It's rare that they would give such a strong opponent to a new guy. It is true. I think, though, that it was a good thing because I don't think that Magomedov needs necessarily a soft opponent. I think they know of his qualities, and I think they wanted to gauge just really quite where is he at. This was a beatable opponent, but it was a tough opponent. But if he was to bring, you know, what we expected him to bring, it should be that he was going to win. 84% of people on Tapology had him winning. Or thought he would win. So I think the UFC have looked at that and went, we don't really need to give this guy like a low ball, a soft ball. Let's give him something that's a little bit of a challenge. But it is true. Quite rare for someone to get someone with 7 UFC fights, 4 wins, 3 losses, 7 UFC fights. That's plenty of experience. That was a potential banana skin, but he made it look so easy. He made it look so easy. And is Dudakova going to make it look easy as well? Is Dudakova going to make this look easy? Because Dudakova is 1-0 in the UFC. She's got slight reach advantage. She is tough. Her striking is very much a work in progress, though. She does have a lack of experience. This one might go the distance. She does her training in Thailand, and she's a very skilled fighter overall. 96% of people expect her to win. She's coming in as a -375 favourite. You can see that there's not really much there in regards to volume. She's got good strike accuracy, so what she throws, she definitely lands with. Very good takedowns. You know, she's averaging 4.8 every 15 minutes. Her takedown accuracy is 55%. She should definitely have enough to get past Jinyu Fry, but this definitely feels like it is a warm-up fight for her, an easy little fight for her. But yeah, I would expect her to win. I would think this would be easier for Dudakova than what Silva was for Magomedov. Speciality Automotive, shout out to you. Bitlob, shout out to you as well, my friend. Really appreciate the support. I appreciate everyone that's been joining us this evening. We're trying to get to 1,000 likes. And so if you are watching and you're enjoying the coverage and you're enjoying the stats on screen and looking forward to the rest of the evening, leave a like if you haven't already. We always try to get to 1,000. Normally we get there, no word of a lie, just before the main event, around the main event. That's when we tend to get there. But this card is bananas, man. This card, we knew it was going to be a big card. We know the kind of support that Chimaev attracts. We know the support that Islam Makhachev attracts. We know how supportive those countries are of their fighters. And yeah, I think that it's going to be a big, big night tonight. I think it's going to be a great night if you're a fan of Makhachev, a great night if you're a fan of Chimaev. I think those Russian fighters, those Dagestan fighters, I think they're going to have a very successful evening here. Very successful evening. This could be a real statement show. For them. Not that they need one, because they've sent enough statements as it is, but I still think this is going to be a very good evening for those fighters. So if you're excited for all of that, hit the like, because somehow, I don't know how, I might never know how, we're almost at 700 likes, and we're 42 minutes into the early prelims. There's bananas, and then there's bananas, and this is bananas. But we're going to move on to our next fight, and as we said, that is going to be the women's fight between Dudakova and Jinyu Fry. Feel free to leave your thoughts in the chat as to which way you think this one's going to go. I feel good. I feel comfortable. I think it's Dudakova that's going to pick up the victory on this next fight. We got a super chat as well. Let me go over to that. Kale said, thoughts on the first fight. Great fight. Really enjoyed it. We said Magomedov looked scary, athletic, quick, physical. All of that showed itself. I think I loved his work rate. That's definitely something that I would say was a big positive for him. Love that when he was taken down, he was working hard on the ground. I think there are openings, though. There was a few moments where he was up against the cage and Bruno Silva got some success with some straight shots. I think he did well to compromise the leg, target the leg, work on the leg. I think that definitely slowed Bruno Silva's movement. I think that definitely meant that Bruno Silva was compromised early. And I think that what we saw was just a really good all-round performance by Magomedov. If it was on the feet, he was winning the exchanges. If he went down to the ground, he was outworking Bruno Silva. But, you know, takedown defense, a little bit of a concern. Striking defense, maybe a little bit of a concern. 29 years old, how much improvement are we going to see at that age? Maybe a little bit of a concern. So I think we've got someone pretty serious. I think we've got someone that we can definitely do some stuff with, but where is that ceiling? And how much more improving at the age of 29 are we going to see? I mean, I would imagine that there will be improvement, and I would imagine those improvements are going to come thick and fast as he goes up against this better level of opposition. But yeah, a great performance, a great win, but definitely some questions as well that we are left with. In China, the poster for this UFC is Khamzat in the middle. What, Khamzat in the middle, did you say? In China, the poster for this is Khamzat alone in the middle, Islam and Volk behind him on both sides. Sheriff said, you are worried about the bias with judges. That's exactly what I was worried about when the fight took place in Australia. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that this is anything that is specific to a certain country. I think if you're facing a British fighter and you're in England, I think you should be worried about the judges. I think if you are facing, you know, someone from Dagestan or Middle East and you're over in Abu Dhabi, I think you should be worried about judges. I think if you are facing an Australian fighter in Sydney, you should be a bit worried about the judges. I think, unfortunately, this is something we see across boxing. This is something that we see across sports. I don't know if it's to do with the live crowd and the influence that they have. But, yeah, it's just something that we do see on a regular basis. So I would like to think that the judging is going to be fair. We've definitely seen lots of question marks around judging decisions. More than a few question marks around judging decisions, but hopefully that's not going to come into effect. Hopefully we're going to get a finish one way or the other in the main event. I'd like to think we will. I'd like to think that we would get like, you know, some sort of finish there, some sort of I don't want another controversy. There was loads of people talking last time about how it was a robbery and it should have been Volk. And, you know, you really want that taken out of the equation. No one can argue with a knockout, technical knockout. Unless then we're going to get people saying it was an early stoppage. But, you know, you can't win sometimes. Right, so Jinyu Fry has made her way down. I have blocked about 30 people, says Jobson. I'm Nigerian. I think my brother Usman, if he is serious about it, he will take it. But if not, then he will lose, says Paluca. You're the first person to mention Khamzat in about 20 minutes. Russell Andy said, what's your ideal time for events to start? I think about 11 or 12 at night. I don't know, to be honest. I'm not really a fan of, like, really fights going on. So what are we talking about? Ideal time for events to start? don't know. I'm not really a big fan of like events ending at like 6 o'clock. And we do get that with the UFC. If a UFC card starts at 11 for like the early prelims, then there's a chance that the main card will start at 3. We've had it where main cards have had 6 fights. Those fights have gone the distance. It means that you might not be finishing till around 6 or just after 6. For me, that's late, man. That is late. That is like you've gone all night, you know, which for me isn't a problem because that's what we do. But I can't imagine that's a good thing. I mean, I think I'd like the events to be finishing about 3 in the morning, something like that, you know. So for me, I think like an ideal start time might be starting around about. I don't know, it's tricky, isn't it? These cards are so long. Even if you start at 10. Even if you started at 10, then the main card is probably starting UK time at like 2. Probably ain't going to finish till 5. If you start at 9, then does it start to interrupt your day? You know? I suppose if it starts at, say, 8, you could go out and do a bit of shopping. You could go out and do some shopping, come back, have something to eat, and then, you know, your evening going through to the night is going to be UFC. I think UFC cards are so long, there's not really any way they can't disrupt your day because they take up so much time of the day. So if it started at 8, then I think it would finish at around about 3 in the morning. I'd probably go for that. I feel like you could wake up, have a good day, go out, meet the family, do whatever, get back, and then the card starts at 8, goes through till 3 in the morning. Yeah, it's late, but it's not terrible, is it? There's a lot of people that stay up till 1 anyway on a weekend, 2, whatever. So I'd say probably 8 till 3. I'd probably go for that. Right, both fighters are inside the octagon. We're about to get up and running. We're about to get underway with our next fight. This is our second of the early prelims. Big shout out to everyone that's been joining us and everyone that's left a like as well. We've been desperately trying to get those likes. I mean, so unusual for us to be at this point where we have got, 730? We only need, 200 and something? I can't do those maths. 68? I don't know. Yeah. That'll do. Good. Right, here we go. We're about to get underway with our second fight of the evening. Right. 11 till 3 would be perfect if they shortened the cards. Yeah. I mean, in all fairness, it's our choice to watch the early prelims. We don't have to watch the early prelims. A lot of people just watch prelims and the main card. And there's some people that just buy the main card and just watch the main cards. So, I mean, you could always just do that. But yeah, we watch it all, don't we? Right, here we go then. We're underway. Round number 1, Dudakova against Jinyu Fry. And Jinyu Fry has lost her last 3. She's really strong, but she is going to be the smaller fighter here. She does lack volume, but she's got good Brazilian jiu-jitsu. And she looks for takedowns. She's obviously got experience, but this should be straightforward for Dudakova. Dudakova in the center. Shot coming in there by Jinyu Fry. Dudakova again being quite patient and shot coming into a clinch, driving Jinyu Fry over by the side of the cage. They disengage and they go right back to the middle. Jab coming in there by Dudakova. Dudakova again just moving over to the side. Shot coming in by Dudakova. Jinyu Fry being very patient, watching as Dudakova backs away a little bit. Dudakova again looking to move forward. She's bouncing around. Gonna look to throw in a leg kick or something as, I don't know, she's a little out of range at the moment. Jinyu Fry doing a decent job, but she's in kicking range. That lead leg looks like it's there if she wants to go for it. Couple of shots coming in by Dudakova. Upstairs, though. She's relying on her boxing. I'd like to see her go after that lead leg. It's right there for her. Doesn't seem like she's got a great deal of confidence in her kicks. These two, though, they keep engaging with the boxing right in the center of the octagon at the moment. Jinyu Fry standing the ground in the middle. 1-2 straight down the middle. Little bit of damage on the face of Dudakova. She's charging in, grabbing the leg, driving her up against the cage. Dudakova right now has got Jinyu Fry up against the cage in a clinch. Good control, but we know that control time, it doesn't mean anything now. You've got to, it's damage that they look for. You've really got to make the most of your control time rather than actually just holding them there, which I think is a good change, actually. Backing up a little bit as Jinyu Fry continues to move forward. Couple of shots to the midsection. Dudakova circling rounds. Couple of jabs coming in there by Jinyu Fry. Again, bouncing around as a kick comes in by Jinyu Fry as Dudakova looking to find a way forwards. In the center, 1-2, straight down the middle. And again, a flurry of shots coming in. Jinyu Fry edging forwards. Dudakova backing up a little bit. Shots coming in into clinch. Knee to the midsection there. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. So Jinyu Fry goes over to the side of the cage. Referee coming in. I think, was there a head clash or something there? We got an official timeout. So we got a timeout at the moment. Need to have a look at the replay. Yeah, they both leant in. Bang. Clash of heads. And certainly looked like Jinyu Fry got the worst of that. Referee was in straight away. He's having a word with her to make sure that she's okay. It's an accidental clash of heads, but definitely feeling the effects. If we have a look at the numbers, it's 9-5 at the moment. We've had 3 minutes of action. We're in a timeout right now, but 9 significant strikes to 5. Referee just having a word as both fighters step back into the center, and we are about to get back underway. And Dudakova, so focused, head kick coming in there by her, staring forward, bouncing around, staying light on her feet so that she can explode forward, plant and land a flurry of shots like she did there, into a clinch, knee to the midsection, shot coming into the side of the heads. Dudakova doing really well at the moment, but we're seeing that power of Jinyu Fry. Look at the knees coming in by Dudakova. Jinyu Fry managed to spin that position around. She was driving Dudakova back against the cage, but Dudakova, with some big knees, managed to just create that separation, and it meant that she didn't get driven up against the cage. Dudakova again with some big shots coming in. Fry circling round back into the center. Fry moving forward as Dudakova throws in some shots. Lovely jab upstairs there by Dudakova. She's backing up. Again, a flurry of shots coming in. Standing her ground in the middle. We're looking at 17-8. This is definitely a Dudakova round. Gotta say, though, she's been made to work a little bit harder than what we was expecting. It's maybe not as straightforward as we expected. Dudakova again backing up in the center as Jinyu Fry is coming forwards. Shots coming in. Again, letting the hands go. And Dudakova in the center. I think Bruno got robbed. If that was Volk and Islam, they would have given it to Islam for ground control and takedowns. Volk has to finish him, said Fabulous Jada. You think Bruno Silva got robbed in the last fight? Mate, he got battered. Shot coming in by Dudakova. Dudakova putting Jinyu Fry down. Yeah, the striking numbers, he got absolutely creamed. And he got the takedowns, but getting a takedown doesn't mean a great deal unless you actually do something with it. And even down on the ground, they showed the stats that Magomedov was landing more ground strikes than Bruno Silva. So, I mean, on the feet, on the ground, work rates, volume, shots landed, Magomedov was just getting it all. Takedowns, they just don't mean much. Gone are the days where a takedown is really significant. I mean, it's significant if there's really nothing in the fight. I would say if both fighters had landed about the same number of shots, like 9 significant strikes each, and there was really nothing to separate them, if one fighter had managed to land a couple of takedowns, it would give them the edge. But in a fight where you're getting heavily outstruck, it doesn't mean anything. Right, we are about to get over to our next round. This is round number, is it 2 or 3? Okay, they're just talking about a panel thing that they're doing on Fight Pass. Talking about 30 years of the promotion. It's round 2. I don't know why. In my mind, it was round 3. But takedown there by Jin Yu Fry. Manages to get Dudikova down. She's over in half guard at the moment. So Dudikova finds herself in a very interesting position. She's on her back with Jin Yu Fry on top. And she's keeping Dudikova grounded. Dudikova taking that first round. So she's definitely up 1 round, 24 significant strikes to 10. But she finds herself taken down very early in this round. So this is certainly not what was on the plan for the start of round 2. She's not panicking. She's definitely going to have to deal with this situation, though. So what can she do from this position? Again, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's appreciated, as we're just 5 away now from 800, which is pretty staggering. Jin Yu Fry is all over Dudikova. She's keeping her grounded, and Dudikova isn't doing anything on the ground. We spoke about activity and the importance of activity. Jin Yu Fry has been able to get to a side control, and right now she can just slowly go about her work. This is a test here. Dudikova, 24. This is definitely not an area that she's that comfortable with. And I tell you what, Jin Yu Fry seems to be getting towards a crucifix type position. There we go, Dudikova. Moving her arm out the way, I think, to prevent that crucifix, but it looks like it's there if she wants to go for it. But she's over on the side. Jin Yu Fry still in side control. Again, it's all well and good getting into the position. That's great. But you get into the position to do the damage. She's got to do damage. So right now she's getting control time. She's keeping Dudikova down. She's got to be landing some shots, though, and we're not seeing much output from Jin Yu Fry. But of course, we're not seeing much out of Dudikova either. Trying to move over to the side. We've got Dudikova all kind of curled up at the moment. She's on her back. Jin Yu Fry is, I tell you what, not bad by Dudikova there. Oh, looking for an armbar. Looking for an armbar. That was quick by Dudikova. Very explosive. She just quickly repositioned. She was looking for that armbar. Right now, Jin Yu Fry standing over Dudikova. Kick coming in. She's throwing in a shot. We got a couple of minutes left to go here. And right now, there's some up kicks that are coming in. And Fry goes down, looking for another side control. I want to see if I can find the round-by-round stats. But right now, she's grabbed the arm. She's in full guard. Shots coming into the side of the head by Jin Yu Fry. This feels like a much closer round. Jin Yu Fry has done an excellent job of taking this to the ground, and she's asking ground questions. The problem that Jin Yu Fry has got now, though, is that Dudikova is trying to trap the arm. She's got the arm. She's throwing in some heavy shots. And kicks coming in as well. Jin Yu Fry, though, is fine. She's managed to get out of that uncomfortable position. She's back on her feet. Kicks coming in by Dudikova as both women get back up to their feet. I want to have a look and see the round-by-round breakdown and see how we're looking at shots per round. At the moment, this would feel like it could be a Jin Yu Fry round because Dudikova hasn't offered a great deal. Kick coming in there by Dudikova. It's 8-6 on significant strikes for Jin Yu Fry in this round and 1 takedown. As we said, if you're going to have close significant strikes, 8-6, that's when things like takedowns would come into effect. if the gap is so much wider on the significant strikes, takedowns, and they're just not going to mean anything unless it's a considerable number, like, I don't know, 12, 15, something like that. Kick coming in there by Jin Yu Fry. I think as a result, that is potentially a round for Jin Yu Fry. So there has been a knockdown in the fight, but that was in the first round. Second round, I don't think there was a knockdown in that round. I think it was just 8-7. Really close on significant strikes, but it is Jin Yu Fry that just edges it. You could talk about the total strikes. Total strikes are 39-16 in favor of Dudikova. Potentially, you might want to have a look at that and say that that is a significant statistic. 39-16 total strikes. Those strikes, though, were not classed as significant. It's significant strikes that's really the be-all and end-all. So, close rounds, but I think the control time, I think the fact she had that slight edge on significant strikes, the takedown, I think it would just give it Jin Yu Fry, which should set up a very interesting third and final rounds. But I think Nathaniel Wood is next, said the Ronin. Yes, Nathaniel Wood coming up next. Right, here we go. Round number 3. Round number 3, and shot coming in there by Dudikova. Again, moving forward, we've got Jin Yu Fry standing her grounds. Dudikova needs a big round here. She needs to take any doubt out of the equation. Jin Yu Fry is being very watchful, patient. She's trying to find a way of taking this. Second round goes to Fry. Fight is even. Huyan Ko has got it 1-1. Jab coming in there by Dudikova. So it looks like a lot of the tweets that are being shown on screen have got it 1-1 at the moment. Dudikova bouncing around. Inside leg kick coming in there by Jin Yu Fry. Jin Yu Fry again trying to find a way forward. Dudikova backing up a little as Fry throws a straight left. We're seeing that Dudikova has gone to the body quite a bit and gone to the head as well. 23 headshots according to ESPN. We've got Fry in the middle. Crowd are a little bit quiet. They're just exchanging the odd shot at the moment. So 3 minutes 30 left on the clock. Her striking, Dudikova's striking definitely looks good. She looks a little bit lost on the ground. 24 years old, though. There's going to be plenty of improving. So far in this round, round number 3, it's 8 significant strikes to 7 in favor of Dudikova. Jin Yu Fry trying to find a way forward. Lovely hook shot by Jin Yu Fry. That seemed to land on Dudikova and ask a few questions. Jin Yu Fry trying to find a way forward as Dudikova backs up a little bit. Body shot coming in there by Dudikova. Jin Yu Fry again being quite watchful as Dudikova is right in the middle with her. And body shot coming in there by Jin Yu Fry. It is Nathaniel Wood that should be coming up after this. 2 minutes 30, halfway in this final round. Still feels like it could be anyone's round. And we've got Jin Yu Fry in the center. Dudikova coming into the middle to meet her. Bouncing around. It's 10-8 to Dudikova in this round at the moment. Not much in this. Not much in this at all. Someone needs to have a real moment in this round to take the round and take the fight. Jab coming in there by Dudikova. Jin Yu Fry trying to find a way forward. Nice head movement. Dudikova on the outside. Circling around, going back into the center. Jab coming in there by Dudikova. Fry again was trying to throw something, but gets beaten to the punch. We're just seeing that the hand speed of Dudikova looks a little bit quicker. She certainly seems the crisper striker. But not much in this. Numbers are saying 16-11, so there is a gap that's opening on significant strikes in favor of Dudikova. Jinh Yu Frey has got to do something. She needs a moment. She needs a spell in this fight if she's going to get the victory. It's right there for her as well. It's really frustrating. With just over a minute to go. Oh, into a clinch. She's driving Dudikova back against the side of the cage. So Frey is in position. She's got Dudikova up against the fence. And we've got less than a minute to go. Round 3, significant headshots, 15-8. Significant shots overall, 16-11 apparently. Knee strike there by Dudikova. Jinh Yu Frey looking for a takedown. Another knee strike coming in by Jinh Yu Frey. Shot coming into the side of the heads. But she's got her in a clinch up against the cage. And Dudikova is being pinned up against the fence at the moment. And again, what can she do with just 20 seconds left to go? Trying to break apart. Shot coming into the side of the heads. She goes back into the middle. Jinh Yu Frey trying to find a way forward. Dudikova throws in a kick to the body. Kick coming back there by Jinh Yu Frey. Dudikova circling round us. That's the end of the fight, and that should be a Dudikova victory. Yeah, shout out to everyone that's joining us. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated as we are working our way towards 1,000, and there is every chance we get there. The earliest that we have ever got there. I don't think we have ever got to 1,000 likes on the early prelims. So we're 126 away. So if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. I think that Dudikova picks up the win there 2-1. I think she takes the victory in that 2-1. Shout out to everyone that's in the chat. I can see there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of non-English speaking people that are joining us for this card, which is exciting. Welcome everyone. We'll go into the judges. I can tell you that third round, the overview was that in round 3, it was 19 significant strikes to 14. Total strikes were 32-17, all in favor of Dudikova. So 19-14, 32-17, all in favor of Dudikova. Here we go. We're about to get the official decision then for this one. All 3 judges. 29-28. Unanimous decision. Still undefeated Dudikova, who was made to work more than we expected. Thought that was going to be a little bit easier than it was for her. But either way, she picks up the victory. And that's all that matters. She now goes 2-0. Okay, Wood against Naimov coming up next. This should be a really interesting fight. Really interesting fight. This should be a really interesting fight because Naimov is 1-0. He came in as a late replacement, picked up the victory. He trains at Elevation. He's had a short camp. He won his short notice UFC debut. He's now had a full training camp. He's got power in his hands. He's going to be the bigger fighter. He might not be as quick as Nathaniel Wood, but he still brings a lot of striking, a lot of skill, a lot of ability. Nathaniel Wood, though, 7-2. He is a serious fighter. He is someone that there is a lot of hope and hype around. But Naimov Naimov definitely has got an opportunity here. I really do like him, and I really do rate him as well. So this is going to be a really interesting fight coming up next. You can see that Nathaniel lands 6.2 significant strikes per minute. That is incredible volume. There's no way that Naimov can match that. But his 3.4 is not bad. His accuracy, 44.9%. Against Nathaniel's 54.7. Of course, the sample size is very small for Naimov, so we haven't got loads that we can read into. Experience-wise, he's only had 11 fights. He's only had one UFC fight. They've kind of done him dirty here, if we're being honest. He came in as a late replacement, and he got that victory, and now he's sort of been punished by being thrown in against such a good fighter, someone that's 7-2 and won his last 3. They have not given him any kind of easy fight here. But it's interesting because Naimov, as we said, is going to be the bigger fighter. It's in the featherweight division. It's close. This one can go either way. So let us know, which way do you think this is going to go? Which way do you think this is going to go? Do you think that it's going to be Woods, or do you think it's going to be Naimov that picks up the victory here? 82% of people on Tapology have gone with Nathaniel Woods. 18% on Tapology have gone with Naimov. Wood is a minus 310 favorite. Naimov plus 250. Billy said, how is this being viewed? TNT Sports isn't showing it. It's on UFC Fight Pass. So UFC Fight Pass, I believe, have got like the exclusive rights to the early prelims. It's a way of getting you to subscribe to UFC Fight Pass, which is like £10 a month or something. But it's obviously got all the archive, all the old events. But that's where they show the early prelims. The actual prelims themselves, they start in just 45 minutes. So we haven't got long to go. And then we will be at the prelims. And the main card starts in 2 hours 45. So we're actually not that far from the main cards. We've already been streaming for over 3 hours on the channel. So we're 2 hours 45 away from getting to the main card. So we're certainly making progress. Right, here's Naimov making his way down to the ring. As we said, this should be a really interesting fight in the featherweight division. Two really good fighters. Two fighters that deserve respect. Wood fighting out of the United Kingdom. We've got Naimov that's fighting out of Tajikistan. I don't know much about Tajikistan, and by not I don't know much, I mean I don't know anything. But fighting out of Tajikistan. He's going to have a 1-inch reach advantage. It's nothing, is it? But he is 3 inches taller. But he doesn't have as much experience. Nathaniel Woods is 20-5, 25 fights, 20 wins up against Naimov, who's had 11 fights and 2 losses. He is on a 4-fight win streak, though, and he is a Taekwondo world champion. Taekwondo world champion. Namaste, UFC India is here, says my voice. My voice, shout out to you. Namaste. But how do you watch the Jubilee fight for free? Don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It depends on what country that you are in. So that is going to have a lot of interest. That fight is coming up next. Is that fight on the early prelims or the prelims? I think it's on the early prelims, isn't it? Because I think the prelims have got Tim Elliott against Makhachev, Yahya against Peak, Basharat against Henry, and a Zaitar against Dumas. So I think coming up next is the Ansul Jubilee fight. He's 1-0 in the UFC, taking on Mike Breeden. Should be a win, and it should be a comfortable win for Ansul Jubilee. But I believe that's going to be on UFC Fight Pass. Ansu said in India it is free. Well, there we go. If you're in India, then you can watch it on there. Here in the UK, it's UFC Fight Pass for these early prelims. Raj said it is on the early prelims. Thank you, Raj. Yeah, just talking about Jubli, I can see there's a lot of people excited about him. Heavy hands, great pace, great gas tank, great wrestling. Going to be looking for the finish, and I really think he'll find it. Really good mount and a really good back control. He has got nasty ground and pound. His ground and pound is so impressive. 28 years old, really well-rounded, minus 400 favorite. He's got everything going for him. Really exciting fighter. 1-0 in the UFC, 7-0 overall. Definitely someone that should be on people's radars. Bitblob, shout out to you, says Ansel Jubli will step into the octagon next. He has got the support of the entire nation of India with him. Let's go, Humari Shia, brackets, our lion, win it for us. I tell you what, man, this card just shows the strength of the international support that UFC enjoy. UFC is a truly global brand. I mean, we've got people all over the world that are jumping in, supporting their guys and girls. And that is really showing itself with Chimaev, of course, Islam Makhachev, of course. But I got to admit, I wasn't expecting so much love for Ansel Jubli. I don't know a great deal about him because he's only 1-0 in the UFC. He's 7-0 overall. But then, you know, rightfully, as you've said, he's going to have the whole of India behind him. You know, we don't see lots of fighters, MMA fighters, coming out of India, but certainly you've got someone there that's very, very skilled. You've got a very good prospect. 7-0, 1-0 in the UFC, 28 years old, plenty to like about him. That fight coming up next, and I don't know, feels like that's that fight's got a bit more interest to it now. Because I love the hype. I love the support. So, yeah, we've got that match coming up next. But we need to get through this one first. Bitblob, shout out to you. Brilliant comment, buds. Brilliant comment. Let's, I'll be rooting for Ansel Jubli then. He's going to be my guy. I'm gonna back him. But first of all, we got Nathaniel Woods against Mohamed Naimov. In all fairness, Mike Breeden, I mean, he should be beatable. He's 0-3 in the UFC. Like, they have definitely given Jubli someone that he should go out there and show his class against. So I think there should be some celebrating for our Indian friends. But we'll get to that in a second. Let's do this first. Again, we're only 5 away from getting to 1,000. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like, because we could do 1,000 on the early prelims, which would be flipping insane. Insane. Right, we are underway. Wood against Naimov then. We got Wood in black. We've got Naimov in white. And leg kick coming in there by Nathaniel Wood. Naimov standing his ground in the center. And I've got Wood winning this. I've got Ansel Jubli winning the next fight. Couple of, big shots coming in. Big shots coming in there by Naimov. Wood taking the punishment. And Wood has managed to drive Naimov up against the side of the cage. Takedown by Naimov. This is going to be close. It's going to be close. I think Wood's experience should see him through, but right now he is having to weather an early storm. Right now, takedown. Wood is over against the side of the cage. Naimov is all over Wood at the moment. Shots raining down. Heavy hands. Shots coming down by Naimov. As we said, shot coming into the side of the head there by Naimov as well. Woods lying down, has got Naimov on top of him, in guards, in a seated position, over by the side of the cage. And Naimov, again, has got Wood down, throwing down some big, heavy shots all over him at the moment. Brilliant early striking by Naimov. Beautiful hook shot. And that dropped Woods. So Woods in all kinds of trouble in the early stages of this one. Big, heavy shots raining down again by Naimov. Naimov really dominating this fight at the moment. 9 significant strikes to 3. It's a really bad day for England when it comes to sports. This is just not our day. We're having an off day today. But Wood in a seat position. Naimov all over Nathaniel Woods. Absolutely dominating him. Dominating this round as well. 9-3. He's got him in that seated position over against the side of the cage. Massive thank you to everyone that's left a like. It's absolutely unbelievable. To hit 1,000, we honestly, we normally do that when we get to the main event. To do it on the early prelims, I don't think we've never done that before. So the support is greatly appreciated. I hope people are enjoying the action, enjoying the fights so far. This is fight number 3, and they've got back to their feet at the moment. Naimov throwing in some shots. Wood reversing the position. Knee strike coming in there by Woods. Naimov circling round. Knee strike coming into the midsection. Oh, low blow. Wood goes down. We've got drama. We've got drama. So right now, Wood goes down, and he's definitely feeling the effects of that. Naimov with some knee strikes. He's gone into the body. That looks high. That actually looks high. The replay doesn't look good for Wood there. That one... it's the second one. Okay, the replay they showed was late. So the first one went low, and he went, and he grabbed his little Woods. And then the second one went to the midsection. That replay did him dirty for a second there. Here we go. This is the replay. That's the one. That's the one. So definitely a knee in the crown jewels. That then meant that he covered it up. And then it's this second one that went to the midsection, but it's the first one that did the damage. So a low blow just kind of has momentarily stalled the action in our third fight. The replay didn't look good for Wood, but they got the replay. They botched the replay. Okay, we're about to get back underway then, as Wood seems to have recovered. And we are back underway. Both guys in the center throwing out straight shots. Naimov, good lateral movement. Really light on his feet, circling rounds. As we're seeing Wood throwing in some inside leg kicks. Naimov going back up against the side of the cage. Kick coming in. Oh, lovely right hand. Big right hand by Woods. Whoa, Naimov got rocked. He got rocked. Absolutely dominated. Brilliant shot by Woods. And right now, I think that momentum might have shifted. Takedown by Wood. He's managed to get Naimov down on the ground. He's all over him at the moment. He's trying to get round the back. Absolutely explosive work at the moment, as Woods trying to grab a hold of the arm. He's on his back. Shot coming into the side of the head. And Woods raining down some heavy shots. Naimov has managed to get on top now. Naimov is the one that's got back into control. Oh my God, this is absolutely back and forth at the moment. 20 seconds left to go here. 20 seconds left to go. Yeah, absolutely fantastic action in this first round. I can tell you that it's 15 significant strikes to 8 in favor of Naimov. There's been real explosive moments in this fight. Back and forth. Who the flip do you give that to? I think you have to give it to Naimov. looking at the numbers, 15 significant strikes to 8, he takes the advantage there. 2 minutes 30 control time to 45, he takes the advantage there. Total strikes 44 to 16, he takes the advantage there. Wood, though, definitely had a good spell in the fight. Definitely had moments in the fight. But that moment in particular right there, that moment in particular, I mean, that should have been scored as a knockdown, really. Because he knocked him, a beautiful shot straight down the middle. He was gone, and he fell back against the cage. If that cage wasn't there, Naimov would have gone crashing down to the ground, but it doesn't look like they've scored it as a knockdown on ESPN. So I'm quite surprised by that. But either way, Naimov takes that first round. Big statement, and a little bit of a hole now that Nathaniel Wood is going to have to try and climb out of. Crowd filling up inside the venue as well. Obviously, the excitement continuing to build. Here we go, about to get underway with round number 2. Referee just, is that a low blow already? I think we've got a low blow already. A low blow, and we didn't even get a chance to start the clock. It must have been the first shot. He's gone down. We need to have a look at the replay of this. 2 times he has delivered a low blow. This could be a point deduction, you know. So he comes forward, goes in for a kick. Yeah, he does. It seems to... Yeah, it does get him again. It does get him again. Nathaniel Wood, again, is just having to take a moment here. It's going to be very interesting to see if the ref's going to deduct a point or not. Right at the start of the second round. Right at the start. So, referee is having a words, trying to settle things down. This is our 3rd fight of the evening. We got just over half an hour to go. Coming up next, Ansel Jubilee, the pride of India, is in action. Referee is having a word here with Naimov. He's just having a word at this stage. Referee goes back into the center. No point deduction, and we are back underway. We've given the first round to Naimov, and who was excellent, but there were certainly some moments in there for Nathaniel Wood as well. Right now, though, Naimov driving Wood up against the side of the cage. And we're in a clinch at the moment. Wood is in one hell of a fight. He's having to use all of his experience, looking for a trip. He's got to be careful of a guillotine, of a Kimura, sorry. Because Naimov has managed to get the arm. He's desperately trying to get it into Kimura. No joy at the moment, though, as Wood gets right back up to his feet, over by the side of the cage. And Wood is round the back. Looks like he's trying to drag Naimov down. And at the moment, Naimov staying on his feet. Bobby Charlton just passed away. I just saw that news come through, yeah. Horrible. What a horrible day for British sport. He's round the back here, Woods. He's trying to drag Naimov down. Naimov staying on his feet, though. We're not making much progress here. Still trying to drag him down. He's staying standing, though, at the moment. He's managed to grab the leg. Naimov is grabbing the leg of Nathaniel Woods. And over against the side of the cage, Naimov. No progress being made at the moment. Knee strike coming in there by Naimov. And again. Woods in the center. We've got Naimov trying to get Woods down. He takes him down. He's managed to get it down. So good work there by Naimov. Wood goes down. He's trying to get back up to his feet, though. Naimov, we know that he's got some good work down on the ground. We know that he's the bigger fighter as well. Look at this right now. Wood in all kinds of trouble. He just hasn't have any answer for this. Shots coming into the side of the heads by Naimov. And Wood down on his back. I think he's a round down already. He's got to find a way of getting this second round, Woods. And at the moment, he's on his back and he's on the ground. This is a bad situation for him to be in. We could be seeing a dog bark in here. Wood was a minus 310 favorite. That is significant. That's a decent size favorite. So if Naimov can get the win here, that's quite the upset. Naimov is doing a really great job at the moment of controlling the action. He's keeping Wood grounded right now. Some shots coming in. He's just frustrating him at the moment. There's not really much to separate them with in this round. Both have managed to secure one takedown. But at the moment, Naimov is ahead 4 significant strikes to 2. He's keeping him grounded. He's in half guards. He's got him over by the side of the cage. Wood trying to get back up to his feet. He does get back up to his feet. And Naimov is in a clinch. And he's got Wood up against the side of the cage. And Wood just doesn't seem to have any answer for this whatsoever. Live odds right now have got Wood at minus 130. So unless they think he's going to find a finish out of somewhere, for me at the moment, he's down a round. And I can't see why you would give him this round. 40 odd seconds left to go. Nathaniel Wood knows he is in a real fight now. He might need a finish in this third round. Coming up next, I know there's a lot of excitement. I know there's a lot of people joining us. There's a lot of support being shown. Coming up next, Ansel Jubli coming up next. Definitely someone that seems to have got the attention of the Indian people. So much support being shown. I would imagine a lot of people are praying for this fight to end as quickly as possible so that they can just get to that next fight. But at the moment, it's not quite going that way as we're going to head to a third round. And honestly, I think this is looking really bad for Nathaniel Woods. There really isn't much here to get too excited about if you are a Nathaniel Wood fan. The only thing I can think is that he is potentially, hopefully, going to find a finish in this third and final round. That's really his only option right now. Obviously, you don't know how the judges are scoring it, but definitely feels to me like it's 2-0. Water Hazard said Jubli is about to come fire. When does the fight start of Ansel when this one finishes? So we've got one more round of this fight. We should be looking at like 10 minutes. We should be going over to the Ansel Jubli fight. So about 10 minutes, we'll be going over to it. It's, I think, the last fight on the early prelims, and then we go over to the main card. So, yeah, if you are joining us, hit the like if you haven't already. We are on 1,142, which is pretty mental. I have no idea what that could finish on. So if you are joining us and enjoying the action, hit the like. It's greatly appreciated. As we are underway with round number 3. Naimov is in control. Nathaniel Wood needs to find a way of pulling victory out of the jaws of defeat here. He's managed to get around the back of Naimov and drive him up against the side of the cage. This could be the arrival of a real star here, because if he can beat Nathaniel Wood, that's a big win. That is a big statement. Because Nathaniel Wood has had 9 UFC fights. He's only lost 2. He's on a 3-fight win streak as well. Kick coming in there by Naimov. Naimov again trying to find a way forward with a big straight left hand. Nathaniel Wood really struggling to find a way forward. We've got less than 4 minutes to go in round number 3. Nathaniel Wood standing his ground in the center. Hook shot coming in there by Nathaniel Woods. Naimov again on the outsides as Nathaniel Woods trying to find a way forwards. Goes back into the center of the octagon. Naimov switching stances. Will the fight go the distance? Before the fight started, yes, was the favorite at minus 140-ish. Kick coming in there by Naimov. Naimov again on the outside. I've given him the first 2 rounds. I think that means we're at the point where if Nathaniel Wood is going to win, he's going to need a finish. Wood continuing to edge forward. Outside leg kick there by Naimov. 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes to go here as Wood continues to put that pressure on. Switching of stances there by Naimov. Wood standing his ground in the center, but that's not good enough. He's got to land something significant. He needs to find a finish. He's got to take the fight down to the ground. He's got to set some traps. And at the moment, he's stalking Naimov. Naimov not being given any space to operate, but that's such good work. Gets underneath the shot of Wood. Manages to secure a takedown. And Wood just can't believe what he's up against right now, because he is up against a seriously talented fighter. And right now, Naimov looking so good. And he's got Nathaniel Woods up against the side of the cage. He's looking for a takedown of his own. Can't quite find it at the moment, though. Nathaniel Woods up against the cage. Knee strike coming in there by Naimov. Naimov, again, looking for a knee strike. Nathaniel Woods up against the side of the cage. And there's just no progress being made. No progress being made at the moment by Nathaniel Woods, who just really does look clueless. Doesn't really have much to offer at the moment. And right now, Naimov is looking for... to get Wood down. Wood on his feet in the center. Naimov over against the side of the cage. 1-2. Good work there by Wood. Shots coming in straight down the middle. That's a problem for Naimov. Wood knows that he got through there. That's better. But he's got to land more of those. He's got 1 minute 10. 1 minute 10. And again, Naimov back against the cage. Lovely work there by Woods. Naimov again circling round. Wood trying to stay with him. Trying to find some shots. Trying to find those kill blows. Those kill shots. But he can't land them at the moment. 47 seconds left to go here. And Naimov is on his bite right now. Definitely in retreat modes. Definitely a Nathaniel Wood round, but I think the damage has already been done. 30 seconds left to go. We do have Ansel Jubli coming up next. Ansel Jubli coming up next. Naimov up against the cage. Wood throwing in a big shot. These two exchanging blows at the moment. Whoa! Spin kick. Didn't quite land it. Down goes Naimov. Wood with some big shots. Referee was looking to step in. 3 seconds to go. 1 second. Oh my God. Really looked like the ref was going to step in right at the end. Oh, real drama. Serious drama. The referee didn't. The fight goes the distance. And I think it was just a little bit too late from Nathaniel Wood, but that was exciting, man. That was exciting. Mr. Shadow said, let's go, Ansel. Ansel coming up next. The fight that it feels like most of the chat have been waiting for, coming up next. Very excited to see what he's going to be bringing. He's only stepped inside the UFC once. He did win that fight, though. So he is 1-0 in the UFC. So, yeah, what is it that he's going to be bringing? What is it that he is going to be showing off? Ansel Jubilee for the win. Right, let's change this over. Big shout out to everyone that's left a like. We're starting to dream of 2,000 likes. I seriously don't know if we've ever got there. I genuinely don't know. I know we've never hit 1,000 on the early prelims. I know that for certain. But yeah, incredible. And what an incredible evening this is already proving to be. Here we go. Scorecards. All three judges. 29-28. Mohammed gets the win. All three judges. 29-28. So there we go. Mohammed. Naimov picks up the victory. And coming up next, 7-0, Ansel Jubilee, fighting out of India, the pride of India, the Indian Lion. Switch stance, good strikes landed per minute, 5.69, taking on Mike Breeden, 5.22, so Jubilee lands more, he's got slightly better accuracy as well. A little bit behind, only by a whisper when it comes to takedown average, but much better when it comes to submissions. So he's definitely got the numbers. He's 1-0 in the UFC, 7-0 overall. Heavy hands, operates a great pace, great gas tank. He's a great wrestler. Will he get a finish? I think it's there for him. He's got great mount and back control. He's got fight-ending ground and pound. I mean, the ground and pound is significant that he offers. He's well-rounded. He really does bring a lot to the table. And he's taken on Mike Breeden, Norton 3 in the UFC. This is not going to be the toughest of challenges. This should be a showcase for Jubilee. This should be an opportunity for him to show off. Breeden has got a solid gas tank. His volume is good, but Jubilee's is better. Weak to the body, Breeden. That is definitely somewhere that Jubilee could target. He is solid, but I wouldn't say spectacular anywhere. Not a great takedown defense. He's 6 years older as well. On Tapology, 93% of people have gone with Jubilee to get the win. 7% have gone with Mike Breeden. Jubilee minus 400 favorite. He is a big favorite, right? So he is coming in expected to win. Can't take it for granted, though. And we know what this means to the Indian nation. We know what this means for Indian MMA. That is absolutely a sleeping giant. They would love to have Jubilee go on and rise through the ranks. We know that the lightweight division is a very difficult division. It's maybe the most stacked division. But could you imagine if Jubilee went through the ranks and started getting into the mix with Poirier and Gaethje and Oliveira and Islam? And very exciting. So I'm hoping for a win for Ansel Jubilee. I really do think he can get the job done. And some of the fights that we could have down the road, very exciting. The man is making his way down. He's in green shorts. Uttarakhand, India is where he was born. He is the second Indian fighter in UFC history. Big smile on his face as he makes his way down to the octagon. And he is looking very cool, calm, and collected. PSG3 said, it's been an underdog morning. Remember, Breeden is 3.5 pounds overweight, though, says Entertainment Information Series. It's a good point. Okay, here we go. So, Jubilee has made his way down. Mike Breeden fighting out of the USA, of course. Jubilee undefeated, road to UFC Season 1 lightweight tournament winner, second India native on the UFC roster. And you've only got to look at the amount of Indian support that's joining us in the chat right now to see what this means to people. Jubilee to win by knockout or technical knockout is plus 200. For him to get any kind of finish is plus 120. For him to win by decision is plus 180. So if you was going to bet on him, definitely betting how he wins would make you more money than just betting on if he wins. Because if he wins, 48 hours ago was minus 400. You're not going to get much back for that, because he is a firm favourite. But he screams as he enters the octagon, and here comes Mike Breeden. The other thing about Mike Breeden is Mike Breeden knows that he has to win this. He could be a little bit more dangerous because Breeden is 0-3. He knows if he loses this, he is gone from the UFC. So that could prove to be a motivator. So Mike Breeden making his way down. This is the last of our early prelims. We've got 12 minutes to go until we go to the prelims. Mike Breeden has made his way down. Get in your predictions. Get in your thoughts. Which way do you think this fight is going to go? Do you think it's going to go with Jubilee, or do you think it's going to be Mike Breeden that's going to pull it out of the fire, get the victory? Which way do you think this is going to go? India is here, says Andrew DaCosta. Namaste, UFC. India is here, says Amen. Lots of love and support for India. So much love. It's fantastic to see. You can see that the hunger is there for Indian MMA, and it was asked at the press conference, what are the chances of India getting a UFC event? And Dana was very positive on the idea. There's a lot of people in India. That is definitely a market that UFC want to tap into. So yeah, you've got to be watching Indian MMA. I reckon if you are young and you are interested in UFC, this is definitely something that you might want to look at, because Indian MMA is clearly on the rise. Jai Shriram. Jai Shriram, my friends. I don't know what it means. I hope it's not offensive. I'm going to translate it. Jai Shriram. Glory to Lord Rama. That's what it means. Let's go. Jai Shriram. Shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. I hope this goes your way. I'm sure it will. Can you give your thoughts on Charles Oliveira? Fantastic fighter. One of the best jiu-jitsu artists in all of UFC. Would be champion if it wasn't for the amazing skill set of Islam Makhachev. Can he get that belt back? I think he will have been focused on ensuring that he does. I think he will be a challenge for Islam in the rematch. Shame that rematch isn't tonight, although you can't argue with the match that we got instead. Brilliant. But questions of a decline. Right, here we go. Here we go. So Jubilee is in green. Breeden is in red. And we are underway. Jubilee standing his ground in the center. Nice wide stance. Good footwork. Early days. And that is gonna work well for him because Breeden overcommitted there for a second. Jubilee managed to get a clinch, but Breeden was able to escape. Lovely shots on the back foot there by Jubilee. And again, circling round, leg kick coming in there by Jubilee. Already landed a couple of leg kicks as Breeden stands his ground in the center. Jubilee looking to go to the body. And again, feints. Like to see more of that, actually. I like to see some good feint work and traps being set. Just shows a good IQ. People can be a little bit reckless with their boxing sometimes. But feinting, head movement, setting traps. Do like to see that stuff because it can really unlock some openings. And good to see that from Jubilee already. Lovely right hand there. Don't think he managed to get all of it though, but that could have been lights out already for Breeden, but Jubilee wasn't able to connect. But so far, very confident start. Just not quite able to kind of open that gap at the moment. It's 8-6. Kick coming in, but you would say that Jubilee has looked the better fighter. Trying to go into the center, again into a clinch. When they get in close, it's Jubilee that throws the knee first. Breeden getting tagged, looks a little rock straight down the middle. Breeden trying to unload a couple of counter shots. Lovely hook shot there by Jubilee. Kick to the midsection as well. Jubilee again trying to find a way forward. Breeden on the outside. Head kick coming in there by Jubilee. High kick and low kick as well. We're starting to see that gap opening up. We said that Jubilee was looking the better fighter, but the gap hadn't showed itself. Well, it's showing itself now. 17-7. And Jubilee again putting that pressure on Breeden. Edging forward, Jubilee. Oh, missed with the knee. Tried to throw a knee there, Jubilee, but wasn't able to connect with it. Breeden in the center, hook shot coming in there by Jubilee. Goes to the body there, Jubilee, but Breeden continuing to move forwards. Jubilee definitely ahead in the fight, 19-9. Kick coming in, tries to get in a hook shot as well. Jubilee going straight down the middle into a clinch. Good work, knee to the body there by Breeden. And Jubilee standing his ground in the middle as Breeden continues to edge forward. Body shot coming in there by Jubilee. Hook shot just misses. Lovely work by Jubilee, though. Putting the pressure on, but Breeden just staying out of range just by a whisper. Shot coming in there by Jubilee as Breeden continues to move forwards. Breeden again being quite watchful. Low kick coming in. Hook shot coming in there by Jubilee. Kick coming into the midsection, but Breeden complaining that it was a little bit low by Jubilee, but no timeout. Fight continuing. 1 minute 20 on the clock. It's been a Jubilee round, 25-14. Breeden still in the fight, though. But you feel like Jubilee is, big knee. And actually, Breeden nods. I think Breeden was quite impressed with that knee by Jubilee. Lovely counter shots by both guys. Little bit of a firefight as Breeden is edging forwards. Jubilee throwing out a jab. We've got Breeden trying to on the front foot at the moment. Jubilee in the center. Hook shot coming in there by Breeden. Switching of stances by Breeden as well. He is trying a few things, but he just cannot get like the shots landing with the same volume that Jubilee is. Jubilee is ahead by 10 significant strikes. Definitely winning the round for me. Staying on the outside. Lovely right hand there, but Brendan tries to come back with some shots of his own. Breeden is doing a good job of just hanging with Jubilee. He's not allowing him to really pull ahead. Couple of shots straight down the middle. He's making it competitive. It's a good little workout, actually, this for Jubilee. Good little workout. Again, some body shots coming in. There we go. End of the first. Definitely that first round goes to Ansel Jubilee, who I think is doing the people of India proud right now. Good showing. 35 significant strikes to 23. And overall, 35-23 on total strikes as well. I would say that he was comfortable. I would say that he was leading throughout that whole round. I would say he was never really tested, but he just can't seem to shake Breeden off. You can't seem to get rid of him. You can't seem to, like, push him away, you know? So he's just, that gap is, what, 12 significant strikes? Definitely would like to see that get a bit wider in this second round. Definitely maybe a finish. There's certainly no pressure of that. Obviously, people just want him to win. That's the most important thing. Just get the victory. But so far, so good. Nice shot, says Mr. Baxty. Second round is about to start. It does. Here we go. We are underway with Jubilee grabbing the leg of Breeden. Breeden trying to find a way forward right now into the center. Lovely shot there by Jubilee. That was a great right hand. Breeden in trouble. Breeden up against the side of the cage. Lovely fast start by Jubilee. Really impressive work. 1-2, straight down the middle. Breeden up against the fence. People are going to be hoping and cheering for a finish. Breeden, though, he's being given an opportunity to recover. Jubilee not racing in, not being reckless, which is good. He's just allowing the fight to play out as it is, but maybe a slight opportunity missed. Either way, we've got Jubilee in the center right now. That's a lovely right hand. Breeden is in all kinds of trouble. Knee strike coming in. Jubilee again throwing in a kick to the midsection. Breeden coming forwards. Jubilee in the center. Ah, big shot to the side of the head by Breeden. Jubilee, though, takes it. No problems. Circles round. This fight has gone back into the middle of the octagon now as Breeden unloads. He's putting the pressure on Jubilee. Jubilee standing his ground in the middle. Breeden with a lovely right hand. Jubilee again on the outside. That's a lovely right hook shot. Beautiful by Jubilee. Really nice. Breeden trying to come forwards. Round 2, significant head strikes. 16 for Jubilee, 6 for Breeden. Kick coming in there. Back into the center. Jab coming in. Breeden looking a little bit gassed. Starting to look a little bit tired. This has been such a fast, explosive start to this round. Breeden has done well to weather that early storm that Jubilee brought. He's still in the fight, though. Kick coming in. He's still in the fight. He's still going to be dangerous. Right now, we've got Jubilee moving forward. You can see that Jubilee is feeling the effects of this as well. You can see that he is taking a few deep breaths. I think the pace of it might have just got to him just a touch. Just a touch. Nothing to be concerned about. Oh, that's a lovely right hand by Jubilee. Both guys just feeling the effects. But in this round, it is 31-14 on significant strikes at the moment. 32-14. Breeden trying to find a way forwards into a clinch. Jubilee standing his ground. In the center, comes forward. Lovely right hand. Great work by Jubilee. Breeden on the outside. It's Breeden that steps into the middle. Again, trying to come forward, trying to throw out a jab. We've got Jubilee backing up. Lovely head movement. That is so good by Jubilee. Slips underneath the shot, throws a counter to the body. I love his combos. I love how he throws knees when the opportunity is there. I love his head movement. I love his hook shots. He's got really nice hooks. Again, that's a lovely right hand. It's 42-17 for Jubilee. Definitely he took the first and definitely is taking the second. Right now, Jubilee is minus 1,050 favorite. But Breeden is still in there. He's still in there. So you can't rule him out because he's still in the fight. And that'll be just the only frustrating thing at the moment. I think that people would like to have seen Jubilee get Breeden out of there. There's been a few opportunities to do it, but equally you don't want to push it and you don't want to be too reckless. Both guys in the center right now. Breeden edging forwards. Really good showing by Jubilee. He's doing really, really well. Breeden has been a game opponent, but there is definitely levels to this game, and Breeden doesn't look like he's at this level. He's trying to come forwards. Bit of damage on his eye, actually, of Breeden. He's definitely feeling the effects, but feels like we're going to make it through to the end of the rounds. We've got Breeden on the outsides. We have strayed into the prelims as well now. This fight going a little bit longer than I think they expected, or this early prelims going longer than expected. And we have bled into the time allotted for the prelims. It's not a problem. But yeah, it looks like he's going to make it through to the end of the rounds. 3 seconds left to go, and it's going to be a second round for Jubilee. It's 49-12. 49-12. Significant strikes in that round. Round number 3 coming up. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We're just seeing the cut above the left eye of Breeden. He's definitely took some punishment. And he's definitely feeling the effects. It's it's a nasty little cut, that is, you know. Right there. Right above the eye. So that is a nasty little cut. Okay, so we are about to get underway with round number 3. Okay, here we go. Okay, Jubilee coming out into the center. Round 2 to Jubilee. Definitely round 2 to Jubilee. Aditya, shout out to you, my friend, as Breeden is bringing it to Jubilee. He's got to go for broke here. He's unloading here, Breeden. He's going for broke. He knows that he's got to do that. This is going to be a great test for Jubilee. Can he weather the storm of a round 3 injured opponent who's got nothing to lose? Bringing the fight to him. Jubilee. Oh, he's getting tagged, Jubilee. Jubilee's getting tagged. We've got drama as Breeden is bringing the fight. Jubilee looks for a takedown. Tries for a single leg. He's been clipped a few times. He's been clipped a few times by Breeden. He's took it, though. He's took it. And right now, circling around, Breeden standing his ground in the center. He's got his arms out saying, bring the fight to Jubilee. But Jubilee is not being reckless. He's not going to engage in such tactics. Instead, staying on the outsides. Jabs coming in, though, by Breeden. This is a problem for Jubilee. This is a problem. He's using his head movement. Breeden has got all the momentum right now. Jubilee has just, I don't know if his cardio is failing him, but Breeden just seems to have got second wind. And Jubilee, I think, has been tagged and rocked. Oh, he's getting tagged again. Jubilee is really slow. Something's gone wrong. I don't know if it's cardio. I don't know if he's rocked. But Jubilee is just getting tagged. It's 25 significant shots to 7 for Breeden. 25-7 in this round. This is about heart now. This is about digging deep now. This is about using the reserve of the reserve now. Because he's got himself in a little situation here. He's got to find that fight management. He's on his bike. He's circling round. He's trying to get out of range of Breeden. Breeden in the center. Breeden needs a finish. He's got 2 minutes, 20 seconds to find that finish. Jubilee coming back with a couple of shots of his own. Breeden 27, Jubilee 8. Significant shots in round 3. Breeden in the center. Oh, he smashed Jubilee. Jubilee's gone down. Jubilee's lost. The fight's ended. The ref has stopped the fight. Breeden has picked up the victory. Oh, and hearts have broken. Hearts have broken all over India. Ah, my heart's broken as well. I was really rooting for him. Ah, he just seemed to lose. Summit just seemed to get away from Jubilee. He won the first. He won the second. Breeden had a cut above his eye. And then in this third round, Breeden, I think, just everything he had, anything he had, he just threw it all at Jubilee. And Jubilee just got tagged with some big, big shots. And there's a right hand. There's a little combo there, an uppercut, a right hook. Jubilee goes down, doesn't know where he is. Referee steps in, stops the fight. And it is heartbreak, man. It is heartbreak. I was really seriously rooting for Jubilee there. I think you can tell the support that the Indian fans have got for him and have got for MMA. And that is a disappointing loss. Breeden cheated in the weight cut, said Axe. Late drama, said Sharab. It's okay. We will come back. White Cobra said he just got out of gas. Do you know, it was so incredible. He was so comfortable. I mean, it could be nothing more than just simple fight management. It could be nothing more than just a lesson learned. Maybe it's just an experience thing, you know? Everything he'd done up until that third round was goated. It was fine. He'd done everything right, but that third round, he just seemed to lose everything. His movement wasn't as good. His pacing gone away. It looked like he'd gassed. I don't know, though, because Breeden brought a real early storm, and maybe he clipped him with some stuff that just really rocked him, knocked him for 6. But he was digging deep. He was weathering it. He was getting through it, and then he just gets caught with that, like, 3-punch combo. And as we said, hearts broke, but he'll bounce back. He's 1-1 in the UFC now. Hopefully, lesson learned, you know. We need some better third round management. This is a real fight. It's not Bollywood. Jubilee KO. Jubilee needs a better chin. Axe Clip said Breeden cheated with the weight cuts. A. Jobson said Jubilee got slept. Stuffed 3 takedowns and got caught. Damn. It's gutting, man. Biplob said, we have lost the fight. Heart is broken, but we will bounce back. Need a lot of improvement for Jubilee. We will make it and bounce back harder. Biplob, shout out to you, my friend. I'm sorry it didn't go your way. It was fantastic to see such support in the chat. It's always so exciting to see when the chat is just alive. And they're like, we get it a lot when Georgian fighters fight. You get a lot of like Georgian fans in the chat. And there's only certain countries that you see that, like when a British fighter's fighting, the British don't turn. The British don't seem to give a flip. But when you get like a Georgian fighter, or now we can say an Indian fighter, you really see like the fans in the chat, and it really is so exciting. I felt like I was an honorary Indian for a moment there. I was loving it. But he'll bounce back. Yeah, you're not wrong. He'll bounce back. He showed enough in that fight. He certainly belongs at this level. There's no doubt about that. And for 2 rounds, he looked very comfortable. But it just seemed to fall away from him. And as I said, it might be nothing more than just fight management. It might be nothing more than just, if you are going to go so hard in the first 2 rounds, you need to know that that's basically a wounded animal. You know, they've got nothing to lose. Whatever they've got, they're going to throw at you. And you've got to find a way of weathering that. And maybe that's just an experience that he's not had before, because he's only had 7 fights. So he'll be back. And it's going to be very interesting to see him when he is and see what improvements have been made. So hearts broken, but they should still remain proud. Right, we move on then to our next fight. The first fight of the prelims, even though we're 12 minutes into the prelims. It's going to be a Zaitar who is going to be in action taking on Dumas. So this fight is going to be it's going to be an interesting one, actually. This is going to be interesting because both fighters are 1-1 in the UFC. They've both won 1. They've both lost 1. Zaitar comes forward, throws bombs. He hasn't fought in a few years. The age is a concern because he's 37. He can be a little bit sloppy and his footwork is a bit questionable. Zaitar is 14 wins, 3 losses. He's coming in at plus 145. Dumas is minus 170. 8-1, 1-1 in the UFC. Dumas definitely feels like the pick because he's 9 years younger and he is a freak athlete, is improving. He can be a bit reckless at times though. He's a striker, but submissions are always possible for him as well. But Zaitar throws bombs. If Zaitar catches Dumas, I mean, I would say Zaitar has got a puncher's chance. Feels a little bit disrespectful because he might have a bit more of a chance than just a puncher's chance. So maybe it's a little bit disrespectful, but Zaitar against Dumas in the middleweight division, I can tell you that 80% of people have gone with Dumas. 20% have gone with Zaitar. I think that Dumas will pick up the win. I think Zaitar, I think it's just a case that he, for whatever reason, has sort of allowed time to pass him by. He's 37. I mean, 37, and he's had 2 UFC fights. 1 win, 1 loss. I mean, it's just not enough at that age. You need to have more experience, certainly against like the competition. I mean, we're talking about the world's best here. To be 37 and only have 2 UFC fights and 1 of them you lost and you haven't fought in a few years, it's hard to have confidence in Captain Morocco. But let's see what he can do. Maybe he can pull out the victory and then go on to have a very active spell, because if he's going to do anything, he needs to do it now. You can't really be getting to your late 30s in the middleweight division. So Dumas is the pick, but feel free to let us know which way you are going on this one. Dumas is one of 11 active Florida-born UFC fighters. I mean, it just shows how strong Florida MMA is, that there are 11 active Florida-born UFC fighters on the roster. India and Pakistan have the same number of UFC champions. Ansel fought well, but 3rd round he just couldn't. As an Indian myself, I hope he will bounce back from the loss, says Hubeib. I'm sure that he will, my friends. I think that rather than be disappointed in the result, which obviously is the important thing, the result, I think you can take a lot of encouragement from the performance. And the performance was very, very good for those first 2 rounds. Only he will know the reason as to why he looks so different in that 3rd round. He really did seem to gas. Something really did seem to go wrong. So he'll know the reason for that. Hopefully he'll make the corrections. And if they are corrections that can be easily made, then he will come back stronger next time. Right. Do you think Charles Oliveira was faking his injury? Said I am lame. No, I don't think he was faking his injury. I think he is a fighter who, I mean, like, he's getting on in age as well. So really it's in his benefit to not delay fights. I think this was in Abu Dhabi. to be honest, I don't know that he'll get a fight against Islam in a different venue. To be honest, I don't think it's something that would bother Charles Oliveira, because Charles Oliveira obviously is from Brazil and hasn't fought in Brazil many times, you know. So him going to foreign lands and fighting, I don't think is a concern or a problem for him. So I really don't know as to why he would want to avoid the fight. So I don't think he faked the injury, no. I think it's a legit injury. I think that he is respectful of Islam. I think that he is certainly aware of the skills of Islam Makhachev, but equally, I would imagine that they have fixated and obsessed over areas of weakness. And don't forget, Islam against Volk was so close that actually there was a few areas that presented themselves as areas that could potentially be exploited by opponents against Islam. Not saying that that would result in a win, just saying that there was certainly a few areas that seemed to show themselves where opponents could target and may get some success. So if I was Charles Oliveira, I would have watched that fight. I'd be quite excited by the potential to exploit some areas of weakness, and I would be going in with a healthy game plan that I really believed in. So I don't really know as to why he would look to postpone the fight. So no, I'm leaning towards no. I think it's a legit injury, but hopefully it's a fight that we get. I mean, I would expect Islam to win. I'd have Islam as a favorite in that, and I would expect him to win. But yeah, it'll be very, very interesting to see that fight again. It's a fight that I think a lot of people would really like to see. But I can't say there's too much disappointment, because this is such a great replacement that I don't think there was too many tears that we didn't get it this time around. Right. I think if we broke this down, we have broke it down. A big shout out to everyone that's left a like. It's greatly appreciated. We are working our way towards our next fight. First fight on the prelims, Zaitar against Dumas. Big thank you to everyone that's left a like. We normally get to 1,000 during the main event. We're already at nearly 1,600, and we're at the first prelim. Right, so it's an incredible night. We knew this was a big card, but the amount of people that have joined us for various fights is absolutely incredible. I really appreciate the support, and everyone sharing their thoughts as well. That's what it's about. That's why we put the chat on screen, so that people can share their thoughts as the fights are happening. Put in your predictions, who you want to win, who you think's going to win, little things that people should keep an eye out for. Absolutely put it in the chat. Share your thoughts as we continue to work our way towards what looks to be an absolutely incredible main card. I mean, the top end of this card is really special. So it's going to be a fun night. It's going to be a fun evening. And we are getting ever closer towards that main card. Right, Zaitar is a plus 200 underdog. Akbar, what time will Chimaev be fighting, said Young Don. Our co-main event is going to be around about 9 o'clock UK time. I think that's probably about 11 o'clock Indian time. I think. I really don't know. I think India's like 2 hours. I don't know. I really don't know. 2-3 hours ahead of the UK. So maybe midnight in India. But India's so big there. I think they have different time zones. In regards to America, though, I think you're looking about 4 p.m. Eastern. 4 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. UK for the co-main, roughly. It really depends on the fights before, doesn't it? If they all end first round finish, then we'll get to it a lot quicker. But that is a little bit of a way off. Instead, we are focused on Zaitar, who is in red, and Dumas, that is in black. So we are underway with this matchup right now, and I don't know that it's going to have the fireworks of the last fight. This one could be a little bit slower, a little bit more plodding, but shot coming in by Azaitar. We said he had a puncher's chance. He lands a blow. Dumas goes down, is back up on his feet, though. Takedown by Dumas. Takedown by Dumas. Dumas managing to secure a takedown after getting clipped early. And we've had less than a minute gone already. And we're seeing some real fireworks here. So I thought this one would take a little bit of time to get going, but actually, it's already been quite exciting. Dumas and Azaitar is going to end early. Both are offense. Well, right now, Dumas has got Azaitar down. He's managed to get him down. And he's on top of him at the moment. So 3 minutes 30 on the clock. And is in control at the moment. He's doing some good work. Dumas on top of Azaitar, but Azaitar landing that juicy blow. And Dumas is just controlling the fight. So we did get quite a fun start, but unfortunately, we've gone down to the ground. And right now, we're just seeing Azaitar on his back with Dumas on top. I can't quite see if he's fully mounted or if it's half guards, but Dumas looks to have fully mounted. Definitely asking questions of Azaitar right now. Azaitar, though, with a great opening to this contest. It is half guards. Half guard at the moment. It's a bit scrappy. It's right in the center of the octagon. And Dumas has got Azaitar down. Hammer fist coming in there by Azaitar. Dumas keeping Azaitar grounded. And he's managed to get over to the side, but he's still in half guard. Azaitar turns over. Significant strikes at the moment. 5-4 in favor of Dumas. Shot coming in there by Azaitar. Close. Really close fight. Really close first round. We got 2 minutes left to go. So the numbers here, as we said, really, really close at the moment. And shots coming into the side of the body. Liver shots coming in. And Azaitar is shot coming into the side of the head there by Dumas. And again, we're seeing some good ground and pounds. Good work so far here by Dumas. Azaitar on the sides. And shots coming in by Dumas. He's just kind of picking his shots at the moment. So 6 significant strikes to 4. It's not a hive of activity, but shot coming into the side of the body. I'd definitely like to see some more output by Dumas because Azaitar is throwing in some shots, but his just aren't counting as being significant. His are going towards total strikes. If you look at total strikes, you can see that Azaitar has landed 34. Dumas has landed 20. Significant strikes, 6-4. Right now, shots coming into the side of the head by Azaitar. Dumas is trying to isolate the arms. Dumas has been ground control time of 3 minutes 20. There's only 30-odd seconds left to go. I think this is a hard fight to score. Hard round to score. The significant strikes just aren't moving. Total strikes, that's quite a gap of 27. Shots coming into the side of the body there by Dumas. And again, we're only 1.5 hours now away from the main card. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours. We're 1.5 hours away from that main card. So we are getting ever closer all the time towards that main card. On his feet is Azaitar. Let me know in the chat which way you think that went. Really close, awkward little round that. 6 significant strikes to 4. There's nothing in it. Dumas with 4 minutes 10 control time is super significant, but what did he do with it? Both got one takedown. Zaitar actually landed like nearly double on total strikes. So as much as Dumas was dominant on control time, total strikes went to Zaitar. So yeah, which way do you think that went? Which way do you think that went? Because that feels like you could make an argument for both. Part of me thinks Dumas because he controlled the fight so much, but what did he do with it? What did he do with it? We know that control time doesn't mean anything unless you actually do something with it. Let's have a look and see then what they're going to do in round number 2. That's definitely going to make the scorecards interesting. So, again, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. 2,000 is definitely there. Definitely there if you haven't done it already. It's really, really appreciated. AWC Legend said, what are you watching UFC on? I've got it on TNT Sports 2 here in the UK. TNT Sports 2. It's how I watch it every week. So, early prelims on UFC Fight Pass. And then when it comes to the normal prelims and the main card, that's where we go over to TNT Sports. Dumas on the outside then as Zaitar stands his ground in the center. He's letting his hands go. Zaitar has got some serious power in those hands, man. He's got some serious power in those hands. Kick coming in there by Dumas. Zaitar standing his ground in the middle, goes for a hook shot as Dumas gets underneath that shot. Leg kick coming in there by Dumas. Dumas standing his ground in the center as Zaitar is looking to try and find another of those shots. Edging forwards. Dumas standing his ground in the middle. And again, Zaitar on the outside. Leg kick coming in there by Dumas. Dumas, again, being very watchful. Jab coming in there by Dumas. Oh, lovely work there by Dumas, getting underneath the shot of a Zaitar. Looked like there was an opportunity to clinch, maybe go for a takedown or something, but he didn't take that opportunity. Dumas, again, standing his ground in the center with a Zaitar on the outside. Zaitar just circling round. Kick coming in there by Dumas. Zaitar coming in with leg kick. And again, we've got Dumas standing his ground in the middle. Zaitar circling round. Jab coming in there by Dumas. Zaitar, again, trying to find a counter shot. Every time Dumas goes for a jab or a straight, Zaitar is looking to land a counter. So far in this round, it's 9 significant shots to 7. You could see that Dumas landed a leg kick, and as soon as he threw that leg kick, Zaitar let his hands go. Tried to throw in a shot there. Again, trying to move forward. We got Dumas standing his ground in the center. Zaitar on the outside as Dumas stands his ground in the middle. Zaitar being watchful, waiting. Dumas again. He can't throw because when he does throw, Zaitar immediately responds with a counter. He's looking to counter punch. And that's meaning that Dumas is being very hesitant. Leg kick coming in there by Zaitar. And again, looking to throw as Dumas is feinting. That's probably the right thing for Dumas to do. Feint a little bit more. Because then he can draw out the shot from a Zaitar. Which will present some better openings for him. So Dumas standing his ground in the middle. They can't have Indian Papadom Chin. Where can I watch for free? Kick coming in. I don't know where the prelims are. I mean, I think it's all different in different countries. So here in the UK, the prelims are on TNT Sports. Dumas in the middle. Light on that front leg, said Vicky May. Jubilee just ruined my day, said Pawan. Yeah, disappointing. Disappointing. It was great to see so many people around and so much activity for that last fight. He's a star, man. He's a definite star. People really gravitated towards him, so he'll get another opportunity. Dumas standing in the center as Zaitar circles round. A couple of shots coming in there by Zaitar. Dumas trying to throw in a right hand. Zaitar in the center. 1-2, going for a head kick. Dumas goes back into the middle. Low kick coming in. It's a real slow, plodding affair, this. Both guys have landed 15 significant strikes. They're rolling around on the ground. Zaitar driving Dumas over against the side of the cage. So Zaitar has got Dumas over by the fence. 12 seconds left to go. It's a bit of a come down after that last fight. Definitely not as exciting as the Jubilee fight that we had. Zaitar trying to throw in a shot. And there we go. End of the second round. Hard to score. I can tell you it was 18-15 for Zaitar. I think that's an Zaitar round. If we give the first round for Dumas for his 4 minutes control time, and then you give the second round to a Zaitar because he managed to get more total strikes, a takedown, and just a few more significant strikes, I think that makes it 1-1. Going into the third round, I think that's fair because it doesn't feel like anyone's got the advantage in this fight to me. So I think 1-1 going into the third would make sense. But it really depends on how people scored that first round. But I think that second round feels pretty good for a Zaitar. So I would say either 2-0 to a Zaitar or 1-1 is what we're looking at. As we go into the third round, third and final round. This is the first of our prelims. 4 fights on the prelims. We've got Basharat coming up next, taking on Victor Henry. That should be fun. Here we go. Round number 3 then. We're underway. So we've got Dumas standing in the center. We've got Zaitar on the outside. Throws in a kick. Again, Dumas standing his ground as Zaitar trying to find a way forward. Dumas throwing in some oblique kicks. Zaitar circling round. Leg kick coming in there by Dumas. 19-19. So Adam Martin has got it 19-19. Ryan Frederick has got it 19-19. 19-19 certainly feels fair to me as well. Zaitar on the outside as Dumas continuing to put that pressure on. Zaitar looking to try and find a way forward. Kick coming into the midsection. Kick coming back there by Zaitar. So, big final third round. Who wants it? Who's going to take it? Jabs coming in there by Zaitar. Dumas in the center as Zaitar circles round. Kick coming in there by Dumas. Jab coming in by Dumas as well. Outside, heavy outside leg kick there by Zaitar. Dumas inside leg kick now by Zaitar. Zaitar just landing some blows on Dumas. Definitely with 3.5 minutes to go, feels like Zaitar might be edging this. Dumas has landed some nice jabs, but at the moment it's 4 significant strikes to 2 to Zaitar. Zaitar just with the slight volume advantage, but the referee having a word with Zaitar, and we do have a timeout. We've got a timeout because I think there were shots to the back of the head. Yeah, referee just having a word there. As we're just having a look. He grabbed the head and there was a shot to the back of the head there by Zaitar. Zaitar comes out and apologizes. And we are back underway. So he grabbed his opponent's hair and then hit him in the kind of, I think it was the back of the head. It was questionable. Knee to the midsection there by Zaitar. Oh, Dumas just catching Zaitar. Zaitar stumbles. Dumas coming forward. Good head movement there by Zaitar. We got 2 minutes 40 on the clock. Round number 3. Whoever wins this round is going to win the fight. Feels like it's 1-1 going into this. Jab coming in there by Dumas. Zaitar with a low kick. Jab coming in by Dumas. Dumas in the center. Circling round. Jab coming in again by Zaitar. Dumas edging forward, flicking out a kick. Zaitar responds with a kick of his own. It's 11 significant strikes to 4 in favor of Zaitar right now. We got just over 2 minutes to go left in the fight. Really close little fight. Hasn't been that engaging, but equally, it's been quite tense. Zaitar trying to throw in a kick as well. It feels like Zaitar should get the win here. Feels like he should get the win. Definitely took the second round. I think the first was close. And right now, I would say he is ahead. We're just showing the significant strikes on screen. So 11-6 in favor of Zaitar. It's actually 12-7 now, according to the UFC website. So Zaitar is ahead at the moment. Shots coming into the midsection. Dumas standing his ground in the middle. Kick coming in there by Dumas. Zaitar on the outside, circling rounds. Jab coming in there by Zaitar. Dumas in the center. A couple of body shots coming in there by Zaitar. Right now it's 14-7. 14-7. Jab coming in by Zaitar as well. Zaitar definitely feels like he's pulling ahead. There's only 50 seconds left to go. I think Dumas is going to have to do something pretty big here. He's going to need a real flurry or maybe a finish with 40 seconds left to go. Definitely feels like it's Zaitar's fight to lose. Dumas is stalking Zaitar, putting the pressure on him. But we know that Zaitar is a very good counter striker. Jab coming in. Dumas in the middle, kick coming into the midsection. There was 9 years difference between these two. 9 years difference. It just doesn't feel like Dumas has done enough. Zaitar has been the far more active guy. 5 seconds left to go. Spinning back elbow. Head kick coming in there by Dumas. End of the fight. Do you think Khamzat can defeat Jon Jones if he upgraded to heavyweights? I mean, that's quite a move to go from like where he is now and at middleweight and get all the way up to heavyweight. My answer would be no. I'd have to think no, because that is quite a jump. I mean, to move up one division would be you know, it's a jump. It's obviously something that's doable, but move up 2 divisions and then try and hang with what many regard as the best MMA fighter of all time. I think that might be a bit too much to ask. I think certainly him going up to go after like Jamal Hill, like for him to go up to light heavyweight, I think could be possible. But for him to go up to heavyweight, because he is, you know, Chimaev is someone that has been operating at welterweight. Is actually ranked 4th in the welterweight division. So him going up to middleweight is him already moving up. So for him to then go up to light heavyweight and then go up again would be quite an ask. And certainly against the Jon Jones. I mean, maybe he could go up there and get a win against a low-level opponent, but against Jon Jones. A.B. Jobson said this card was a fight night card with the title fight added to it all along. People have hyped this up because of 3 fighters. I think it's been fire so far. I mean, I think that there was a lot of excitement around that Jubilee fight, which I think definitely added to things. Magomedov, I thought, was great. Really interesting first fight. Obviously, Naimov getting the win against Nathaniel Wood as well. That was interesting. Dumas has picked up the win here by unanimous decision. Wow. I am shocked by that result. I'm really shocked by that result. How did they give him 2 rounds? Where did the 2 rounds come from? All right, give him the first, no problem. But the second round, he got taken down. He got outstruck. He didn't land as many significant strikes. He lost on all of those. And then in the third round, he was even more outstruck, 17-10. I didn't see anything in the way of, like, damage. I don't get it. Dumas gets the win, though. That's where, for me personally, I would love to hear from the judges. I would love to hear, like, their reasoning for that, because, not because I want to catch them out, I just want to better understand what they're looking for, because, like, we can watch all the early fights, and we can be right there with the judges, like, this is what I'm seeing, this is the way I think it's going, boom, and that's how it goes. And so you're like, yeah, I feel like I've got a good read of it, I feel like I'm in line with the judges, I think I know what they're looking for. And then you get a fight like that last fight where you're like, okay, same rules. This is what we're looking for. This is what I think they like. And then they go the other way. And you're like, I don't have a problem with that, but just help me understand it better. Help me understand it better. I want to know what it is that you saw. If it's damage, then specifically, what is it that you saw? Because I didn't see damage. That full fight, if you look at the numbers, I mean, they're on screen still. So a Zaitar, total shots, 90-51. Significant strikes, 39-31. Takedowns, 2-1. Control time, the 4 minutes 10, that all came in the first round. So, yeah, he gets the first round. But he didn't. The numbers don't back up anything for him in rounds 2 or 3. It's only damage that you can point at. And as I said, I didn't see anything of significance. So I don't get that. I don't understand it. But I want to understand it. Maybe the judges docked a point. No, they didn't. Well, I don't. There wasn't. The ref would, like, indicate it if a point had been deducted. Then there would be... Then there would be a point deduction, but the ref did not indicate a point deduction. It's a good thought, though, because, yes, that would definitely, you know, help explain things. It's a good thought, but I didn't see the ref make the gesture to deduct a point. Okay, well, listen, you're going to get that. You're going to get judges' decisions that don't quite add up or don't quite make sense sometimes. I mean... It happens all the time. But this is where I think it'd be fascinating if we could just get, like, some sort of feedback from the judges or just a little reasoning as to why it's gone the way it's gone, you know? I would love to get that because I just think it would make for a much better viewing experience. Don't forget, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like because we are well on the road to 2,000 likes. We're at 1676, which is absolutely amazing. We are just, 300 and something away, which, to be honest, even if we were on 676, not 176, but 676, we'd be feeling pretty good about getting to 1,000. So the fact we're on 1676 is absolutely unbelievable, considering we're just about to start our second prelim. Let's do a breakdown of this, shall we, as we head towards that second fight. So, second prelim of the evening, Javid Basharat is 3-0 in the UFC, trains at Extreme Couture. He's got clean, crisp striking. He's got good distance management. He's got decent wrestling. He's not a prolific finisher, though. This isn't someone that we think is going to get loads of finishes. He's very counter calculated, very well-rounded. He's taking on Victor Henry, who is 2-1 in the UFC. He's got good volume, good footwork, switches stances, can lack a little bit of power. He's got good pace, good cardio, little bit hittable, but he's tough as well. So Basharat against Henry. Henry 36, Basharat 28. I've got Basharat. So has 94% of people. 94% of people have gone with Basharat. He is a minus 425 favorite. 14-0 in the UFC. 3-0. Hang on. 14-0 overall. 3-0 in the UFC. Fights out of Afghanistan. One of 3 Afghan fighters in UFC history. So Javid Basharat making his way down. He is calculated, very calculated. Henry, as we said, good volume, good footwork, good pace, good cardio, lacks power. He is hittable, and he is 8 years older as well. 8 years older for Victor Henry. He's taking on Javid Basharat. Let's go. Jubilee should enter Miss Universe. Javid is going to win, period, said Tabish. Javid Basharat, that is my pick as well, yeah. Should be, I don't know, not relatively straightforward, but should get the job done. When a fighter's hair is the main topic after a bout, it must not have been much of a fight, says A. Jobson. Right, here we go. We've got Basharat, who's made his way down undefeated. He was awarded his UFC contract on Dana White's Contender Series. He's tied for the 5th longest active win streak in the UFC bantamweight division. He steps inside the octagon. And fair play to him. He is definitely got some good numbers behind him. And he should have enough to get past Victor Henry here. We got 1 hour, 12 minutes until we get into the main card. So we are working our way towards that main card. It is getting ever closer. We are in the prelims right now. And we are getting closer all the time. Just over an hour to go. And then we will be at that main card. So main card getting closer all the time as we head towards Chimaev and Islam Makhachev. Okay, these two getting their introductions right now. Victor Henry fighting out of Southgate, California. Plus 400 underdog in this fight. My religion is great. I am not here to disrespect other religions. All religions are welcome. What do you think? How would this loss psychologically affect Jubilee in his career? Will this traumatize him? No. It won't traumatize him. It will be disappointing. But to be honest, you know, this is a different level to what he's used to facing. And this is only his 2nd UFC fight. So he managed to get a victory. He came in as a favorite. I think he showed that he belongs at this level. I think he showed that he's definitely got a lot to offer. I think that for whatever reason, and only he will know, for whatever reason, that 3rd round, he just didn't seem to turn up. I don't know if he gave everything in those 2 rounds, so does he need to go away and work on his conditioning? If that's not something that he can do, if he can't improve that conditioning, then he needs better fight management, because he needs to make sure that he's doing whatever he can to get the fight to the ground or clinch up or, you know, really show better fight IQ. You certainly don't want to give your opponent space where they can strike with you and cause you problems. You know, Breedon was like a wounded animal. He didn't have much to offer. He was just going for broke. And the bottom line is he caught Jubilee. And, you know, Jubilee really shouldn't have allowed those kinds of opportunities. But he did. and he got caught, and it's a learning curve, and he'll learn from it, and it hopefully will make him a better fighter. But I don't expect it to like traumatize him or anything like that. You know, losses happen in the fight game. Muhammad Ali lost fights, you know, losses happen. And actually, it's a good lesson to learn early, because it's going to be disappointing, but he can have that experience now, and you know, not allow it to hang over him. You know, he's lost. He knows what losing feels like now. He knows what. I'm sure he doesn't want to feel that again and go through that again. And so it might be something that ultimately makes him a better fighter. So it's going to be what Ghibli makes it, to be honest. It's going to be, if he's going to allow it to consume him and get him down and affect him in that way, then yeah, it could be a problem, but I don't think it will. I think if you look at the support he had, you know, if I was him, I'd just be so hungry to make amends. So, nah, I think he'll be fine. I really do. So, tough level, the UFC. This is the best of the best. So, you can't afford to switch off. And maybe that's lesson learned. Right, we are underway with this fight. And it's 10-7 to Basharat at the moment. Little quiet. Henry in the center with Basharat on the outside. Leg kick coming in there by Basharat. Henry again throwing in a kick to the body. We've had 1,703 likes. We are less than 300 away now, with just over an hour to go till we get to the main cards. So if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we continue to move forwards towards that main card. And right now, these two in the center of the octagon. Inside leg kick there by Henry. Basharat firing in a leg kick of his own, grabbing the leg of Henry. Takedown by Basharat. Takedown by Basharat. Quite close on the striking numbers at the moment. It is 13 significant strikes to 12 in favor of Basharat. So quite close on the numbers. Over by the side of the cage at the moment. Clinching up Henry. Knee strikes coming in. Henry in control. Basharat looking for the takedown though. Henry doing a decent job at the moment. But it's Basharat that's reversed the position. He's got Henry up against the cage. We got 1 minute 30 on the clock. Knee strike coming in there by Basharat. Knee strike coming in. Henry on the outsides. Edging forward. Basharat standing his ground in the center. Leg kick coming in there by Basharat. Henry trying to find a way forwards. Basharat standing his ground. Henry, Basharat in the middle. Couple of strikes straight down the middle. Lovely spin kick going upstairs there by Basharat. Kick to the midsection. You can see some marks on the body of Henry. You can see how this fight has already taken effect. And Basharat has opened up a bit of a gap now. So it is 20 significant strikes to 13. Inside leg kick there by Henry. Very good. And again, very good. Henry standing his ground in the center. Basharat on the outside. Basharat 12 of 12 leg kicks have landed. 11 of 13 for Henry. 30 seconds to go. It feels like a Basharat round. Quite comfortably, actually. Henry, though, is still in the fight. Definitely offering some sort of resistance. But it feels like this should be Basharat into a clinch. Basharat being driven back against the cage. 10 seconds left to go. 7 seconds. Shots coming in. 23 to 19. That gap is closing. But still comfortable. And that, for me, is a Basharat round. This is our second fight on the prelims. We've got 2 more prelim fights coming up after this. We've got Trevor Peek against Mohamed Yahya, who's making his UFC debut. And then our main event of the prelims, a really interesting fight. Tim Elliott against Islam Makhachev. A lot of people saying that that should have gone onto the main cards. Jubilee's conditioning is better than Islam, says Zhang. I think JBJ will retire after the Miocic fight to fight Ngannou. John Bones Jones will retire. It's hard to know, innit, what there is for him, to be honest. If he beats Gon and he beats Stipe, I mean, yeah, if he does then pursue a fight with Ngannou and then picks up a victory in that, I mean, he's undeniably the GOAT. For many people, he's the GOAT anyway, but I think the whole drugs, steroids, all of that stuff, low kick coming in, Henry goes down. Yeah, that kind of out of the octagon stuff, I think definitely has hurt his profile, undeniably. But even with that, whenever Dana gets asked, John's name always gets mentioned. Yeah, they're saying this is a bad low blow. Henry went down, and he really went down in pain. So kick came in, look at that. And he really is struggling, man. He's making a real meal of this. He's on his hands and knees, crawling over to the side of the cage, slumps over, mouthpiece comes out, grimace on his face. He absolutely collapsed down here, Henry. He is milking this for all it is worth. This could be a bit of a problem here for Basharat. This could be a problem. They're saying that it could be a point deduction. But what if it can't continue? I think because half the fight hasn't gone, I think it might be a DQ. Or a no contest. I think we only go to the judges' scorecards if more than half the fight has been completed. We've only just started the second round. Either way, look, he is still down. This is quite the amateur dramatics. Cormier wants to see a better angle. The angles, they're not brilliant. It looks like it's... It's close. You can't really tell. I mean, it doesn't... It looks like it might clip it, if anything else. It looked like he kicked him in the thigh, if I'm being perfectly honest. He's been down for 2 minutes 17. It's saying that he hit him in the testicles. He's hurting. This is, his reaction makes me think of when Pulver got a ball exploded. Lay on your back, bend your knees. That's the advice they're giving him. This is quite the performance. So Cormier said, if the replay shows that the shot was clean, I have to believe this reaction is real. We're going to have a look at the replay again here. We've got quite the performance. I mean, this, honestly, is Oscar winning right now. I mean, he's got... Nah, man, I ain't buying it. Unless his testicles have, like, actually exploded. What do you think? What BS is the doctor saying? It didn't kick him in the balls, said Vicky May. The performance just feels too big to me. It's one thing for him to be in pain and be honestly saying, like, I just don't think I can continue. Like, I really feel sick. Like, mate, I'm not going to make out that, like, you know, but he is, like, hand on the top of the cage. I'm expecting him to be like, Stella! Just like calling out. This is full Shakespeare right now. It is the cell, man. This is the cell. He's down on his knees. Lay on your back, bend your knees. Now it's exactly like my kidney stone, said Ernest on purpose. Crowd are booing. Performance. Stop saying that. Did you get kicked in the nuts, said Rap Love. I don't even know that he's been kicked in the nuts. I mean, look, it's 5 minutes and he's still holding on. It feels too dramatic. It feels too OTT to me. And I don't know that I've been kicked in the nuts, but I've been hit in the nuts. I'm pretty sure all guys have at some point in their life. For 5 minutes to still not have the ability to stand after 5 minutes is pretty hard to accept. Can't prove it. I have no idea, but listen, he was losing that fight for me. Basharat was winning, and all of a sudden there's a low blow and we get a full-on Shakespearean performance where the guy is struggling to stand after 5 minutes. The replay as well, when you saw the replay, if he did catch it, it looks like it was a glancing blow. I feel like we've definitely seen worse low blows. I mean, we definitely have seen worse low blows. That's nowhere near the worst. I mean, it's the kind of thing that you would expect. All right, you get a timeout, a little bit of time back in the action, but to be unable to continue. I'm not buying it unless I see a video replay with each testicle between two toes. I think he wants the DQ, said Jarrett. Rapslov said, you don't have any idea what has happened and you're making assumptions. Yeah, but you're assuming that it's a real low blow. So it's all right for you to believe it's real because of his performance, but it's not all right for me to question it because of his performance. I'm saying that that performance is very OTT. That's not the normal reaction that we see following a low blow. We see low blows on a fairly regular basis. It's very rare for someone to not have the ability to stand. And certainly with him losing the fight as well. It's a no contest, which I'm pleased to see. There was a rumor that it might have ended in like a TKO or something along those lines. I find that amazing, though, that it's like I'm wrong for not buying it and questioning it. But apparently it's totally acceptable for people to just buy it and believe what they're seeing. How does that work? Don't know, man. Each their own. Believe what you want to believe. We all saw the same thing. That wouldn't be a DQ. It's a no contest. It has gone as a no contest. So a no contest in that one, and disappointing because, as we said, Basharat 3-0 in the UFC, 14-0 overall, and he was winning that fight. So Basharat, I think, will be disappointed with that. Right. Days, who have you got on the main cards? Main cards, we have got Islam. I think he'll be victorious over Volk, and I think Chimaev will be victorious over Usman. The reason why I say that is because of the fact that both guys are coming in on 11 days' notice. I think that they're fantastic fights. I think that Volk has definitely got a path to victory. I think that Usman has got a path to victory. But I think that Islam and Chimaev would be difficult even on Even if this fight had been made and there'd been full camps, I think these guys would be hard to beat anyway. The fact that they've come in on 11 days notice surely means that these guys have got to be firm favourites. And actually that is being reflected in the numbers as well. So Chimaev minus 290, Makhachev minus 230. And I think that those odds are about right, to be honest. So, yeah, I've got them being victorious. What if... there's so much sport tonight, said Dort Knight. Vicky said, either way, it's a terrible doctor. Either way, it's a terrible doctor. Let's try and get to the comments. Either way, it's a terrible doctor that tells you you're not hurt. WTH. Yeah, the doctor was not really giving much in the way of medical advice. I don't think he was doing a great deal there. But either way, the fight is called and we move on. Sharif, shout out to you. James said, Henry is desperate to get that one on the records of Basharat, either a loss or a DQ, said James. What time is Peak fighting? Peak is coming up next. Coming up next, we're working our way towards that main card in 53 minutes. 53 minutes time. The main card will start. And we have got fight number 7. That is Yahya versus Peak. The fouling is getting ridiculous, says a Jobson. Let's move that there. Right, Yahya against Pete. We got 2 fights that we need to get through. We got 52 minutes to do it before that main card starts. We're getting to the business end. We're getting to the serious end of things. So Yahya is making his UFC debut. He's faced low-level competition. He's tough. He hits hard. He can lack grappling. He's got poor takedown defense. The fight is going to be sloppy and chaotic. He's going to switch stances. He is a minus 105, or at least he was, going back around about 48 hours ago, minus 105. Trevor Peak is minus 115. So this is really close. Really, really close. So Yahya, as we said, low-level competition. He is tough. He hits hard. He can be sloppy, but he is very chaotic as well. Switches his stances. This could go either way. I think both have got strengths. Both have got weaknesses. Trevor Peak is 1-1 in the UFC. Came through contenders. He's going to be looking for the knockout. He's very aggressive, overwhelms people. He's got great heart. He's got monstrous power. He's got nasty ground and pound. Trevor Peak's like a madman in there. So I'd be leaning towards Trevor Peak to pick up the victory here. 62% of people on Tapology feeling the same. Yahya, 38% of people are going with him. Trevor Peak, 8-1. Yahya, 12-3 overall in the lightweight division. As we said, ages quite close. 29 years old for Yahya, 28 years old for Trevor Peak. 13 fights on this card. We're at fight number 7. Trevor Peak is the way I am leaning. Let me know which way you are leaning as well. Which way do you think this fight is going to go? As we continue to move forward, as we said, and continue to head towards that main card, 50 minutes. Has it started? Well, the main card hasn't started yet, Sahas. Main card starts in 50 minutes. So you haven't missed... well, you've missed quite an interesting undercard. We're still in the prelims at the moment. But yeah, big shout out. We've had our Indian friends join us, and now it seems like we are seeing some other nations coming on board. There's some Arabic, I believe, in the chat. Big shout out to our friends from the Middle East. I have no idea if the messages are offensive. I would block people if you are offended. That is true. I also don't know what people are saying. So you do have the ability to block people yourselves if you find the messages offensive. Right. I am obsessed with Trevor Peek at -170. He has a homemade clavicle crusher. Peek must shatter the descent, says A. Jobson. Here comes Yaya making his way down. Again, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we're at 1,766 likes. That is crazy to be on that many on the prelims. So a big shout out to everyone that's joining us as we move towards this next fight. Lightweight championship, lightweight division. Yaya against Trevor Peek, UFC debut. What is he going to bring to the octagon? We've gone through periods of a couple of fights since that Jubilee fight, really, that were a little bit slow. The Jubilee fight was fantastic. Crowds, the chat definitely making it even more exciting. Zaitar Dumas just kind of settled things down. Basharat Henry, obviously, we had the low blow controversy. And now we are heading towards our next fight. 2 more fights on the prelims. After this, Islam Makhachev. Really exciting fighter. Very much looking forward to that. And then after that, we got Saeed Nurmagomedov, who's going to be in action. 6-2 in the UFC. He's the first fight on the main card. Saeed Nurmagomedov. How many matches till the co-main? Well, we got this one, then Makhachev, then Saeed, then Aliskerov, then Ankalaev, and then it's the co-main. So we have got a little way to go. I think the co-main is probably about 2 hours 40 away, roughly. Might not even be that long, but as a real rough ballpark, that's the kind of thing we're looking at. Dort Knight, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the supports. Antonio said G-Cash 5K Usman. What, you got money on Kamaru, have you? There's people in the chat cheering for Pakistan. John said greetings from Ireland. Shout out to Ireland. Hope you are having fun this evening as we continue to move forward with this undercard, as we said. So just getting the intros, there is Mohamed Yahya fighting out of Dubai in the UAE. And there we go, getting a great reaction, great response. This must be a real boost for MMA fighting in the UAE. So here we go. Definitely Mohamed Yahya is the fighter that they're going to want to see victorious here. I think UFC would absolutely love that as well. But Trevor Peek, 1-1. He is not here to please these home fans. He is here to pick up the dub. And he's very exciting to watch as well. We are underway with fight number 7. Trevor Peek throwing out a few feints. Edging forward as Yahya backs up a little. Outside leg kick there by Trevor Peek. Again, Peek standing his ground in the center. Inside leg kick there by Trevor Peek. As Yahya continues to move forwards. Peek circling rounds. Backing up a little bit as Yahya moves forwards. Peek on the outside. They haven't engaged yet. Peek edging forward. Again, Yahya backing up. Kick coming into the midsection. Peek, a couple of shots. Down goes Yahya in trouble. Couple of shots coming in there by Trevor Peek going for the body. He grabs Yahya, drives him up against the side of the cage, looking to drag him down. Peek on top of Yahya right now. Great work so far by Trevor Peek. Really impressive stuff. 7 significant strikes. He's managed to drive Yahya back against the cage. This was quite close in the odds. I think Peek might have come in as favourite. But Peek doing a brilliant job in the early stages of this. He's driven Yahya up against the fence. And right now, he's looking to try and drag him down. Looking for a trip. And he's got him pinned up against the fence. He's got him on one leg at the moment there, Trevor Peek. He's still got him pinned up against the cage. We got 2 minutes gone. Peek is in control at the moment. Peek's doing a great job. He's doing a really good job. And right now, Peek has got Yahya up against the fence. And good work so far by Trevor Peek. Yahya really is struggling to really get anything going here at the moment. Peek is trying to get free. Good work so far. Knee strike coming in there by Yahya. Peek with a knee coming back. Another knee coming back there by Peek. Throwing in some knee strikes. Good work so far by Peek. Throwing in these knees. He's just keeping those strikes ticking over. But they're not being counted as significant. Oh, lovely little hook shot there by Trevor Peek. Peek, kick coming into the midsection there by Yahya. Peek goes circling round, stands in the middle. Yahya edging forward. That's a lovely straight left hand by Yahya. Peek in the centre. Having a little look. Backing up. 8-2 right now. Yahya weathered that early storm. Oh, leg kick. Heavy leg kick there by Trevor Peek. Heavy leg kick. Definitely Yahya feeling the effects of that. We got another leg kick coming in there by Trevor Peek. Yahya, you can see, is just a little reluctant, trying to find a way forward. Peek with some shots to the body. And Peek again trying to find a way forward. Yahya circling round. Peek backing up, slipping underneath. And he moves forward as Peek is on the outside. Leg kick coming in, head kick coming in. Peek is after Yahya. He's 11-5. He's got a little gap. So Peek definitely winning this at the moment for me. Circling round. We got a minute left in this round. And Peek is winning. There's a good, healthy distance between them. Hook shot coming in. Couple of shots coming in by Peek. He's got Yahya back against the cage. Drives him against the cage as well. Islam Makhachev coming up next. Bunker said, I've got free footage. I just look into my neighbour's window. Yassine said, when is the Chimaev fight? Chimaev fight coming up very soon. It's not that far away. It's going to be coming up as the co-main, so probably looking a couple of hours, about 2 hours 20-ish. He's got good work there by Yahya. He's got a submission that's applied at the moment. I tell you what, Trevor Peek in a little bit of trouble, but he should see it through the round, and he does. And there we go, end of the round. I don't know that that was enough to give Yahya the round. Lovely little question asked at the end, though. Lovely little question asked at the end, but felt still quite comfortable for Trevor Peek. It's going to be interesting to see if the judges are swayed by that submission at the end. I think Trevor Peek, for me, still takes it. He put me on Basharat DQ. Loser sense if you had it on. C-Tin, shout out to you. Edward said, Days, I'm Team Usman and Volk tonight. Bluff Reason said, where can you watch the prelims? Depends where you are. In the UK, it's on TNT Sports 2. I honestly don't know. There probably are some illegal streams out there, but I know that UFC look to tear them down. So it's always difficult to find. And to be honest, because I always watch on TNT Sports, I honestly don't know as to where those illegal streams are. I have heard that, like, Twitch is normally where you find more than on YouTube. I think YouTube seem to have some tighter controls in place. But to be honest, people often go off and come back and say that they did find them and they just get, like, took down. We got Peak on the outside then. Watch Crack Stream for free live, said Recitation. Is that like a website? Or is that like one of those stick things? Oh, shot coming in there by Peak. Yeah, circling rounds on the outsides. Peak in the center. So this is our co-main for the prelims. We've got one more fight after this. Tim Elliott takes on Islam Makhachev. So Trevor Peak in the center as Yaya circles round. Yaya on the outside tries to throw in a straight right, but he's being a bit hesitant. Peak with some big hook shots. Heavy shots coming in there by Peak. Yaya definitely feeling the effects of those. This is good work now by Peak in this second round. I think he knows that he's got that striking advantage. Standing in the center as Yaya moves forwards. Peak coming in, inside leg kick. Oh, Yaya buckles. I don't know if that was just a little slip or if it is the effects of those leg kicks. He hasn't thrown loads of leg kicks, but I think they are being thrown with bad intention, man. And I think they are being thrown with some serious power. And I think that Yaya definitely is feeling the effects of them. Kick coming back there by Yaya. We got just under 3 minutes to go in this round. Trevor Peak trying to find a way forward. Big swing and a miss. He really does swing for the fences. He really does go big. We got Trevor Peak again trying to find a way forward. He's chasing after Yaya. Yaya in retreats. Still quite close in this round, you know. Even though Trevor Peak keeps going for these big shots, he's not actually landing them. So according to the unofficial numbers, it's actually 7-7 on significant strikes in this round, but it would definitely feel like Peak was ahead. Peak is the one that's having to back up a little bit now, though, as Yaya is on the front foot. Peak again backing up with Yaya moving forward. Kick coming in there by Yaya. Peak coming into the middle. Kick bouncing off the head of Peak. Peak moving forward. Yaya on the back foot. Oh, spinning back elbow. Lovely work by Peak, but it was blocked by Yaya. Yaya's legs buckle. He goes down. Heavy leg kicks. Peak driving Yaya up against the side of the cage. I gotta say, the crowd are really quiet. Considering Yaya is from the UAE, you would think that they would be behind him and a lot more vocal, but I don't know if they're just saving themselves for, like, Chimaev and Islam, and like they're really dialed into those fights. But I thought there would be a bit more vocal and a bit more supportive for Yaya here. But at the moment, it's quite a close little round, this one, in all fairness. I think Trevor Peak, again, just edging things as he ducks underneath a shot there of Yaya. Yaya backing up, big overhands. And another shot coming in. Kick coming in there by Yaya. We got 30-odd seconds left to go here. Peak putting that pressure on. Significant strikes in the fight. 31-19. And we do have Yaya on the outsides. Kick coming in, but it's really laboured. We might actually start seeing him gassing out here. Head work, trying to move out the way. He's moving forward, edging forward as Yaya inside leg kick. And again, both fighters in the center. You could hear a pin drop, man. There's really not much noise being made. 3 seconds left to go. And there we go. End of the clock. So, yeah, I think this feels to me like it's Trevor Peek that's taking these 2 rounds at the moment. Smash that like, said Jamie. Jamie, appreciate the support, my friend. Yeah, we're really close to getting to 2,000. There's maybe a chance we could do it before the main card starts. To put that into context, on a normal UFC pay-per-view, we would probably be at about 500 and something going into the main cards. So to put into, like, you know, how much bigger this card is compared to a normal card, how much support we're seeing for the likes of Jubilee and Chimaev and Islam. Like, that really shows right there. The fact that we are knocking on the door of 2,000 already. So if you are watching and you haven't left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated as we are continuing to move forwards. Head towards that main card, and a very exciting main cards. And we are also heading towards round number 3 of this co-main event of the prelims. So what we've got at the moment is we have got Trevor Peek laying a big shot there. Driving Yaya back. He's got him up against the cage. Trevor Peek dialed in right now. Trying to throw in some shots to the body of Yaya. We've seen Yaya struggling to keep up with the intensity of Trevor Peek. Trevor Peek has been throwing some heavy hands, big shots, asking some big questions. Right now, he's managed to get Yaya down. He's managed to get on top of him. He's tying up the legs at the moment. Coming up next is Makhachev. Makhachev coming up after this. Right now, shots coming in there by Peek. He's round the back of Yaya. Yaya is getting back up to his feet. Peek with a knee strike coming in. Yaya and Trevor Peek in a clinch at the moment. Takedown. Right now, we've got Trevor Peek on top of Yaya. And Peek is getting around the back of Yaya here. We're over by the side of the cage. It feels like this is either going to be Peek by decision or it's going to be a finish by Peek. It's hard to see Yaya getting the victory here. He just seems to be a bit slow, a bit labored. Kicks coming in, heavy kicks coming in there by Yaya as Peek continues to move forwards. Outside leg kick there by Peek. Peek standing his ground in the center. We got just over 3 minutes to go. Kian, shout out to you, my friends. Gaiman said, did you see that Drake bet all in on Chimaev? I didn't. I don't know what that means. I mean, we know that there is such a thing as a Drake curse, but I do have Chimaev winning that fight. And actually, we've had people voting since the stream started. And, oh my God, look at that. We have had over 26,000 votes. I think the most votes we've ever had on a poll is 50,000. I wonder if this will beat that. Because we've still got one more fight on the prelims. We've got the whole main card to go. I wonder if this is going to beat that. 50,000 is the most votes we've ever had. I can't even remember on what stream. It was definitely UFC. And we've had over 26,000 votes. 68% of people are saying Chimaev. 32% of people are saying Usman. That is a huge sample size. Kicks coming in there by Yaya. We got Peek moving forwards. Yeah, hit likes if you haven't. Hit votes if you haven't. Shots coming in there by Peek. As it feels like Yaya needs the finish now. We got 1 minute 30. I agree. If Volk rushes in, he could get caught. We all know about the Drake curse, said Gaming Special Unity. Up against the side of the cage is Yaya. Peak is in control. This fight is drifting. It's not the most exciting spectacle. And right now, we're going back into the center. Drake's betting is ridiculous because he's rich and famous. People can't see. He is addicted. He is a gambling addict, said Dort Knight. We got Peak in the middle. We got Yaya on the outside. Shots coming in there by Peak. Forearm strike coming in by Peak. Kick coming into the midsection. Yaya on the outside as Peak stands his ground in the center. Peak gets underneath the shots, looking to drag Yaya down. Yaya is on his back. Peak is on top, chest to chest at the moment. And 20 seconds left to go. Time is ticking away. This should be a comfortable win. This should be a comfortable win for Trevor Peak. KSI, Tommy Fury did 1.3 million views. Yeah, I saw that. Big. Crawford Spence did 700,000. Tank Ryan did 700,000. It's been a year of big events, hasn't it? It's been a year of big events. I think the difference is that Crawford Spence and Tank and Ryan, they are appealing to boxing fans. And unfortunately, boxing just does not do as well on social media and really grab the same level of attention as like influencer boxing. Because the thing with influencer boxing is that, you know, that reaches pretty much all of the kids. Like, the kids have their favorite influencers, and then they will follow them and support them with, you know, whatever it is they're going to go to do. The boxing is obviously secondary, so, you know, it's such a bigger audience. Influencer boxing has got, like, its fan base is basically, you know, how many millions of people are subscribed to KSI alone, you know? He must have, like, I don't know, 8 million people on YouTube. Maybe more, 12, I don't know. So, yeah, just him alone, you know, his star power is huge, isn't it? It's unanimous. Some 30-27s. Trevor Peak gets it. No surprise there. So, brilliant numbers for them. I bet they're absolutely giddy and over the moon with that. I do think there was some extra intrigue because of the Dylan Dennis stuff as well. Obviously, Tommy and... be interesting to know what Jake and KSI would do. Because I think Jake against KSI would do bigger numbers. I think it would do bigger than that. I think it could do 1-5, 1-6, something along those lines. Just as a guess. But, yeah, very successful event. Yaya almost got the sub, but Peak dropped him and outstruck him. I would give him the first. JJ Cash Money said, Islam Makhachev or Khabib, who would win and how? Well, I mean, obviously it's not a fight that we're ever going to see. I mean, Khabib said that Islam gave him problems as they were sparring and training and working together. It sort of feels to me like they would be very, very close. I think Khabib, there is just a little bit of an asterisk next to Khabib for me, because I think he worked his way up. He got to the top of the division and he didn't stick around that long. He kind of had, I think, just enough fights so that he could go out on top and be seen as being in the GOAT conversation, right? Which I don't begrudge anyone saying that he's the GOAT. I have no problem with that. But, you know, he didn't stick around really long enough to really clean that division out. You know, he had the Conor fight. Amazing. He had the Gaethje fight. He had the Poirier fight. And that was it. He was gone. The person that came in and filled the void when he left was none of them people. None of those names were the people that became champ after he left. The person that became champ after he left was Charles Oliveira. So straight away, there's the fight that we should have had. You know, Khabib against Charles Oliveira should have been the fight we would have had. I'm sure Khabib would have won. But that is definitely one that I think that we were denied. Whereas I think Islam is having like juicy fights. He's had the Oliveira fight. He's faced Volkanovski. He was going to do the Oliveira fight again tonight, but instead it's the Volkanovski rematch. If he gets through this, I mean, he's still like 31. He's still got a good few years ahead of him. I can definitely see him facing a Gaethje and having all of those fights as well. I've got to tell you, I think when all is said and done, I think Islam's going to have the better resume. It obviously depends if he's going to keep winning. But if he does get past Volk tonight, and he does then go on to beat Oliveira, and then go on to beat, say, Gaethje, I mean, at what point do you say that his resume is better than Khabib's? Because I actually don't think it's going to take that much for him to have the better resume. So, as of right now, if they were to face each other, who would you expect to win? Well, to be honest, if it was right now, I'd say Islam. If they were to book the fight now, I would say Islam would win. I think that Khabib's inactivity would be a problem. If we were somehow going to get them both in their prime, that's a different fight, because I think both in their prime, I think I may go Khabib. But I don't think Khabib would be in his prime now, obviously, if he was to come back now. So I would go Islam now. Good question, though. I like it. And as we said, it opens it out to like, well, when does he start to overtake Khabib? When do you start having the conversation that he's actually the better fighter? What does he need to do to achieve that? Right, here we go then. Tim Elliott is 8-10 in the UFC. He's won his last two. He's a veteran grappler. He's got relentless pace, throws constant volume. He's an exciting veteran, relies on his durability. He's a bit of a risk taker. He looks for subs. He is maybe going to get outstruck, because he is taking on Makhachev, who is just confident. He's got incredible heart, chain grappling, great wrestling, 4-0 in the UFC. Seems like absolutely his belief in himself is just unbelievable. The submission that he was in before was absolutely horrific. How he didn't tap, how he weathered that, I have no idea. No idea how Makhachev did not lose that last fight. He got injured, though, as a result of it. And so there's big question marks about what is his knee like now? What's his knee like? Is his knee trashed? You know, is he still the same fighter that we saw before? Or is that knee injury going to be a big problem? So, yeah, lots of questions being asked of Makhachev, but I expect him to have the answers, and I think he will get the win tonight. So here we go. Makhachev in white, Elliott in black. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We are just 145 away from 2,000 likes. Takedown by Elliott. Makhachev throwing in a leg kick. Elliott grabbing the leg and getting the takedown. Most takedowns landed in UFC flyweight history now by Tim Elliott. So Elliott with that takedown. Makhachev, though, is grabbing a hold of the arms. Makhachev is on the ground. And at the moment, we got a little bit of a stalemate. This is our main event our main event of the prelims. We are just 19 minutes away until we get to the main card. 19 minutes away until we get to the main card. Main card coming up very, very soon. Islam Makhachev, Chimaev, Ankalaev, Aliskerov, Saeed Nurmagomedov. It is stacked. Right now, though, we got Muhammad Makhachev. I believe born in Dagestan, moved over to the UK. Still on the ground at the moment, still in control at the moment. Crowd are a bit more vocal for this one, actually. Crowd seems to be a bit more into this one as both guys get up to their feet. Makhachev explodes forward. And again, kick coming in there by Makhachev. Elliott is ranked 10th. Makhachev is ranked 11th in the flyweight division. 87% of people on Tapology have gone with Makhachev. Makhachev is a minus 490 favorite. Back on his feet. Kick coming into the midsection. Another hook shot there by Elliott. You can see not much in it on the numbers at the moment. It is 5-4. Right now. We are just approaching the halfway point of the round. There was a lot of action down on the ground. Makhachev has grabbed the legs of Elliott. Makhachev, good work though by Elliott to deny the takedown. Guillotine has been applied by Elliott. Elliott with a knee strike to the head. Throwing in some knees to the head of Makhachev. There is a... Is that a knee to a grounded opponent? So we do have a timeout at the moment. Yeah. So referee just saying, be careful. It is very, very close. Very close, but the referee just had a word. Kick coming in there by Makhachev. We are back underway. Another kick coming in. Spinning back fist there by Makhachev. Elliott trying to find a way forward. Switching of stances. Couple of body shots coming in there by Elliott. Makhachev going back into the middle. 2 minutes. Flyweight's always so exciting. Such a fun division. Tim Elliott is 13 years older than Makhachev as well, is worth noting. Kick coming into the midsection there by Elliott. Makhachev circling rounds. Makhachev trying to find a way forwards. Explodes forward. That was a lovely left hand. Gets caught with a couple of counter shots, though, by Tim Elliott. Couple of counter shots coming in by Tim Elliott. Tim Elliott grabbing the head of Makhachev. Shots coming into the side of the body. Islam himself said no one could stop Khabib. Not even him, says Brads. Yeah, but how much of that is respect? You know? What's he meant to say? Yeah, I could mess him up. Right now, we've got Makhachev on top of Elliott. Elliott has got this guillotine, but Makhachev throwing in some shots to the side of the body. But who is winning in this fight? At the moment, I would say that it was Makhachev that was winning, but it's very close, and there's really not much in it now. Just looking at the numbers, actually, 10 significant strikes each, but Makhachev has landed 28 total shots to 17. Control time doesn't really mean much. Both have landed a takedown. Yeah, really not much in it. Not much in it, but I do think that Makhachev has looked a lot more explosive, a lot more exciting. And 10 seconds left to go here. Again, he's trying to keep Elliott controlled. So, look at that control time. There was 4 seconds in it. Both landed a takedown. Both got 10 significant strikes. Hard to know which way to go there, but I would lean to Makhachev. Young Generation Z says, thank me later. Here's my number. Thank me later. Colin, 1985 Gareth, shout out to you, my friend. Says, have a great stream tonight. Dude, it's been wild already. We've been having a great time. We've had some real fun, and with Jubilee mainly. But now we've got Makhachev, who's really bringing some fireworks. And that main card's so exciting. So shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone that's joining us right now as we continue to head towards round 2. So, Makhachev against Elliott. We need, 119 likes? 119 likes. 119 likes. We got 13 minutes. Can we get to 2,000 before the start of the pay-per-view? Right, immediately Makhachev comes out, and another guillotine. We're actually starting off where we ended off in that last round. So, round number 2. And Makhachev is trying to get back up to his feet, but Elliott with a guillotine. Makhachev needs to be a little bit careful here because it looks quite good, that guillotine. Shots coming into the side of the body. One thing I know, though, is that Makhachev doesn't know how to quit. It's just not something that is in his vocabulary. He doesn't know how to tap. It's something I don't think he's ever learned. So this fight is definitely going to keep continuing. This is one of those where you're going to have to kill him to get him to stop. He is just all heart. Crazy durability. Such an impressive fighter. Elbows coming in there by Elliott. Makhachev throwing in some shots to the side of the body of Elliott. Elliott on his back. Makhachev on top. Grinding away. Trying to get an advantage. We know that he's good down on the ground. Not much when it comes to significant strikes in this round. It's 11-9 in favor of Elliott. 11-9 in favor of Elliott. KSI has got 16, his second channel, 24 on his main, says Edwards. Makhachev is keeping Elliott down. So Makhachev is doing a great job. Shots coming into the side of the body. Again, some shots coming back there by Elliott. Makhachev all over Elliott right now. He's keeping him grounded. It's not the most exciting of action. He's just getting that control time. We know the control time doesn't mean anything unless you actually do something with it. Hammer fists coming in there by Makhachev. Shots coming into the side of the head by Makhachev as well. And we are 3 away from 1900. So again, if you've not left a like, leave a like as we are just watching this second round. There's not much to it. Elliott's on his back. Makhachev's on top. Makhachev is just keeping Elliott down. He's just getting that control time. You can see that he's managed to get 4 minutes 23 control time so far. 4 minutes 23 control time. He's looking, Elliott looking for a bit of a submission here. He's looking, oh man, he's trying to grab that arm. Makhachev slamming Elliott down and breaking out of it. That was great. That was great by Makhachev. Makhachev was, some questions were being asked there. He just picks him up, slams him down. That means that Elliott breaks the holds. That was excellent work there by Makhachev. So over 5 minutes control time right now. Over 5 minutes control time. Such a hard round to score because, again, you've got to do something with that control time. And you could really debate as to whether he has or hasn't. Shots coming into the side of the head there by Makhachev. Hammer fist coming in by Makhachev. Going to the body there by Makhachev as well. He's keeping Elliott grounded. Elliott is on the bottom. Makhachev on top. Shot coming into the side of the head. And again. Makhachev doing good work at the moment, but we're not seeing significant strikes. So far, it's 11-10 in favor of Elliott on significant strikes in this round. 30-odd seconds left to go. James said Chelsea are 2-0 up. James, shout out to you. Jamie, shout out to you. Iron Throat Makhachev over here, says a Jobson. Kamaru Usman fight. That's our co-main event coming up in a bit. Gotta get through a few fights first, but it's on the way. Main card is just 9 minutes away now. 9 minutes away. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like, as we are done with this round. And we are going to round number 3. The final round of the prelims. Nothing but main card after this fight. So very, very exciting. We've been asking the question, who do you think's going to win out of Usman and Chimaev? And I can tell you that we have had 27,600 votes. And it is Usman 32%, Chimaev 68%. 68% of people are going with Chimaev. Chimaev getting a lot of love this evening. We're also on 17 now. 1,917 likes. Keep those likes coming in. We're desperately trying to get to 2,000. We always look for 1,000. We killed that earlier. Destroyed it. The support has been amazing today. Really appreciated as we are going into our third and final round. Here we go. We are underway. Makhachev. Hard to know who's winning this. I feel like Makhachev could be edging it, but it could also be 1-1. Head kick coming in there by Makhachev. Certainly no signs of that knee injury being a problem. Certainly no signs of any issue there. Kick coming in there by Makhachev. Makhachev down. And we've got Elliott in control. Good work so far by Elliott. Oh, knee to the top of the head by Elliott. He needs to be a bit careful. Referee coming in, timeout. His hand was down, yeah. He's got to be careful there. Elliott throwing in knees to a grounded opponent, and that's actually the second time. If this is a point deduction, this could be big. If this is going to be a point... look at it. If this is going to be a point deduction, Makhachev trying to fire up the crowds. It's an official timeout at the moment. Makhachev's fine. He's back up on his feet. I think it might be the refs that are actually looking at this to make a decision as to what they should do next. Okay, they've gone back to the position. And there we go. We are back underway. So no point deduction. Now we've got Elliott. They're over by the side of the cage. Right now. Knee coming in there by Elliott. Elliott being quite cautious. Good work by Makhachev. He flips Elliott over. That's great work by Makhachev. Brilliant. That is incredible skill, man. For him to be able to do that, flip over Elliott, he's now managed to get on top of him. That was absolutely fantastic. To get from the position that he was in to now be in this position where he is the one that's in control. Absolutely brilliant. It just shows the level of Mohammed Makhachev. So we've got 3 minutes 15 left to go. He's tied up the legs, or he did have the legs tied. He's still putting in the work here on Elliott. Brilliant. When is the Khamzat fight? That's our co-main event, and it's going to be coming up in about 3 fights' time, so it's on the way. There's a lot of excitement around it. Huge fight, taking on Kamaru Usman. It's a massive test for him. It's a test I think he will pass. Shots coming into the side of the body there by Makhachev. Makhachev doing really well. We got 2 minutes 30 left on the clock here. Makhachev has got Elliott grounded. He's tied up the legs. That slam was crazy, says Jobson. Will this fight go the distance? Yes, -135. No, +100. So before the fight started, it was expected that this was going to go the distance. And he's fully mounted. Head and arm. Head and arm. Makhachev gets the sub. Excellent work. Excellent work. Makhachev gets the sub. Brilliant. Head and arm moved over to the sides. A flyweight contender emerges. There were questions around the knee. Doesn't seem like there's any issue there. Number 11 beats number 10. Makhachev continues his march towards the title. Brilliant, brilliant work by Makhachev. 11-0 now for him. Look at that. Arm triangle is in. Bang, and it's tight. And you can just see the moment. You can see the moment when he just gets it properly in as well. It's one thing to have it on, but to get that extra, like actually cinch it in. Lovely. And move over to the sides. Using all of that extra body weight as well. Beautiful. Textbook. Mohammed Makhachev showed just how impressive he is. Makhachev is a big threat to that flyweight division, says J14. Makhachev won. He did. Submission round 3. So with 2 minutes to go until the start of the main cards, the prelims are done. And all we've got next is main card, baby. If you are watching, we're 60 likes away. That is all. 60 likes away from hitting that 2,000 mark, which would be absolutely incredible. That was impressive, said Jobson. Mohammed the Punisher wins by head and arm choke. So I think he's got the longest active win streak in the flyweight division now. So Makhachev wants Kai Kara France. Makhachev said, give me anyone. Give me Kai Kara France. Give me anyone. Makhachev said, calls for peace around the world. Gotta respect that, ain't you? Makhachev calling for peace around the world. When will we see Makhachev? Islam Makhachev. That is the main event tonight. We've got 5 fights left. That's the last one. We're probably looking 2 hours till we get to that fight. It really depends how these other fights are going to go. As we said, 5 fights left. If these are going to be quite quick, we could get to it quite quick. If it's going to drag and take a little bit of time, then it's going to be a little bit more delayed. But, yeah, I mean, this whole card should be done in around about 2.5 hours. So we should have all the answers we're looking for very, very soon. 14 likes away. If you haven't left a like, leave a like. You could be number 2,000 as we are super close. 13 likes away. Oh, we can do that. We can do that. Get that done. We can move on with our lives. AWC Legend said, what time is Volk versus Islam? Probably a couple of hours. Each fight tends to roughly get given a half-an-hour time slot. So the first fight will start after about 15 minutes. There'll be about 15 minutes of talking now, 10, 15 minutes. Then we'll go to the first fight. Next fight will be, I don't know, 35 minutes past, something like that. That'll get that half-an-hour slot. Next fight will start on the hour. So that'll get the next half an hour. So every fight tends to get about half an hour. So Volk and Islam is the 5th fight. So that means that we're probably looking about 2 hours. And we should be done in about 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours we should be about done. As we said, each fight tends to get about half an hour slot. Sometimes it's not an exact science because sometimes some fights can end with a first round finish. And that can throw things out. Everything can get moved a little bit forwards. Or things can go the distance. And then there's like a interview after. And the interview can take a while. So things can get moved a little bit. But as a rough ballpark, I'd say main event in about 2 hours. Co-main event in about an hour and a half. So that's kind of what we're looking at. Big shout out, a big thank you to everyone that just left a like there. It really is appreciated, massively appreciated. 2,000. I mean, that is absolutely unbelievable. That is seriously appreciated. That's not the kind of thing that we tend to see, to be honest. So it shows that people have definitely come out for this card. This is one that people are really excited for, and understandably so, because it is a big card. It's got some serious star power, man. Islam Makhachev, 31 years old. He's only lost 1 fight. He's won 13 UFC fights. UFC Lightweight Champion. Number 3 on the pound-for-pound list, taking on number 2 on the pound-for-pound list. These two fought earlier this year. It was absolute fireworks. Islam Makhachev against Volkanovski. Who is winning that fight? I've got Islam winning it. I think Islam wins it. But I think it's going to be a challenge, and the early stages of that fight is going to be so interesting. And then our co-main event, Chimaev against Kamaru Usman. Again, serious fight. That is huge for Chimaev. It's a big task. It's a big ask, but Usman coming in on just 11 days notice. 11 days notice. So Chimaev definitely can get the victory. He's going to have to really dig deep and work hard. If he does get the victory, how good is he going to look in victory? I think he's going to look real good. I fancy him to get the win, and so do many of you by the looks of it, because if we look to see our poll that's nearly at 30,000 votes, 69% of you have gone with Chimaev. So 69% of you with Chimaev, 31% of you with Kamaru Usman. So plenty of support being shown for Chimaev this evening. And you know what? This card is just banana. We got Saeed Nurmagomedov coming up next. He's going to be in action against Gufarov. Then we've got Aliskerov taking on Alves. Then we've got Ankalaev against Johnny Walker. Then we've got Chimaev against Kamaru Usman. And then we've got Islam Makhachev taking on Alexander Volkanovski. The rematch. So, as we said, probably just going to wait about 5 minutes or so that they can show video packages, build up the hype, introduce the commentators, blah, 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 blah. But next fight will be Saeed Nurmagomedov taking on Gafarov. Saeed Nurmagomedov might as well run through this match, and then we can jump into the chat. Nurmagomedov 6-2 in the UFC. He's got good judo throws. He's a technical striker. He's got great footwork. Looks to strike, control the pace. Is improving. Is dynamic. He's got good takedown defense. He's got good grinding wrestling, and he should use it more than he does. He's taking on Gafarov, who is 0-1 in the UFC. He's explosive hook shots. He's got lots of spin attacks. He's never been finished. He's very durable. He's going to keep it standing. He's going to keep it at striking distance. It's going to be a hard day at the office for him. Saeed Nurmagomedov minus 205. Gafarov plus 165. Nurmagomedov, 96% of people on Tapology think that he is going to win. Saeed Nurmagomedov, 96%. Gafarov, 4%. So I've got Saeed as well. I think Saeed's going to get the job done. But yeah, definitely should be a fun start to the main cards. Mohammed says Usman is going to show the real strong punch Khamzat has never faced. I said Saeed at minus 230, said A. Jobson. He has an ironic double leg flapjack. Nurmagomedov won't damage the octagon. Islam versus Volk will happen in the next 5 minutes, said Servant of Allah. Not quite. We've got a few fights to get through first. So we've got Saeed Nurmagomedov first. Then we got Aliskerov. Then we've got Ankalaev. Then we've got Chimaev. And then it's Islam versus Volkanovski. Where do I watch the main card? In Canada? Don't know, I'm afraid. If someone is in Canada that can help. Here in the UK, it's on TNT Sports 2. And amazingly, it's not a pay-per-view for us. As long as you've got BT Sports, you can just watch it. Little advert for UFC 5 as well. Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, Fedor, they are all available. Last chance pre-order. Has that been reviewed, that game? Does anyone know if the reviews are any good for UFC 5? I haven't seen anything on UFC 5. Here's Megan Levy then. She's just saying a few words. I wasn't here for the wood fight, but I've read of cheating. What happens? I don't think there was any cheating. Naimov picked up the victory. Was there cheating in that fight? I don't remember cheating in that fight. I don't remember cheating in that fight. I don't even remember controversy in that fight, to be honest. It was a win by unanimous decision. Wasn't there there was one fight where we said, no, that was the Dumas fight. To be honest, that was the Dumas fight. The Dumas fight, I don't understand how Dumas won. I didn't think he won by unanimous. Well, he did, but I didn't think that he won. But I don't remember there being any controversy in the Nathaniel Wood fight. Mitchell said, I hope you're doing well. I'm going to go with Volk and Chimaev. What about you? Mitchell, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, I'm doing good, thank you. I am going Chimaev and Islam. The reason why is because we have got two people coming in on late notice replacement. Usman hasn't had a full camp. Neither has Volkanovski. Chimaev is ready. And actually, he was preparing for Costa, who is big. And so he really will have put the work in. Built up his strength and everything. So, yeah, Chimaev is going to be confident. Don't forget, this is at middleweight as well, so that this is not the weight that Usman is used to being at. Usman is used to being at welterweight. So Chimaev against Usman at middleweight is interesting because Usman is going to be the smaller fighter, fighting at a weight higher than what he's used to, and fighting on 11 days' notice against Chimaev. So it's kind of hard to go for Usman here, even though he is so impressive. Main event, Makhachev against Volkanovski. We said 11 days notice. Islam has been full training camp. The only thing I would say is that if you're preparing for Charles Oliveira, Volkanovski proves to be a slightly different challenge. So, you know, Islam definitely has got a little disadvantage there as well because he's been preparing for Charles Oliveira. This is a different fight. Volkanovski is just a warrior, man. He's just a dog. He's going to get in there. He's just use his heart and battle and fight and scrap. And yeah, it's such an interesting main event. Really interesting. But I think the odds are right. And actually, the odds have been getting a bit wider as well. 48 hours ago, Islam Makhachev was minus 230 favorite. Now he's minus 340. So it looks like more money has been coming in on Islam over the past 48 hours. And I think that's right. So I've got Chimaev, I've got Makhachev, I've got Ankalaev, I've got Aliskerov, and I've got Saeed Nurmagomedov as well. I hope that Usman and Volk can pick up the victory, but I'm not that confident, said J14. Right, we are just waiting to get going. A big thank you to everyone that's joined us and everyone that's left a like as we continue to move forwards. Massive main card coming up. So much excitement around the co-main and the main in particular. We are seriously talking about like some of the most hype fights, some of the most anticipated fights. I know that they've only been spoken about for like the past 11 days because both of these fights were meant to look different. But even so, these are very anticipated. There's a lot of excitement around them. And I'm looking forward to getting going with this card. We've got the video package right now for Saeed against Gafarov. Let us know in the chat which way you think this is going to go. Which way do you think this goes? Who do you think is going to get the win? I've got Saeed Nurmagomedov picking up the victory and starting off the main card in style. Abdul said everyone... Oh, Caleb said everyone is sleeping on Volk. When does UFC 294 start, says Nick? It is starting, my friend. The coverage has begun. The first fight hasn't started yet. We haven't had all of the fights. We've done all the prelim fights, but we haven't had any of the main card fights yet. Hello? Jobson said Islam wanted to fight in May and then in October. Dana said only October. Same thing with Khamzat. He could easily have fought in April, May, and then in October. Dana wanted both to highlight Abu Dhabi in October. Yeah, man. And, you know, these two bring serious eyes. These two are so popular that you can kind of understand it, saving them for this cards. Right, here we go then. We've got Gafarov making his way down. Lots of excitement as Gafarov heads down to the octagon. I've got Volk and Khamzat, said Lena. Toon India, shout out to you. LDTV, hello. Can we get the Tapology scores? We can. Let's update things. We can do it as, whilst they're making their way down. There we go. So, Bumpy, Tiramisu Tuesday, Scott Panda, Mosier 94, Fowler, Noster 75, V-Man 2005, Garrett Hayden 30, LDTV, Daddy Made Isaac, and Odd Smoker Steve. That makes up our top 10 at the moment as we're going into the main cards. Things can change, and they can change drastically, but that's our top 10 at the moment. So shout out to all of those as we are heading towards our first fight. Right. I thought... Usman Chimaev fight timing. Usman Chimaev should be in around about an hour and a half, probably a little less, because we got 3 fights to get through. Each fight tends to get half an hour slot, so about an hour and a half. But again, it really depends on how these fights go, when they're going to end. So, yeah, we're just keeping an eye on proceedings at the moment. But 3 fights to go, and then we will be at our co-main event. How much time is left, said Lone Wolf? Well, of the whole show, probably about 2 hours, 15, 2 hours and a half. Again, depends how long the fights go for. I think we're definitely under 3 hours now left of the whole thing. There's 5 fights on the main card. Sometimes we have 6, but 5 fights on this main card. Here's Saeed Nurmagomedov fighting out of Dagestan, Russia. Saeed has made his way down. A. Jobson said, Bumpy is my name. I can't send the website for some reason, says Lone Wolf. Right, here we go. Saeed has made his way down. He's 6-2 in the UFC. He's got good judo throws, as we said, a technical striker, great footwork. He's won 4 of his last 5. He's got 1 of 10 spinning back kick knockouts in UFC history. Second highest submission attempt average amongst active UFC bantamweights. So he attempts 1.55 every 15 minutes. It's not quite what it says on these numbers, but they've got it as 1.55. Here it's 1.23, but whatever. Nurmagomedov to win by submission is plus 225. Nurmagomedov to win inside the distance is plus 130. Nurmagomedov to win by decision is plus 175. So, Saeed getting inside the octagon. We're about to get announcements for the first fight on the main cards. When is the Usman fight? The Usman fight is going to be in about an hour and a half. Bro, Johnny Walker is getting subbed in the first round, said Chutso. Saeed minus 285 favourite. So it looks like more has been coming in on Saeed. 48 hours ago, he was minus 205. Now he's 285. Bruce Buffer with his... it's not too outrageous, that jacket. But Bruce Buffer doing the announcing then. This is your opportunity to get in your final thoughts. Which way do you think this goes? Are you with Saeed or are you with Gafarov? 3 rounds. Obviously, all these fights are going to be 3 rounds. Apart from our main event, that will be 5 because it is for the Lightweight Championship. If Volkanovski wins, he will become the new UFC Lightweight Champion. I've placed all the fights to go to the second round. It's going to be good, said Dr. Santo. Who's fighting now? Well, we're about to start with Nurmagomedov against Gafarov. That's going to be our next fight. My predictions are accurate, says Sahil. Kian said, which one of these sports do you think you rank in the top 10 of sports? Which do I rank in the top 10? Football, rugby, WWE, boxing, UFC, cricket. Think I'd have them all in the top 10. I enjoy them all. I'd have them all. Right, here we go. We're about to get underway. First round's coming up. Saeed Nurmagomedov looking very cool, calm, collected. Both fighters come into the center. So Gafarov in green, Nurmagomedov in white. Nurmagomedov on the outsides. Gafarov standing his ground in the center. Nurmagomedov circling rounds. Bouncing about. Gafarov again standing his ground in the middle as Nurmagomedov moves around, gestures to go into the center. Leg kick coming in there by Nurmagomedov. He tries to go upstairs. Again, circling round. Leg kick coming in there by Gafarov. Heavy leg kick coming back by Nurmagomedov. Saeed on the outsides. Staying at kick-in range. Nice kick to the midsection there by Saeed. Gafarov sticking right with him, though. Not giving him any kind of leeway. He's getting backed up a little bit, but... oh, lovely right hand. Good work there by Gafarov. Through a big right hand. He's managed to get... Saeed has got a submission applied. Submission is on. Saeed has won. Wow! Oh, my God! Yeah, he went to sleep quick, man. I don't even know if the ref called for it. Saeed... oh, he's back. Gafarov is livid. He did. He exploded him with this big overhand shot. Look at that. And that was the problem. He went chasing after him. And then he ended up getting caught. Saeed grabbed a hold of the heads. Look at that. Yeah, the ref doesn't call. The ref doesn't, the ref isn't the one that ends it. Saeed feels the tap and just lets it go. So the referee was on the wrong side there. The ref didn't end the fight. I mean, he did as soon as Saeed had let it go. It was quite clear the opponent was out. That's really good work. I mean, that's incredibly fast by Saeed. Incredibly fast. That's the problem if you're going to be overly aggressive. And actually, that could be Volkanovski's problem later. If he goes chasing after Islam, that could be a problem. Gafarov is absolutely gutted. He was already 0-1 in the UFC. In all fairness, they did him dirty by putting him in there against Nurmagomedov. So, Saeed with a guillotine picks up the victory. That guillotine coming super quick. He got it in 1 minute 13 in round 1. Yeah, what a fantastic showing. And I tell you what, that's going to please a load of people as well, because that means we're getting closer towards the matches that people care about. I'm not that people didn't care about that, but come on. We know why people are here. They're here for Chimaev. They're here for that main event. You are now the owner of 2 of the fastest submissions in this division's history. Brilliant. Brilliant showing there by Saeed Nurmagomedov. A minute and 5 seconds, apparently, for this one. Saeed is nasty with that guillotine, said A. Jobson. What a move to let him fall before the ref ended the fight. Yeah, he let it go before the ref actually said anything. You need to pay attention to what Saeed Nurmagomedov is doing, says John Anik. That is very, very true. So, one match down there is Steven Seagal. Steven Seagal in the crowd. Also, Aljamain Sterling. Aljamain Sterling is sat in the crowd. Also, November 11th, John Jones takes on Stipe Miocic. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. UFC 295. We have definitely got it down to be doing that event. So excited. John Jones, Stipe. I expect Jones to get the win there. But, yeah, that should be so much fun. Gafarov makes his best impression of Cody Staman's performance against Saeed Nurmagomedov, says A. Jobson. 1 hour, 30 minutes until the main fight. My bet just went down the pan, said Bonkers. When is Chimaev? Chimaev is coming up in probably about an hour now, because now there's only 2 fights left. So each fight, as we said, gets about a half an hour time slot. And so we've had 1 fight, 2 fights to go, probably looking at about an hour, and then we'll be heading towards the builds of that Chimaev fight. We said that I think our records is 50,000 votes in the chat. We are now at 32,500. I don't know if it's going to do it, to be honest. We'll just have to wait and see. But 32,500 votes in the chat. Chimaev, 69% of people have gone with him. Usman, 31%. Keep your votes coming in. Keep your likes coming in as well. It's all greatly appreciated as we continue to move forward with this absolutely massive card. One of the biggest cards of the year. So much excitement around it. And understandably so as well. I mean, the main event, the co-main event, just absolutely incredible. Ifran said Islam and Khamzat will win. SS said 2 more fights to Khamzat. Walker fight should be interesting as well. Right, we are... what's up, Days? Would you see this as being the best card of the year? Yeah. Yeah, I do. I think that Chimaev is such a big name for him to be stepping in there against Kamaru Usman. I mean, that is just... I know there's no title on the line because neither of them have got a title. But, you know, that is a serious fight for the fans. You know, you are getting 2 of the biggest names in the sport and you're putting them in there against each other. And then you are taking 2 of the absolute pound-for-pound best. I mean, it is literally number 2 and number 3 on that pound-for-pound ranking. We are putting them up against each other as well. So, yeah, I mean, like, an amazing main event, an amazing co-main event. Ankalaev against Walker is number 2 against number 7 in the light heavyweight division. If Ankalaev wins that, I think it is definitely a title shot for him next. So, you know, you've got something seriously juicy at stake in that match as well. I must admit, I know some people might disagree with this, but I would like to see a women's fight on this main card. I think this we have had a women's fight on this card, but it's a shame that we haven't got like a high-level women's fight on the main cards. But yeah, this thing is stacked, man. Absolutely stacked. I'd have to have a refresh. I mean, we've done the cards this year. I'd have to have a refresh, but this one feels special, doesn't it? This feels special. There feels as well like there's a buzz around this card that I haven't quite seen around some of the other cards this year. So if we want to talk about how big like a card is, if you join us on a regular basis, you'll know I'm not lying when I say that we always try to get to like 1,000 likes for each stream, and sometimes, not that it can be a challenge, but like we're normally getting there towards the main event. 2,160 likes on this stream. I mean, it's just, yeah, this definitely feels like it's the biggest. The support that Chimaev, and we've spoke about it before as well, Chimaev, whenever he fights, there is a real spike in the people that are joining us. Like, normally you'll see, like, you know, it going up as we head towards that kind of main event, but then like you see this massive spike when Chimaev is fighting, and then it drops back down again. We may get that later. I seriously don't know, but the support that Chimaev gets is just incredible. Same with Islam as well. It's very clear that like the UAE, Georgia, there's lots of countries that are very, very engaged. Russia in particular, but you know, I think the Muslim world, I think more than country, I think the Muslim world is very engaged in MMA and turn out to support their own, you know. So, yeah, really, really exciting night. Definitely feels like a big one. But we're going to move on to our next fight right now. This is Aliskerov taking on Alves. So Aliskerov is 1-0 in the UFC. He is well-rounded, powerful, nasty knees, might look to take this down to the ground. He is a monster. He is deadly. He is minus 400 favorite. He's got a record of 14-1. 97% of people on Tapology think that he will get the job done. He is taking on Alves, late replacement, came in and he's 8-6. He's actually lost his last two. He's a good all-rounder, but he's very inconsistent. He's got a great first round in him, but he fades. This should be fun early, but then I expect Alves to fade, and then I think that's when we'll see Aliskerov come through. He's got a good guillotine, Alves. He can be a little bit unpredictable. He came through Ultimate Fighter Brazil. Big body kick as well, but he is a plus 320 underdog. He is a plus 320 underdog, so yeah, I've got Aliskerov winning this. I think most people have got him winning this, and it should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it. Let me know in the chat which way you are leaning on this. Are you going with Aliskerov or are you going with Alves? Right, here we go. We've got Aliskerov making his way down. Aliskerov is, as we said, he's won 6 in a row. Aliskerov, fighting out of Dagestan, Russia, is one of 5 active Russian UFC middleweights. What time does Khamzat walk out, says Joni. About an hour. We've got 2 more fights to go. Matt said, what did Usman do to Gilbert? What did Usman do to Gilbert? Well, I mean, look, Usman is coming into this fight with only 11 days notice, so that is going to be tricky. He's coming in on with 11 days. He's coming in against Chimaev, and you know, we don't. The problem with Usman is we just don't quite know where he is at the moment because he's had 2 losses in a row. 2 losses in a row. So, you know, that is going to be really difficult for him to bounce back from, because I sort of feel like if you've had 2 losses in a row, you could probably do with going up against someone in the welterweight division that's ranked, I don't know, 4th, 5th, 6th, something like that. getting a win and then, you know, rebuilding. I don't think what you do is move up a weight and take a fight against Chimaev on 11 days notice. Like, that's a really hard position to bounce back in. So I think he could really comfortably find himself having lost 3 in a row, because he's going to be the smaller fighter. You know, size-wise, it's Chimaev that's going to be coming in as a much bigger fighter. Here's Bruce Buffer. Callum said, why can't I watch it on UFC Fight Pass? They only have the early prelims. They don't have the other fights. So they only have the early prelims. Okay, right. Alves in the octagon. As he said, big shout out to everyone that's joining us. We are nearly at 2,200 likes, man. That's mental. Funky Junkie says, go the All Blacks. Right, here we go. We're about to get underway with fight number 9. So, Aliskerov is now minus 600 favorite. 48 hours ago, he was minus 400. Who won between Chimaev and Usman? We have not got that far yet. We haven't got that far. That fight is coming up in about an hour's time. Okay, here we go then. About to get underway with our second fight on the main cards. Boom. Okay, Aliskerov is standing in the center. Alves in yellow on the outside. Alves is definitely someone that should be respected, but dare I say not feared. Kick coming in there by Aliskerov. Kick coming in by Alves, but he couldn't land it. Jab there by Aliskerov as well. We know that Alves fades. I think Aliskerov can pretty much just do whatever he wants, if I'm going to be honest. I don't think that he's going to be too challenged in the early stages, but at least Alves may make it a fight in the early stages. Both of these are standing. Inside leg kick there by Alves. Jab coming in by Aliskerov. You got to give Alves respect, though. I believe he came in as a short notice replacement. Alves trying to find a way forward. Aliskerov circling rounds. Couple of shots upstairs there by Aliskerov. Aliskerov again throwing in a kick to the midsection. Alves putting the pressure on at the moment. Aliskerov circling around. It's a lovely right hand by Aliskerov. Really good work. Alves in the center. Kick coming in by Aliskerov. Kick coming back there by Alves. So again, inside leg kick. Kick coming back by Aliskerov. Alves on the outside. 1-2 upstairs. Alves outside leg kick. Alves moves back a little bit as Aliskerov edges forwards. Oh, lovely jab by Aliskerov. Solid straight left. Alves goes down. Head kick coming in. Big knee. Big shots. Alves in trouble. Alves is down. Alves is down. Oh, Aliskerov wins round 1. It's just so easy. Wow. Yeah, I mean, he rocked him with a jab. He rocked him with a jab. He landed the jab and he rocked him. Absolute scenes. Absolutely brilliant scenes. Aliskerov managing to get the victory against Alves. Look at that. It's just a straight jab right down the middle. Alves was rocked. He goes back against the side of the cage. Look at this knee. Ah! Oh, my God. That knee is monstrous. High kick. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. And then he just absolutely unloads. Alves goes down. Aliskerov 1-0 in the UFC. Now 2-0. Taking on Alves. Mate, as we said, you know, respect him. Don't fear him. He's someone that's 8-6. He's got plenty of experience, but he has lost his last two. But, oh my God, that first round finish by Aliskerov. Boom. Amazing. Mitchell said he unloaded on him. But he said another Dagestani takes a win. Aliskerov correct, TKO correct. Round one, more easy work, says A. Jobson. Wow, do you know what? We're getting through these fights a bit too quick, actually. I mean, first round finishes are fun and all, but we've only got 3 fights left. And we're not going to race through them too quickly. Otherwise, people might feel like they've been robbed. So there might be a few video packages. There might be a few pundits conversations. Either way, though, it's there's 3 fights left. The big 3 fights are all that's left. Ankalaev against Johnny Walker, Usman against Chimaev, and Islam against Volkanovski. Those are the only 3 fights that are left. Aldin, shout out to you, my friend. Aldin Kurtovic. Appreciate the support, buds. We are here for UFC. UFC 295 looks juicy as well. So he wants his next opponent to be someone from the top 10. Just thought we'd have a look, see what's UFC 295. Obviously, that is the Stipe card. John Jones and Stipe. David, hello. Hope you're doing well, buds. David in the chat. Appreciate the support, my friend, of course. 35,000 votes, pretty much. Aldin Kurtovic, shout out to you. Young Heath Ledger, shout out to you as well. Okay, we are just hearing at the moment from Aliskerov, who wants someone in the top 10 next time. The main card is delivering with 3 promising fights still to come. That is true. That is true. 3 big fights still to come. Lots of excitement. Ankalaev against Johnny Walker. We have, as we just spoke about this fight, the winner of this, Kevin De Bruyne in the crowds. Bilal Muhammad in the crowd. Kind of fun to see Kevin De Bruyne. He's injured at the moment, isn't he? So I'm surprised that he wasn't watching Man City against Arsenal. But there he is, sat in the crowd, enjoying some UFC action. Right. Of course, this is going to clash with the rugby semi-final, says H. Kirk. Shout me out, said Nelson. Nelson, shout out to you. How can you watch live streaming in Pakistan, says Umam. Honestly, I don't know. In Pakistan, I don't know. Here in the UK, it's on TNT Sports. As we said, I'm sure there's probably going to be some illegal streams that tend to show on Twitch. Has anyone ever found an illegal stream on YouTube? Because I'm not aware of any. I'm not aware of any on YouTube. But I have heard of some that have been on Twitch, but my understanding is they just get taken down really quickly. So I always just watch it on TNT Sports. But Pakistan, I don't know how it works over in Pakistan. Maybe someone in the chat can assist. Can you tell me, when is Islam versus Alexander fight? Yep. So that fight is probably going to be in about an hour. So I think what will happen now, and this is just a guess, but I think there'll be 15 minutes of stalling. I think we'll have some punditry. I think we'll have some announcements. I think there'll be some whatever for 15 minutes. Then I think we'll go to our next fight, which is going to be Ankalaev against Johnny Walker. The reason why we're going to stall for 15 minutes is because we've just had 2 first-round finishes. So we can't really race through this card too quickly. Otherwise, we run the risk of the whole thing being done in maybe an hour and a half. So I think that there'll be about 15 minutes of stalling. Then I think we'll go to the video package of Ankalaev against Johnny Walker. Then when we're done with that, it's Usman against Chimaev. And then we move on to Islam against Volkanovski. So I reckon Islam Volkanovski is looking good for being in about an hour and 15 minutes, which means that Usman Chimaev is probably looking good for being in about 45 minutes. Either way, we are really getting to the business end of this card. We are really getting towards the part of the show that people really care about. This is the part of the show that people have tuned in for. All the stuff up until this point has been fine. It's been enjoyable. There's been some good stuff. There's been some dull stuff as well, to be honest. It's been a bit of a mixed bag, but this is what it's all about. This top end of the card is what it's all about. Even this next fight, actually, between Ankalaev and Johnny Walker should be a lot of fun. Ankalaev, heavy favourite, though. -345 favourite. Johnny Walker, +270. Ankalaev, 9 wins, 1 loss. He's got a nasty head kick, fast hands, fast reflexes, great wrestling, great technique. He's an all-rounder, great counter-puncher. He's physical, he hits hard, he's got good cardio, good striking, hard to take down, good fight IQ, very durable. Works well in the clinch. Great. He's a great all-rounder, but he's just a bit dull at times. He gets the job done, but he's just a bit dull. Johnny Walker, 7-4. He's won his last 3 as a striker. He's got big reach, flashy, chin question marks, though. Flying knees. He can be dangerous early, and maybe a title shot for the winner. So Ankalaev definitely, if he wins, I think gets a title shot because he's ranked number 2. Johnny Walker is ranked 7th. Don't know that he would get a title shot next. He might have to face one more contender. But either way, this is definitely a very interesting fight. So yeah, looking forward to this one. And then, of course, Usman against Chimaev, who's not looking forward to that. And then we've got Islam Makhachev against Volkanovski. So, absolutely stacked. Have you got any replica belts? I've got replica pro wrestling belts. I've got a replica of the very first WWF Championship from '63, which is cool. It's not official because they don't officially make them, but you can get them on eBay from China, I think. So I got one of those. And then I've got a winged eagle and a few other bits. So yeah, I got a few. I haven't got a UFC one, though. I was tempted to get a UFC one. I like the current design. I like the old belt as well, actually. But I like the current design. I think they're pretty classy. Is the co-main event after the main event or before? It is before. You do the co-main and then you do the main. When is Volk against Islam? I think we're looking about 1 hour, 10 minutes. They're just showing the main card for UFC 295. John Jones against Stipe. I was in the process of looking at that, actually. I was in the process of looking at that main card, and then they've just flashed it up on screen. So, UFC 295, we were talking about this card because it comes from Madison Square Garden in New York, November 11th. It's going to be a great card. So we have got John Jones against Stipe for the heavyweight title. We've got Jiri against Alec Pereira for the light heavyweight. I think, is that for the title? Jiri and Pereira. light heavyweight division. Then we've got Lopez against Pat Sabatini. We've got Mackenzie Dern against Jessica Andrade. We've got Matt Frivola against Saint Denis. Tabitha Ricci against Lupi Godinez. There's a few interesting fights on that, but that top end of the card again looks quite good, quite tasty. Can't argue with Jiri against Pereira. You can't argue with John Jones against Stipe. That'll be a lot of fun. So that is November 11th. It's really not that far away. It's a few weeks away, that's all. Few weeks away. When is it going to start? Well, we got 3 fights left to go. We're actually going to the video package for the next fight a touch earlier than I was expecting. We just ran down the UFC 295 cards, but we should be underway with our next fight in the next 8 minutes or so. But what time is the match? What match? There's lots of things happening in the world right now. There's a rugby semi-final, which starts in 7 minutes, as does, I think, Man United against Sheffield United. And we've also got 3 fights left on UFC this evening. What is your early prediction for Lewis against Almeida? I might be leaning Almeida. I've got serious doubts against Derek Lewis now. I think he's done. I mean, I don't remember his last win. I don't remember his last victory. And not only that, but he's just starting to really look... he's still got power, but he's really starting to look like he's done now to me. It's hard to back him, to be honest. I think if you loved him and he's given you loads of great moments, then maybe that's something that you might want to... he won back in July against De Lima. But before that, he lost to Sergey Spivak. He lost to Pavlovich. He lost to Tai Tuivasa. So before that win, his last win was in 2021. He was on a 3-fight losing streak. Almeida is on a 4-fight win streak. He beat Rosenstrike before that. He's got, 4-fight win streak. He is 32 years old, which isn't bad for a heavyweight. So I think I would be leaning towards Almeida. But the thing is, Derek Lewis, he's got that power. He's got that ability to punish anyone and put anyone away on his day. But I don't know. I just find it hard to back him. I really like him. I'm a fan of his. I think he's had a fantastic career, guaranteed Hall of Famer. But don't know. It's hard to back him and say that he'll get a victory against Almeida. Right, Johnny Walker has made his way down, tied for the 4th longest active win streak in UFC light heavyweight division, 1 of 10 spinning back fist knockouts in UFC history. Awarded his contract on Dana White's Contender Series Brazil, week 2. Did you hear that 2K22 is being pulled? No more downloads, said Defcon Pirate King Jack. Why is Fight Pass not showing the fights? Fight Pass doesn't show the fights. It only shows the early prelims. I don't think it shows prelims. Certainly doesn't show the main cards. Online said, I'm not even a huge fan. I just tune in for big fights. Even I know when fights are starting. Crack Streams has got viruses, said Zugi. All the Russians are rounded up. They're gonna get quick finishes. 2 quick finishes already on this main card. 3rd fight, not too far away. Johnny Walker is inside the octagon. We're just waiting for Ankalaev. Put your thoughts in the chat. Who do you think is going to win this one? Ankalaev against Walker. Here comes Ankalaev. Sonny, shout out to you. Who's going to win out of Jones and Stipe, said Edward. I'd be leaning towards John Jones. I think that he is so highly skilled. I do think that Stipe is going to be a big ask and a big task for him. But I think John Jones should be favourite, and rightfully so. I thought what he did against Cyril Gane was absolutely incredible. He made Cyril Gane look like a joke, and Cyril Gane isn't a joke. It was there was lots of question marks about how will John Jones do at heavyweight, and he just looked like he owned the place against a very good fighter. So yeah, I mean he showed everything I needed to see. I can't take Walker seriously, said Brett. I want Walker, but Ankalaev will get the win most likely, said Jordan. Jobson said, let's hope Walker doesn't allow Ankalaev to lay on top of him for endless centuries. Hawk is not announced, said, I've got Jones in round 2. I am leaning towards Ankalaev at -375. Right, here we go. Ankalaev, start fast. Get a takedown. So these are the paths to victory for him, according to Cormier. Start fast, get a takedown, remind everyone of how good you are. Should be Ankalaev. I've got Ankalaev winning. If he does win, surely he's going to be next in line for that light heavyweight championship. I tell you what, the Russians, the Dagestanis, they are really arriving. Could we find ourselves in a situation where, like, all the divisions or a lot of the divisions are on lockdown by the Russian fighters? I mean, Mohammed Makhachev, I know that he is, I think, a British citizen now, but he was born in Dagestan. He came out of Russia. I think he identifies as British. But even so, he got a victory earlier. Then Saeed got a first-round finish, Nurmagomedov. Then Aliskerov got a victory. We're talking about the flyweight division, the bantamweight division, the middleweight division. Now we're about to see Ankalaev in the light heavyweight division. You've already got Islam Makhachev, who's king of the lightweight division. Chimaev, who is now UAE. He is in the middleweight division as well. And he may get a win tonight over Kamaru Usman, which would be incredible. You know, if the Dagestan fighters and the Russian fighters do really start taking over, then it's going to be very interesting to see how the Brazilians respond. You know? Brazil is a real hotbed for MMA, and so is USA, actually. It'll be interesting to see how the Americans respond and how the Brazilians respond. And obviously, you've got a few other countries that can contribute, like the UK has got some fighters coming through. One of them being Makhachev, actually. As I said, I'm sure he does identify. I don't think he's got a split nationality. Australia, of course, with Volkanovski. Mexico, of course. Lots of, as you said, it's a very global brand, this. But no denying Russia is doing some incredible things at the moment. David said, sperm court breaking Newton's third law of motion. David, shout out to you. It's always good to get scientific updates during a UFC stream. Right, we are underway with Walker in green and Ankalaev in black. Yeah, David, shout out to you. That is a big development, I think. Kick coming in by Ankalaev. Walker, inside leg kick. This is our Coco main event. The next fight after this is going to be Kamaru Usman against Khamzat Chimaev. So we are working our way towards that big co-main event and main event. But we do need to get through this one first. Both guys in the center. being very watchful at the moment. Kick coming in there by Ankalaev. Inside leg kick by Ankalaev. Shot there by Ankalaev as well. And Walker got a little bit rocked momentarily. Walker tries to fire back an inside leg kick. And swing and a miss there by Ankalaev. Walker standing his ground in the center. Ankalaev is edging forwards. Walker throws out a jab. Ankalaev again having a little look. Kick coming into the midsection. Kick coming in there by Walker. To the midsection as well. Couple of shots going in upstairs by Walker. Walker continuing to circle round. Shot coming in by Ankalaev. Inside leg kick there by Walker. Oh, big knee. He played possum. Wow. Walker bent over, sold, and then exploded with a big knee. But Ankalaev, not having any of that, has managed to get Walker over by the side of the cage. And right now he's got the arm trapped, the head exposed, and he's just throwing in these shots. Drama here for Walker. That was such a fun trap that he set. Ankalaev didn't fall for it, though. Amazing. Right now, we are down over by the side of the cage. Shots coming in by Ankalaev. And again, shots by Walker, but he's down. Oh, that's a heavy shot by Ankalaev. Heavy shot. Both guys have landed 10 significant strikes. Oh, big knee. Knee to a grounded opponent. Can't do it. Yeah, looked like it hit the chin. Ankalaev been told to back away. This could be significant. Oh. Knee to the head, knee to a grounded opponent. Can't do it, Ankalaev. You can't do it. Doctor is in. We've got a break in proceedings at the moment. Crowds are booing. Crowds are restless. So crowd making their feelings known as we've got Ankalaev, Walker over by the side of the cage. Doctor coming in, just having a word. Ankalaev throwing a knee as Walker was down on one knee. Taking a moment at the moment. Mr. Dow Jr. said UFC is fake and WWE is real. Pretty bad knee in the clinch there. All fighters have knees that are downed. So, right, Walker is over. Oh, called it! No, Walker's saying no, I want to continue. Walker wants to continue. The doctor... Wow, I tell you what, there's controversy here. The ref has called the match. The ref has called it. There's real controversy here. The doctor asked him where he was. So the doctor asked him where he was. And apparently Walker didn't respond. Oh, look, it's getting all heated, man. You don't normally see this. You don't normally see this. We're having to get security in there to keep the two fighters apart. This thing has really broken down. Apparently, the doctor came in and asked Walker where he was. Dana's come in. Dana's having a word. Relax. Dana's saying relax. Go over there, relax. Oh, my God. How often do you see Dana get in the cage? Dana's got in. He said to Johnny Walker, relax. Can't hear what the doctor has said. So the physician, the referee said, are you telling me he is not good to continue? They said, do you know what country you're in? And apparently you didn't answer it. The ref then said, is he good to continue? And so much drama, man. Take it to the parking lot. Right now, we've got both fighters in the octagon. Both fighters want to go, man. Both fighters want to fight. We've got Dana in there. We've got loads of security in there. It has settled down. They're not trying to get at each other, but they were for a moment. Unfortunately, this thing is going to have to... there's going to be an announcement here. This thing ain't continuing. We'll fix it. I'm sure I just heard Dana say we'll fix it. I'm sure Dana just said we'll fix it. Johnny Walker's not happy. No contest. Unintentional foul. Ankalaev just came in. He wanted to say something, and then he just pushed Johnny Walker away. We'll figure it out. Dana just said, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Wow. Do you know where we are? Yes. I can't hear what he's saying there, but... he does look confused, in all fairness. He does look confused. Do you know where you are? Do you know where you are? And the problem is that Johnny Walker is standing there and he's not saying anything. John Anik said, did the doctor rush things, though? You know, should he have just given it more time? That is going to be a serious talking point. Serious talking point. That is a no contest. It was a knee to a grounded opponent. And that's going to be a serious talking point. Johnny Walker was desperate to keep going, but when the doctor was talking to him, he did look confused. He didn't respond straight away, and it gave the doctor enough doubt to allow the fight to continue. But Johnny, I don't know, Johnny just seemed to, like, I think, be a bit dismissive of the doctor. Yeah, whatever, ask me whatever, right? I want to get fighting. So, I don't know, I could understand it being a case that... I can understand it being the case that the doctor stopped it because he didn't like what he was seeing. I get that. But then there is a counter argument of, like, could he have just waited a little bit longer? You know, had there have been another minute of time passed, it seemed like Johnny Walker was back. So, you know, should the doctor have just been a little bit more patient? Oh, Dort Knight said he looked confused to me. Bring on the mains. Bring on the mains. Justin said he doesn't speak English well. Why does he have to respond in 2 seconds? He doesn't. He doesn't. Yeah. I mean, he's got that time. I suppose, you know, it's one of those situations whereby that's not something that we see play out that often. So it's not that we're in uncharted water. We have been here before, but yeah, I mean, that doctor, I think you can definitely make the argument that the doctor went about it the right way, But if there is that time period, should he allow for that time period? It's an interesting one, actually, because if you've got the time, is it the doctor that should make the decision that we'll wait and use the time? I don't know. If I've been kneed in the head, I'm the one that's been inconvenienced. If I'm down on the ground and I've been kneed in the head, like, you can't do that. And so I'm the one that's, you know, I'm the one that deserves the time, don't I? So if I've got 5 minutes to collect my thoughts, if a doctor comes in and goes, "Where are you?" and I'm like, "Hang on, give me a sec." What? And he goes, "Nah, he's done. Call the fight." That is moody, actually. That is moody. So, yeah, I've got 5 minutes, so maybe the doctor should come in and just make sure. Maybe it should be a new procedure going forwards that if you get kneed in the head, unless the fighter says that they want to continue, you don't even ask them that question. You're just asking, "Are you all right? How are things?" And then if the fighter goes, "No, I'm good, I'm ready," then you go, "Okay, ask the questions then. Where are you? What's your name? What country do you come from?" Blah, 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 blah. And then if they can't answer, maybe you give them a little bit longer. But yeah, maybe it should be that the doctors do take that 5 minutes into consideration. Because it is true, isn't it? You got kneed in the head. You got rocked. He's got 5 minutes. And the doctor came in, like, pretty quickly. Asked him questions. Didn't get the answers he wanted. And that was it. So there we go. Controversy. Something to get our teeth into. Lovely, lovely. I'll tell you something else that we can get our teeth into, though. And that is our next fight. Oh, yeah, baby. Kamaru Usman is taking on Khamzat Chimaev. This is the one we said 50,000 is the most votes we've ever had on a poll. And unfortunately, because we've just had 3 first-round finishes, we are getting to this fight quite quickly. I don't know that we would have got there anyway, but chances are we're probably going to end on 40,000 votes. We're probably going to end on 40,000 votes, which is still not bad at all. But unfortunately, just a little bit short of the 50,000 record that we've had in the past. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We have done 1,000. We've done 2,000. We're on the road to 2,500 now. So we are just 141 away from 2,500 likes. So keep your likes coming in, as we are now going over to our next fight, which is going to be Kamaru Usman against Chimaev. There's going to be no waiting around. No waiting around. Khamzat Chimaev makes his way out earlier than expected. Running down to the octagon. If this crowd had a bit of a bad taste in their mouth, it ain't there now. Chimaev running down. Here we go. Here we go. This is one of the fights that people have been so hyped for. Everyone has been voting. We've had nearly 40,000 votes. 69-31. We haven't seen a great deal of movement. But even so, that is still a considerable show of support for Chimaev from the community. Chimaev racing down. And is at the side of the octagon already. Get in your thoughts. Get in your thoughts. Modern record for fewest days between UFC wins. 9th highest significant strike rate in UFC history, 7.3 per minute. Chimaev to win by knockout, technical knockout, plus 165. Chimaev to win by submission, plus 300. Chimaev to win by decision, plus 250. So, Chimaev is certainly the favorite coming into this. Chimaev, as we said, certainly the favorite. So Chimaev is inside the octagon. Now we're just waiting for Usman to make his way down. We need to get the stats on thing. We've got the stats on screen. War Chimaev said zero talent. Usman, let's go, said Trey. I've got Chimaev, said Legend Killer. Who are you rooting for? Said Lamb Namath. Don't know that I'm really rooting for anyone, to be honest. I suppose Usman has been there and done it. So I kind of feel like Chimaev at 29 years old, unbeaten, 6-0. It would be a shame if he was to lose, because Kamaru's kind of had his career. He's 36. Former champion. I kind of think he's largely done everything he's going to do. He may get back to the title and he may win that title, but he can do that even with a loss to Chimaev. So I think Chimaev needs this more than Usman. I think Chimaev needs this more. So I'm leaning towards Chimaev. Kamaru Usman has made his way down. He's made his way down. He's outside the octagon. At some point, you're going to have to deal with Khamzat Chimaev, and this is that point. There's Gaethje. Gaethje has come down with Usman. So Chimaev is inside the octagon. Usman has made his way down. Former UFC welterweight champion. So Usman is 15-2. He's 20-3 overall. He's an incredible wrestler. He's a short notice replacement. He is moving up in weight class. He's got really great boxing, a decent jab. His jiu-jitsu isn't really brilliant. I think he's going to need to keep this on the feet. Chimaev can wrestle, and he's bigger. And there is a thought that because of the size difference and the power, the strength, he might even be able to out-wrestle Kamaru Usman. He could outpace Usman as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if Chimaev tries to get this down to the ground. And I wouldn't be surprised if Usman tries to keep it standing. But to be honest, I think Chimaev will be quite happy to fight wherever this goes. If it stays on the feet, Chimaev will be quite happy. If it goes down to the ground, Chimaev will be quite happy. He is just a problem. He's 12-0. He's 6-0 in the UFC. He just loves messing people up. And this is going to be a barn burner, man. This is going to be so much fun. Here we go. Bruce Buffer with the announcements. Who is leaving the winner in this one? Kamaru Usman taking on Khamzat Chimaev. Huge fight. Big fight. Salam said, who won, Islam or Alexander? It is next. 2 fights left to go on this card. We've got this, and then, of course, our main event. This is 3 rounds. Our main event can go 5. If Usman wins the fight against Chimaev, is there a possibility for him to fight for the title against Strickland, said Nathan. I can't see why not. If he beats Chimaev, then he has got to be in conversation. I don't know. Are we doing Strickland Adesanya rematch? Are we doing that? I mean, if Usman wins, that's a problem, innit? That's a problem because as Usman spoke about it, because Usman won't fight Adesanya. because they're great friends and, you know, they're not interested in fighting each other. They're both trying to fly the flag for, like, African MMA. So I don't think they're interested in that fight. But with Strickland being champion, I wonder if Usman would wait to see if Adesanya wins. If Adesanya fights for gets the rematch and doesn't win, then I think Usman would be interested. But I wonder if he would want that shot first. Right, here we go. Either way, let's not worry about the future. Let's focus on the now. Chimaev with a sick smile on his face. Here we go. Big roar of the crowds. Big fight feel. This feels like flipping UFC 5. Two fighters stepping into the center. An absolute dream match for MMA fans. Chimaev looks for a takedown. Tries to grab the leg, but Usman prevents him. Good takedown defense there by Kamaru, but Chimaev trying to trip Usman. Chimaev trying to get round the back of Usman. He's trying to absolutely overwhelm him at the moment. And look at this. He's got him over by the side of the cage. He's managed to get round the back. Usman is in a real fight, man. Chimaev is in control. He's got round the back of Kamaru. I love how he's wrapping himself around that leg. He's really making it very, very difficult for Kamaru. He's managed to get around the back. He's looking for this rear naked. Hammer fists coming in by Chimaev. Hammer fist coming into the side of the head. Kamaru is having to weather a storm. Big problems for Usman. Big problems for Usman. Shots coming into the side of the head. Chimaev has managed to get round the back. He has got full back control, and there's still 3 minutes 30 left on the clock. Absolutely incredible scenes. Incredible scenes in Abu Dhabi right now. Inside the Etihad. Look at this. He's trying to get the arm around. He's looking for that rear naked. He's trying to get the arm through, but good defense at the moment by Usman. But this is easily a Chimaev round, and he can do some real damage here. Throwing in some shots. We're not seeing much in the way of significant strikes, but it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter at the moment, because at the moment it's just all Chimaev. It's absolute one-way traffic right now. And really, really great work. Really great work here by Chimaev. Shot coming into the side of the heads. There's just nothing that Usman can do. He's down on the ground. He's got Chimaev on his back. Chimaev is looking for a rear naked. He's grabbed a hold of the arm. He's just making it awkward. He's making it difficult. He's doing anything and everything that he can. Shots coming in. He's trying to get the arm around. He can't get the arm around. He can't get the rear naked. He's trying to throw in some shots to the side of the heads. All Kamaru can do is just be on his knees over against the side of the cage. Chimaev has managed to jump on his back. He's been in this position for a long time as well. Shots coming in. Kamaru trying to get up to his feet. He's trying to get up to his feet. Chimaev's trying to get the rear naked in. Usman is fighting and battling. Usman has got all of that weight on his back. Oh, and he drives forwards. So he stands up. Usman stands up and then tips Chimaev off. But Chimaev, even though that immediate threat has gone, Chimaev is still on his back. Wow. Wow. He's been on his back for 2 minutes 23. 2 minutes 23 right now. 1 minute 10. It's absolute scenes. Absolute scenes. This has got to be horrifically wearing down Kamaru Usman. It's got to be really wearing him down. Kamaru Usman has had to carry the weight of Chimaev for so long. And now, again, is looking for that rear naked shot coming into the side of the head. Shot coming in again there by Chimaev. Chimaev working so hard. So hard. He's round the back of Kamaru. Knee coming in there by Chimaev. Chimaev has landed 37 total strikes to Usman's 2. Shot coming into side of the head. Usman is on his knees, but the threat of the rear naked has gone just momentarily. It's a 10-8 round, man. It's a 10-8 round. It's been absolute domination. Absolute domination so far. Amazing. Amazing. What a round. What a round. Usman gets up. He smiles at Chimaev. Usman walks back to his corner. He shakes his head. I mean, that is going to be a problem, man. That is going to be a problem. It's hard seeing Usman like this. He's had 11 days. He's had 11 days. I mean, he's really not had much time to work. He's really not had much time to get ready for this. He's had 11 days. Would it be different if he had a full training camp? I honestly don't know. Chimaev is the real deal. Who leaves as lightweight champ? Let's get the poll up for our main event. Is it going to be Islam or is it going to be Volk? So, is it going to be Islam? Is it going to be Volkanovski? Let's ask that question. Get your votes in. Get your votes in. Leave a like if you haven't. We're only 20 away from getting to 2,500. We're underway with round number 2. Here we go. Chimaev in the center. Yeah, he's got to defend that takedown. He's just so much bigger, man. Look at him. The size difference. This is a real challenge for Usman. This is a real challenge. Usman circling round. He is really up against it. I mean, look at Chimaev. He's so big. He's so dynamic, switching stances. So confident as well. I mean, he's just edging forwards. He's feinting. Little shot coming into the midsection there. Chimaev, outside leg kick there by Kamaru. You know, maybe just doing that, just working the legs, just keeping Chimaev on his toes. The problem is that you know that Chimaev is going to explode forward at some point. But again, look, Usman being very cagey. Both of these guys just cancelling each other out in this second round at the moment. Kamaru edging forward. Jab coming in there by Usman. Jab coming in. Kick coming into the midsection by Chimaev. Usman and Chimaev in the middle of the octagon. Chimaev edging forward, bouncing around. The size difference is huge. And again, his switched stance coming forwards. You could go 10-8 in that first round. Rakic says 10-8 in that first round. I think it's got to be 10-8. I think it's got to be 10-8. Gilbert Burns said a 10-8 round. Chimaev standing his ground in the center then. There was a head kick that just came in by Chimaev. There's not been loads of activity in this one. There's a lot of respect between these two. Healthy respect. I think Chimaev knows that Usman definitely has got striking boxing ability. But we got 2 minutes 50 on the clock. Chimaev again, kick coming in there by Chimaev. Chimaev edging forward, kick coming back there by Kamaru Usman. Jab coming in there by Kamaru Usman. Chimaev edging forwards. Usman on the outsides. Chimaev trying to find a way forwards. Edging forward as Usman circles round. Tries to go low. Again, we're not seeing much activity here. It has not been a hive of activity in this second round. We're not seeing loads of things happening here at the moment. It doesn't mean it's not interesting. There's lots of feinting. There's lots of switching of stances. There's lots of appreciation and respect. Kick coming in there by Chimaev. Usman edging forwards. I'm surprised that Chimaev hasn't gone in for a takedown. Leg kick coming in. Again, shot coming into the midsection. Jab going in there by Usman. Usman maybe just starting to get into a bit of a rhythm here. Jab coming back there by Chimaev. Usman standing his ground, edging forward as Chimaev backs up. Switching of stances there by Chimaev. Usman in the center, again takes a step forward. Chimaev backs up a little bit. 1-2. Definitely some of the shots that we're seeing from Usman have looked quite nice in this round. But 1 minute 20. This is going to be a difficult one to score, to be honest. There's really not much between them here at the moment. There's not been much to like really score them on. Chimaev definitely got rocked momentarily. Outside leg kick there by Usman. This feels like it could be an Usman round. Just as we said, not much to separate them on. Yep. Commentators saying the same. At the moment, you would say that Usman might just be edging this on the striking. And if it is a 10-8 round, that first one, then Usman's going to need to win both. Takedown by Chimaev. He manages to get Kamaru Usman down. Usman trying to grab a hold of the head and the arms. We got 30 seconds left to go here. There's really, really not much in this round. I don't think that takedown is going to count for a great deal. But as we said, there's really not much in this round. Usman's gone down. He's managed to prevent this from getting worse. There's 12 seconds left to go here. Unfortunately, this is only a 3-round fight. These two exchanging blows at the moment. We got 2 seconds to go, and there we go, end of the round. How do you see it? How are you scoring it? For me personally, I would say 10-8 first round, but I would give Kamaru that second round. That means that I've got Chimaev up by 1 point as we go into round 3. I think if Usman wins this round, it could be a draw. If Chimaev wins, then he wins the fight. You need to put him on his heels. It's only 3 rounds, yep. I called the draw, said Tom. Jag said, come on, Chimaev. Yeah, getting your thoughts. Brendan said, Chimaev is going to win this unless he gets knocked out. Look at those total strikes. Yeah, but he's already got the benefit for those total strikes. A lot of that was in round 1. We gave him a 10-8 round for that. So they don't tend to look at the numbers as a whole. They do it by round. So 10-8 Chimaev round 1. 10-9 Usman round 2. Who takes round 3? We're about to find out. Here we go. Both fighters come out into the center. And right now we are seeing Chimaev trying to explode forward, looking for a takedown. And right now we're seeing some really good work by Usman. Jab to the midsection there by Usman. Kick coming in by Usman as well as Chimaev. Moves back. We've got Usman standing his ground in the center. Usman is circling round. Chimaev standing his ground in the middle. We've got 40-odd seconds that have gone so far. There's really, really not going to be much in this. Certainly if we judge from that second round. The other thing as well is that Chimaev now identifies as being from the UAE. As much as you don't want to think about these things, will that make any kind of difference when we get to the judges' scorecards? It probably is something that you should just consider. Right now we've got Usman on the outside. Chimaev standing his ground in the middle. Usman trying to come forward. Oh, big right hand by Usman. Chimaev tries to come forward. There's a hook shot that comes in by Usman. Head kick, but he slips. Usman goes down. Straight left jab down the middle. Now we're seeing Usman just open up with his striking a little bit more. Inside leg kick coming back by Chimaev. Kick coming back by Usman. Jab there by Usman as well. There's a bit of damage seemingly on the lip of Kamaru. Could that be a factor? Straight down the middle again there by Usman. He's unloading on Chimaev. Another little hook shot coming in. And again, Chimaev trying to throw back some shots. I think what we're seeing is the striking advantage that Kamaru enjoys. Great striking by Usman. Really great striking. Chimaev standing his ground in the center, though. Definitely feels like Usman is winning this round. If that first round is a 10-8 round, then does that mean that we're staring at a draw? Chimaev standing his ground in the middle. He's looking for that takedown. He can't get it. He's managed to get Usman up against the side of the cage. He does get the takedown. He's managed to get the takedown. There's a big roar. Usman is down. Now he's got 2 minutes to work because Usman definitely won the striking exchanges on the feet. What can Chimaev do in 2 minutes, 10 seconds to get this round? That is brilliant work by Chimaev to get Kamaru Usman down. He's on top of him right now. He's trying to find something. We got 1 minute 50. Tom said, come on, Usman. Great work by Usman. Chimaev is all over Usman. This is just really great MMA fighting. This is why people love the UFC. They love MMA. Because look at the action that we've got right here. Kamaru Usman was down in that first round. We think he's took the second. For me, he was up in the thirds. Chimaev has managed to get a takedown, though. With 1 minute, 20 seconds, he's got to find something. He's got to find a submission. He's got to find something, ground and pound or something that is going to take this third round for him and give him the fight. Right now, chest to chest at the moment, though. Usman drawing on all of that experience. Usman digging deep, desperately trying to find a way of ensuring that this does not get out of control. And chest to chest again, 30-odd seconds to go. And right now, look at this, Chimaev all over Usman. Usman gets back up to his feet, though. Great work by Usman. Usman right back up to his feet. 20 seconds left to go. I don't think Chimaev did enough to take the round down on the ground. Usman coming forward, shot coming in there by Kamaru. Jab coming in, we got 8 seconds left to go. Swing and a miss by Chimaev. These two swinging for the fences. Look at them going at it. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. Do you know what? Draw. I think a draw is a perfectly fair and acceptable result. I think that Chimaev looked brilliant in the first round, but the 2 rounds that followed, because he didn't get that takedown and it stayed on the feet. Yeah, it's true. You know, to come in on short notice and be that competitive on 11 days notice, what could Usman do if he had a full training camp? He moved up a weight. He came in on short notice. He got absolutely smashed in the first round. But he managed to come through all of that. You've got to, however you feel about him, right? If you could be a massive Chimaev fan, you've got to give credit where it's due. You've got to give respect where it's due. Usman just did a fantastic job on just 11 days notice. Don't forget, he was a plus 285 underdog as well. Chimaev was as big as minus 360 when it came to being a favorite. That thing just went 3 rounds. It was absolutely incredible. A draw would be boring, says Brendan. Yeah, but if it's the right thing, if it's the correct decision, then so be it. Right. Here we go. Let's find out. Don't matter what we think. Judges' scorecards. 29-27 Chimaev. It's going to be Chimaev. Okay, so two judges went 29-27 Chimaev. One judge went 28-28. So for me personally, I agree with the 28-28. It's a majority decision win for Chimaev. Well, for me, that was so close. I've got it as a draw, but I kind of, the same point that I was making with the KSI fight. When you have a fight that is that close and you're talking about a point, there's a point in it or something like that. Like, for me, I think it was a draw, but because it's so close, you can't claim robbery. I don't claim robbery on that at all. Chimaev was so dominant in that first round. I don't really get how he gets another point in either round 2 or round 3, but unfortunately for Usman, he got himself into a bad situation, and even though he worked his heart out, he just could not find a way out. I do feel sorry for him. This goes down as a loss, and it feels really unkind considering he came in on 11 days' notice and put in that performance. I think the draw would have been fair, but that's combat sport, man. That's combat sport. If you really want to get the win, you finish your opponent, you put your opponent away. You don't go to the judges, because you can never know what the judge is going to do. There we go. Put in your thoughts. Do you agree? Do you disagree with what the judges decided? It is a win for Chimaev. Chimaev wins. Chimaev wins. Majority decision. I didn't come here for a title, so the question was asked there. I don't know what Chimaev is saying here. He seems quite humble, you know, actually. He's talking to Chechnya now. He definitely seems like someone that's got a lot on his mind, and you can understand that. There's a lot going on in the world. So, yeah. Great fighter. Great fighter. Great fight. Maybe not the barn burner that people were hoping for, because certainly rounds 2, rounds 3 were quite cagey at times. But I don't know that you can watch that and have any complaints, you know. It was a pleasure to watch that. It's a pleasure to watch fighters of this caliber. Fantastic. So brilliant work. As I said, for me, not a robbery, but for me personally, I had it as a draw. There's Paulo Costa. Boos raining down for Costa. He is not a popular guy, but he is. Umar Nurmagomedov in the crowds. He's a popular guy. Right, here we go then. So it is going to be time for our main event. There might just be a little bit of a delay, a little hesitation as they promote whatever it is they want to promote. UFC 5 right now. Was the first round really a 10-8? Usman won the second. Third, says Jobson. I pick Islam to win, said Michael. It was actually a draw, says Seatin, and Ing as well. Burns, Usman, all the top guys give him a problem, said Kinjim. Elliot said, that was the worst fight ever. Round 2 sucked, says Elliot. Someone didn't see Rose versus Carla Esparza. Volk will win easy, said Hadid Tom. Strickland against Chimaev at UFC 300 would be huge, said Real OG. Deanna, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words. I massively appreciate everyone that has joined us this evening. It's been quite the journey. It's been quite the show. We've been live for 7 hours for E3. We've had a lot of early finishes on this main card, actually, so it kind of looks like this stream might not end up going quite as long as I was anticipating. But even so, it's been a long one still. But yeah, no, an absolute pleasure. Really appreciate everyone joining us. Of course, we're not going anywhere because we've still got the main event to come. Islam Makhachev taking on Alexander Volkanovski. And if we have a look at the poll, we've had just over 3,000 votes. Keep the votes coming in. We got around 40,000 for that co-main event. But right now, main event, 3,333 votes. Islam, 67% of people are going with Islam. 33% of people going with Volkanovski. So 67% for Islam, 33% for Volkanovski. Seems like people have decided that Islam Makhachev is going to be able to retain his lightweight championship. We've got the graphics on screen for our main event. That main event should be coming up soon. But as we said, they'll probably just take a moment to promote a few things first. But how did Khamzat win round 2 or 3, said Max. Honestly, I don't know. I did say you got to remember that we are in the UAE, and you do have to take that into consideration. So if there is even just anything that's remotely close, then, you know, it may be that it goes to the hometown hero. Khamzat is a goat, said Parfait Cell. Let's go Volk, said Lone Wolf. Mohammed said, I hope there's going to be a rematch between Usman and Khamzat. Respect to Usman. He deserved to be champion. Usman won that fight. Usman was the man until he lost because of a leg kick. I think Khamzat was too tense. Right, I think, have we got a video package right now? It looks like we do. Video package is playing at the moment. Yeah, there we go. It's video package time. No waiting around. No waiting around. We've got Islam Makhachev taking on Volkanovski. Their first encounter was in February of this year. Absolutely fantastic. It was in Australia, and even though it was in Australia, it was still Islam that managed to get the win on the judges' scorecards. So Islam Makhachev is a southpaw. He's got a very focused skill set, relentless grinding, very confident. He's the bigger fighter. He's got single shot power. He's got a sambo background. He's got great top control, great speed, great pressure, great kicks. He likes to try and bind the legs when he goes for takedowns. It allows him to control things better. He's got good hip throws, excellent in the scramble, excellent timing as well. He's got really good at catching kicks. He's really good at redirecting pressure. There's so much that like about him. Really, when he throws these shots as well, you know, he throws these kind of shots to the side, like he'll smash people with the side of his fist. Like, he'll just throw and land with really whatever he can. He's not particularly orthodox at times, but so exciting to watch. He really does bring a lot of problems. Alexander Volkanovski, though, is a bit smaller, but he's also a little bit quicker. He's fast, he's powerful, he's confident. He's also great in the scramble. He's a great all-rounder. He's very, very strong. Really good powers of recovery. Lots of volume. Lots of leg kicks. Very aggressive. This is pound for pound number 2 against pound for pound number 3. Earlier this year, it was pound for pound number 1 against pound for pound number 2. It's only John Jones that's kind of leapfrogged these two. But the stats on screen tell you a lot that you need to know. Makhachev, southpaw. Look at those strikes landed per minute. Volkanovski 6.25 compared to Islam's 2.35. Like, the volume is just absolutely undeniable. Volkanovski is volume, volume, volume. But then if you look at the takedowns, Makhachev 3.2 on average per fight, whereas Volk is only 1.8. If you look at the submissions as well, you know, there's a submission in every fight for Makhachev. Volkanovski 0.19. Like, you know, it's 1 in every 5 fights that he'll find a submission. So if we're going to go down to the ground, we're entering Makhachev's world. If we're going to stay on the feet, then we're very much in Volk's world. And what we saw last time was them really both kind of having success and both having moments of weakness. And it ended up being a very, very close fight. Here we go, though. Volkanovski is making his way down. Again, the time for talking is done. In the chat, put in which way you think this is going to go. Which way do you think this goes? It is time for the main event of the evening. So here comes Volkanovski making his way out. When is Islam versus Volkanovski? That fight is next. That fight is now. Everyone back home, let's get it, says Volkanovski. Volkanovski making his way out. You can vote in the poll which way you think this is going to go. Serious fight, man. Serious fight. Number 2 against number 3 in the pound-for-pound rankings. Volkanovski looking very confident. I feel better. Einstein Newton aren't as smart as we thought, says David. Volk, baby, says Nicholas. Khamzat won fair and square, said Deanna. What round do you think he took other than the first, Deanna? Just out of interest. Khamzat won, says Edmonds. What round do you give him? First, obviously, and I'm guessing 10-8, but did you give him the second or did you give him the third? Mohammed said, for haters of Khamzat, I am sorry for your loss. Eng said, draw was the right thing to do. Michael said, when is UFC 300? Don't know. Is it like April next year? I want to say April, May. They haven't actually announced the exact date for it. But it should be coming up early next year. They're saying April. Should be in April. God, that would be massive, wouldn't it? I hope it's not the same weekend as WrestleMania. That would be really stupid, considering both companies are under the same umbrella now. So I'm fairly certain that won't happen. Okay, Volkanovski is inside the octagon then. But first and third for Khamzat, said A-King. So A-King gives the thirds. Max Zook said, let's go, Volk. Has UFC finished? Usman won second and third, said Devash. Who do you think will be the main event? No idea, dude. No idea. I mean, it needs to be something big. It needs to be really the biggest fight that you could think to make. What would that be? I mean, I feel like Conor, like, is... If you're going to look back on, like, the person that delivered the biggest ratings, it's Conor, innit? So, I feel like Conor being in the main event of UFC 300 would make sense. Maybe John Jones being... I don't know if Jones would appreciate being the co-main. But could you imagine John Jones in the co-main with Conor in the main? Still 2 fights were stopped by doctor stoppage. Right, here we go. Islam Makhachev is making his way down. Yeah, Islam has taken that mantle. They were just saying that his rounds that he did with Khabib Nurmagomedov, those could have been put onto pay-per-view. So many people would have loved to have watched them two doing whatever they were doing during training. But either way, that mantle was passed. Obviously, they never faced each other for real. They were never going to face each other for real. But Islam has made his way down. Volkanovski is inside the octagon already. Conor against Justin. BMF belt on the line. But Khamzat won rounds 1 and 2, and Usman won the third, says Deanna. That's interesting, isn't it? Because the last person just said that Khamzat definitely won, and it was rounds 1 and 3. I think, for me, this is what it comes back to, is that when you are dealing with such tight... angles, like, we all interpret things in the way that we see them, but obviously other people will interpret things in slightly different ways. And if you're dealing with fights that are so close, it is what it is. I had it as a draw, but I certainly don't think that Chimaev being given the victory is a robbery. I would have questioned Usman being awarded the victory, considering he, I think, lost that first round 10-8. Certainly didn't win any of the other rounds 10-8, so it can only be a draw at best for Kamaru. But, yeah, I don't think Chimaev winning was a robbery. But I do feel sorry for Kamaru. I think he did a fantastic job. But, as we said, that was in the past. We're moving forward now with our next fight. This is our main event of the evening. Keep hitting the like if you haven't already. I mean, I don't think that gets to 3,000. We didn't really set that as a target. But if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we continue working our way towards this main event. We've just got the announcements to go, and then we will be underway. Islam Makhachev taking on Alexander Volkanovski. Both bringing exceptional skills. Both of them absolutely at the peak of their powers as well. We saw them face off earlier this year. It was absolutely brilliant. And we're going to do it one more time. No complaints. Obviously, this was going to be Islam against Charles Oliveira. That fight, unfortunately, falling through, though. Bruce Buffer doing the announcements. It's big, man. It's big. 2 hours into the main card. For UFC 300, they need to celebrate USADA taking a hike by adding a 300-pound division. Annie said, who is your favorite fighter? Well, maybe ever would be Anderson Silva. Although, obviously, what we've come in from the UK, I do have a soft spot for Leon Edwards and Bisping, of course. Female-wise, I love Thug Rose. I just love Thug Rose. Big fan of her. Just so different. Really different, but such a great striker. Really great fighter. Long and sniping shots and, you know, that head kick against Zhang. Her wins as well against Joanna as well. Certainly when Joanna was giving us such grief. And, you know, she just, you know that she already had, like, mental challenges that, you know, she's had a tough life. So, yeah, I love Rose. I love her backstory. Favorite of all time now, I think, would be Anderson Silva. For me, that's the GOAT. Gotta say, though, John Jones. Never a chore to watch John Jones. But either way, we are here with Islam Makhachev and Alexander Volkanovski. And it's never a chore to watch either of these as well. Two absolutely fantastic fighters that I have really enjoyed watching rise up through the divisions, through the rankings. Islam is minus 250 favorite. Don't forget, Volkanovski only coming in on 11 days' notice. I think Volk is going to be aggressive. I think he's going to bring an early storm. I think he's going to go after Islam. I think this is going to be a lot of fun. Islam Makhachev gets his intro, and the time for talking is almost done. Almost done. Right, here we go. Both fighters stepping into the center. Main event about to get going. Again, if you haven't left a like, leave a like. We are 280 away from 3,000. We'll see how that goes. If this goes 5 rounds, it might get there. Right, here we go. Boom, we are underway. Both fighters step into the center. Volkanovski in green, Islam in black. Inside leg kick coming in by Islam. And Volk staying on the outsides. So, kick coming into the midsection. Volk hasn't come out of the gates quite like what I was expecting. It's a bit more calculated than I thought. These two just pouring away at each other, measuring distance at the moment. Volk standing his ground in the center. Leg kick coming in there by Volkanovski. Kick coming back there by Islam. These two being very patient at the moment. Not a great deal between them. You can see the numbers on screen. Islam just taking a slight lead. And we've got Islam in the center. Head kick coming in there by Islam. Volk again trying to find a way forward, standing in the middle. Islam looking for a takedown. Nice takedown defense there by Volk. Volk being driven back against the side of the cage. Islam has got Volk up against the fence. Knee strike coming in there by Islam. Islam again doing some great work. Nice reversal there by Volkanovski. Volk has got Islam up against the cage. And at the moment, good work. Great work by Islam Makhachev. Knee strike coming in by Islam. Knee strike coming back there by Volk. It's Volk that's in control right now. I suppose in a way, Volk is having to sort of pace himself in the sense of, Knee strike there by Volkanovski. This could go 5 rounds, and their last fight did go 5 rounds. Knee strike coming in. Both guys have come away from the side of the fence, but it's Makhachev that's managed to get Volk up against the cage. Volk reversing the position. Look at the strength of Volk. Smaller guy, but he's like a tank. He's managed to quite comfortably get away from the edge of the cage there. These two exchanging little knee strikes. They break apart right now. Makhachev has got quite a healthy, significant strike lead of 6. Kick coming in again to the midsection by Islam. So he's had a lot of success with going to the body so far, Islam. Again, there's a lovely left hand upstairs by Makhachev. Volkanovski on the outside. Islam standing his ground in the center. Trying to find a way forward, but doesn't want to race into anything. We've got 2 minutes left to go in round number 1. This can go 5 rounds. Oh, Volk gets caught! Volk gets caught! Hammer fists! Oh, it's done! It's done! Islam Makhachev wins! Oh, the blood coming down the nose, the face of Volkanovski. Damn. Damn, he's got it. He's got it. Islam puts his fingers on his lips, tells everyone to stay quiet. All the talking is done. Islam Makhachev gets the finish in the first round. Volkanovski gets caught. And Makhachev just went in for the kill. Referee waited, in all fairness. He didn't end it, like, super early or anything. Makhachev was unloading on Volk. He gave him an opportunity. He did give him an opportunity to get back into the fight, but Makhachev just absolutely overwhelmed him. He overwhelmed him. Islam said he was going to do something special tonight. These two embrace in the middle of the ring. It's really disappointing. It's really disappointing because, like, Volkanovski, he accepted the fight. It's a head kick that comes in. It bounces. Do you know what? It's really unfortunate. In MMA, you're just dealing with such fine margins. He even, oh God, he had the hand here. I really wanted to see the replay. He had the hand here. Islam hits him with a head kick. He's got his hand here, and Islam gets the kick here. I mean, if the hand had been, it's an inch. It's an inch. There's nothing in it. But, I mean, that is absolutely precision. That head kick is precision. Bounces off the head right in the perfect spot. Volkanovski goes back. Look at it. It's amazing. It's amazing. Looking at where the hand is, wouldn't even think that there was an opportunity there for him to get the finish. Oh, he's gutted, man. I feel really sorry for him. I feel really sorry for him. He's took it on late. So Islam gets a first round finish over Volkanovski. Islam used his spells. Yeah. Do you know what? It's funny, isn't it? I just said this thing might go 5 rounds. Bang, head kick over. Might go 5 rounds. No, it's done. It's finished. Scrap that. It's ended. There we go. The title is put around his waist. This card, this main event card, only ends up going 2 hours, 10 minutes. Hasbulla is inside the octagon. Cormier's coming over. He's going to have a word with Islam. Oliveira dodged a bullet, said Alien.
How good does it feel to not only win again over Alexander Volkanovski, but to win in that fashion?
Knockout, round 1. So he's got the 3rd longest win streak in UFC history now. Third longest win streak in UFC history with 13. So,
Islam, I was talking to Javier and he said, Coach Magomed came up with the game plan, go low, low, high. Did you guys prepare for that?
So the game plan was go low, and then go high. I have a great team, says Islam. They push me very hard. This is my second home. Usman Khan said, Volk fans are crying right now. Congratulations to Islam, said Hussein. Volk is still champ. He is, yeah. It was Islam's title that was on the line. I showed him a couple of low kicks. Man, just showing the replay. Volk came in for the money, said Parf 8Cell. Jobson said amazing. Volk's only other loss was finish with head kick. I assume they drilled this. It was an incredible finish. Dark Knights, don't forget, Volk will continue to dominate his division. Hooded Tom said that was a shocking short notice. It really does make a difference. Do you know, it's funny, isn't it? At the start of the night, we were asked and we said, I really think that we'll look back on this and we will say, of course, the people that came in on 11 days notice didn't win. And I think that's what we're saying. Take nothing away from Islam. He is the real deal. As is Chimaev. Dana, you've got the job. Give me someone. Volk comes over, embraces with Islam, and Volkanovski getting a warm reception from the fans. Was there anything surprising in there?
That surprised you in the fight?
Oh man, just obviously great setup. You know what I mean?
Great setup.
Probably seen something that obviously, yeah, it's hard. You know,
It's hard.
It hurts me, but
It hurts me. He's a great champion. What are you gonna do?
yeah, that's what I mean. I back myself every single time, and as I say, I still stand by that. Always back yourself.
Always back yourself.
Doesn't mean that you don't want to back yourself, but if you're not prepared properly, look what he can do to you. That's how good he is. So credit to him. Yeah, look, man, I just want to say to the UFC, please keep me busy.
Please keep me busy.
I'm not fighting. I need to take this fight because I'm doing my head in when I'm not fighting. So
It does my head in when I'm not fighting.
I'm happy to go back in January and obviously get this taken care of. Obviously go back down to featherweight. Obviously my job here is done for now.
My job here is done for now.
Islam, great kick. What did I say?
You are the featherweight champion of the world, so January against Ilya Topuria, is that what you're hoping for?
Oh yeah, of course. Like I said,
So January against Topuria, and he's pleading, please just keep me busy. It does my head in if I'm not busy.
keep me busy. That's all I can say. Everyone back home, I'm fine.
Everyone back home, I'm fine.
There's everyone here. Abu Dhabi's always great. Sorry I couldn't put on a better show. But yeah, again, Islam, great job.
Yeah, he's got great words for Islam.
Great champion. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the featherweight champion of the world, Alexander Volkanovski.
Sucks for Volk, but maybe Islam goes up and we get to see how big he is at 170. Well, there we go. Amazing. Amazing. Not the longest of shows, though, is it? Not the longest of shows. It's clocked in at about 2 hours 15 on that main cards. But yeah, unbelievable what we've just seen from Islam Makhachev. I mean, that really is something special for him. And as we said, you know, he had that guard up. For him to be able to get it just, I mean, there's really not much. There's really not much for him to aim for. To be honest, I think he was sort of just throwing it. I think there's so little to aim for. I can't believe that he was specifically targeting that spot. I can only imagine that the game plan was, like we just heard, go low, go high. If he blocked it, he blocked it. If it got through, it got through. And it got through. But what's amazing is that it just looks so good. It's like threading a needle, man. I mean, the arm was there that would have absorbed the kick had it have been a little lower. But it just gets him right on the dome, right on the top. Rocks him, and then Islam's right in to finish and have him up against the side of the cage. So, amazing. Head kicks are all the rage in UFC, said Wrestle with Andy. What round was it? It was the first round. First round, and it was seriously impressive. So, November 4th, Almeida against Lewis. November 11th, Jones against Stipe. On November 18th, Allen against Paul Craig. So we've got, I think that's obviously not it for the year, but that's the next 3 weeks coming up. We've got, I think, Leon Edwards in December, haven't we? Coming up for UFC 296. So we've got, that might be the last card of the year, actually. Oh, hello. Chimaev thinks he broke his right hand. Broke wrist in the first round. Johnny Walker. Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. So apparently Johnny Walker went back and they were checking on him, and he's still being assessed. But we've got a bit of clarity as to what was said. So he got asked by the doctor, where are you? And he said, I'm in the desert. I'm fighting in the desert, right? And apparently that just wasn't the answer the doctor was looking for. Like, the doctor was looking for Abu Dhabi, Yas Island, something like that. But he said, I'm in the desert and I'm fighting in the desert. They're saying they would have liked a translator to have come in and asked that question. But, I mean, to be honest, I don't know that he would have got a different answer. Amazing. Yeah, Islam did make a statement tonight. Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? That's interesting about Johnny Walker. That is a big controversy. A couple of controversies from this show. I think the controversy of Chimaev and the win definitely seems like there's enough people not certain about that result. Islam obviously took any doubt away from his victory. But the Johnny Walker situation is another big talking point this evening. The doctor just wasn't clued up on the lingo, said online. It's crazy. Do you know what? You don't really think about that sort of thing, do you? You don't really think about, like, the amount of things that can go wrong. The amount of things that potentially can cause a problem. And it is kind of crazy to think that just something as simple as that, like, you know, that's not the answer he was looking for. I mean, it's not. Is it the wrong answer? I mean, to him, this is probably the desert. I'm over in, like, Abu Dhabi. I don't know. I mean, like, it would have been better for him to have said Abu Dhabi or Yas Island, but to be honest, he probably was rocked. To be honest, he probably was still a bit not thinking straight, you know? Because then we go back to the conversation we had earlier of should he have given him like 5 minutes to have recovered? If he's got 5 minutes time, why ask him after a minute? And if you don't get the answer you want, call the fight. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Defcon and Pirate King Jack said, it would have been funny if they said, where are you? And he answered Firefly Funhouse. That would have been strange if he'd have said that. Dort Knight said, the fighters need to give clear answers. You don't say desert. He might not know the name and forgets that. And that was all he could think of. I just think it's really interesting because, yeah, if he can't quite remember in that moment because he is a bit dazed, like, why couldn't he have had a little bit longer? And if he's got, say, close enough to say, I'm in the desert, right? What is an acceptable answer? Like, perhaps they're told you've got to say the town or the city or the, you know, you've got, he had to say the country. You got to say the country. It's got to be that. Nothing else will be acceptable. You've got to say that you're in Abu Dhabi or UAE. Like, you've got to say like that. But I don't know, like the desert, like it's such a grey area. This is what I'm saying. For me, it's really interesting. Really interesting. It's like saying that he was fighting in England. He's fighting in London, and he goes, "Where are you?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm in Europe." You know, he's sort of right, but it's not specific enough. Like, you wouldn't call the fight for that, would you? Really interesting, that. John Jones never stopped nor outscored during his career. Jones' only professional loss is a controversial DQ against Matt Hamill, says Edwards. Deanna said, Volk shouldn't have taken the fight with such short notice. Volk now respects Islam. James said it's now currently 15-6. England beating South Africa. I think there's still a good half an hour or so to go there, isn't there? I mean, a try would get that back, wouldn't it, to, 15, 13, and you'd have to think it'd be momentum South Africa. So, I mean, listen, England have had a horrific day. The cricket was horrific. It's been horrific. And so if they can get a little bit of positivity towards the end, that would be incredible. But I'll believe that once the final whistle goes, you know. There should be a handbook of questions. If there isn't, then the UFC have messed up, said Dort Knight. Legend Killer says, a great stream, Legend Killer. Shout out to you, my friends. Audio and Whips said, Islam is a great fighter, but he would never beat Khabib. Will said, the analogy is if he was fighting in London and he said the city. Oh, yeah. I suppose the only difference, though, I mean, my geography is not brilliant. So if he is in Abu Dhabi, if he's in the UAE, I don't know how much desert is actually there, if I'm going to be honest. So, I mean, it might just be completely geographically incorrect to say that you're fighting in the desert. But that is the kind of imagery that gets promoted. You know, I think they've done tourist videos, and I'm sure there's been deserts and sands that have been shown. So it's something that I would associate with Abu Dhabi and the UAE, right? Whether that's correct or not, I'm the first to admit I don't know. But I could understand that as an association. It's a little bit, if he said city, that's, I mean, you're not wrong, but where are you fighting? I'm fighting in the city. I suppose, yeah. I mean, he is. I mean, it's still not wrong. You can't really ask what desert, can you really? What desert? Because you're like, what's this? I don't know what deserts Abu Dhabi have got. I don't even know if they've got deserts. I don't know. What's this, a geography lesson? Can't you ask me something like, what's your name? What's your name would be great. What's your name? There's not really much grey area there, is it? With what's your name? But it is funny how there's a little bit of grey area, which I wouldn't even have considered about where are you fighting. All of a sudden you go, yeah, there probably is a few different things that can be answered there. But what's your name? I feel like that one is maybe the question to ask moving forwards. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. They also call Vegas the desert, said the Joker. Yeah, that's surrounded by desert as well, isn't it? So, but I agree. I 100% agree that he needed to be more specific. But I do think that we are dealing with someone that's just been... I mean, don't forget, he had been wronged. It's not that we're trying to establish if the fight needs to be called off because of something that's happened because of his fault. He's the victim. He's the victim. Like, he was down, he had his hands down, and he got kneed in the head. It was a knee to a grounded opponent. So he was the victim. So in that moment, like... he should be given every opportunity to continue and every opportunity to show that he's got his wits about him. But it does sort of feel like they've asked him a question. He's given an answer that's a bit vague. And as a result, the fight's been called off and he's been penalised for it, even though he's the victim. So I do feel really sorry for him. But more than that, I find it just such a fascinating situation. It just really strikes me as a really fascinating situation for him to find himself in. So yeah, love it. It's one of those that I know that they've flown over there. I know there's going to be a lot of upset, but no one's got killed. It's one of those that MMA fans can kind of debate and get their teeth into and talk about and speculate over, and do you know what I mean? So still providing entertainment, but and they can run it back. I'm sure they will. Dana said to him in the octagon, we'll get it sorted. Don't worry about it. We'll get it sorted. So MA says respect to all fighters. And you know what? They are ending the show. And actually, look, they're showing a desert. They're showing a car in a desert. He's not wrong. He wasn't lying. It's exactly where the man is. It's in a flipping desert. Right, we're done. Really appreciate the support. Thank you so much to everyone that's joined us. Don't forget, if you are a fan of UFC, we're definitely here for UFC 295. Hopefully we can do some more shows as well than that. We do try to do the fight nights as well. It's just there's so much going on. I mean, there's Tyson Fury coming up as well. So there's some really big shows on the way. So the end of this year is pretty stacked, actually. But John Jones against Stipe, whew, it's going to be fire, man. Let's have a quick look at the Tapology game before we run away, because we do have people that's playing the Tapology game. So this looks like it's how it's finished. So I'll shout out LDTV, Bumpy, Fowler, Nosta in joint 8th, Miss Clown, David Walker, Carlos and Mosier 94 in joint 4th. Hayden is 3rd. Odd Smoker Steve is 2nd. And a big shout out to Daddy Made Isaac, who finishes in 1st place. Very well done. Excellent showing. We've got over nearly 300 people that are in our group. So to finish within the top 10 there is very, very good. An excellent performance. So shout out to everyone that did well in the game. Shout out to everyone that joined us. Thanks a lot. Massively appreciate the support. Have a great evening and a great weekend wherever you are. And hopefully I will see you again next time. Bye for now.